All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming. We'll go ahead and get started. And before I start the meeting, I wanted to turn a second over to Trustee Patron Williams, who's been part of a program and wanted to say a few words.
Thank you, President Hubert. I appreciate that. I just wanted to bring attention to an outstanding program we have in CISD. I had the honor and privilege of attending the initial meetings of the Watchdogs program at Clark Intermediate and Bradley Intermediate. Watchdog stands for Watch Dogs is dads of great students. And I just wanted to bring attention to that program, how phenomenal of a program it is, and wanted to encourage all dads, uncles, grandparents, any male figure out there that has a stake or kid in CISD, especially on the elementary campus, intermediate campuses. I would expect you guys to take a look at that program and try to get involved. Just to make sure I represent Mr. Matthew Moore and his phenomenal team, I told him that I would do this when I got on the board to let him know that I am officially a part of the Watchdogs Nation.
Sure. All right, very good.
Exactly. And it is yellow and purple, so phenomenal colors.
Yeah.
Go Tigers. Go ahead.
All right. Strike that from the record. Okay, here we go. I call this meeting of the Conroe Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. Let the record show that a quorum of members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551. The time is 6:02. At this time, will you please join us in our invocation that will be led by Trustee Tiffany Nelson and our Pledge of Allegiance by Trustee Teresa Wagaman.
Please stand with me and join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we approach your throne of grace this evening with gratitude in our hearts. Your word says every good and perfect gift comes from above. It comes from you. So we thank you for the gifts of life and love and laughter, of family and friendship and faith. Thank you for the gifts of freedom and opportunity to learn and grow and become the people you've created us to be. God, we also come before you this evening with hurting hearts, saddened by the loss of life over the past few weeks. God, wrap your arms of love around all who are grieving. Pour your comfort into them, saturate their lives with your peace, and give them assurance that you are there, walking them through the shadow of the valley. Finally, God, be with us tonight. Give us wisdom and insight to discern and decide your will and your way for our lives, both individually and collectively. Bless our time together this evening. Bless our school district, the entire CISD family, and place your hand of protection upon every single person who sets foot on every one of our campuses. We pray all this in your name. Amen.
Amen.
The United States pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The text is a pledge.
On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, you may be seated. Thank you, Ms. Nelson and Ms. Wagman. Moving on to item 2A, which is our special recognition. The first one we have tonight is Read for a Better Life initiative. Dr. Knoll.
All right. Well, tonight is a very special night because we kick off our Read for a Better Life initiative, and we'll learn more about it, but it's an exciting day tomorrow as we all travel out and are reading in schools, and actually over the next few days, there's only so many hours in the day, we can't get everywhere. So we'll be doing that over the next few days, and this afternoon, I was filled with a lot of joy as I took a moment to stop and go and pull all my books from the shelf that I'll be carrying with me tomorrow, and I'm going to do my very best to remember them when I walk out of here tonight. That's hopefully I will do that. But here tonight to talk a little more about the program and introduce a very special book for us will be Dr. Upshaw and Dr. Lambert.
President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. Reading opens the doors to learning everything about anything. Reading improves a child's knowledge of the world, including people, places, and events. It helps them learn new things and broaden their knowledge in an area of life that piques their interest. The Conroe Independent School District recognizes that the single most important activity to build the knowledge required for their eventual success in reading is reading aloud to children. Reading aloud to children by teachers, parents, and adults builds foundational skills, increases attention span, develops imagination, improves fluency, and models fluent reading, fosters a classroom opportunity of community of readers, introduces new vocabulary, and helps children understand the joy of reading. The Board of Trustees tonight are respectfully requested to consider the adoption of a resolution as part of tonight's consent agenda, which proclaims that the staff of Conroe Independent School District will read for a better life and authorize the district to enlist the support of parents and communities of CISD to read aloud to every student for 30 minutes every day. In the continued celebration of reading, Dr. Jared Lambert, our Director of Information Systems, will take a few moments to introduce our guest speaker.
Good evening. Dr. Upshaw mentioned reading opens the door to learn everything about anything, and Read for a Better Life provides an annual reminder of our work to build a culture of reading in our schools and among our students and community. Librarians are essential to growing our culture of reading. It is one of the true joys of my job that I get to spend time with the many librarians throughout CISD who find book miracles for our students every day. There's one person most responsible for leading, encouraging, and supporting our librarians. That person is Melody Heiser, our coordinator of library services. In a moment, you will see a video of her reading a book. She will share the joy of finding the right book, that favorite book, even when it is a struggle. In addition to the many community members who will read in our schools tomorrow, this video will be shared with our campuses as well. Melody gets to read to you today. She is one voice of many dedicated and professional librarians in this amazing district. Tonight, Melody is the face of Anne and Liz, Andrew and Eddie, Megan and Catherine, Melissa and Michelle, Lori and Debbie, Ashley and Lindsay, and so many, many more. We thank Melody for her leadership in making every day a day where we read for a better life. And now we have the good fortune to share in a wonderful story. Thank you.
Hello, Conroe ISD students and staff. My name is Melody Heiser, and I'm the library coordinator for CISD. Today is one of my most favorite days of the entire year, Read for a Better Life. Read for a Better Life is when we encourage everyone in our community to take at least 30 minutes a day for reading. And today I want to share with you one of my favorite books. The book is called My Very Favorite Book in the Whole Wide World, and it's written by Malcolm Mitchell and illustrated by Michael Robertson. The unique thing about this book is that the author is not just a writer, but is also a former professional football player and Super Bowl champion for the New England Patriots. Although the character in this book is named Henley, this is Malcolm's story. See, as a kid, reading was Malcolm's biggest challenge. It was the thing that scared him most in the world. Fortunately, Malcolm was surrounded by a group of nurturing adults that helped him learn to read, and not only learning to read, but also to believe in himself. I hope you enjoy this book today. My Very Favorite Book in the Whole World by Malcolm Mitchell. Hi, I'm Henley, and this is a story about finding my very favorite book in the whole wide world. But it wasn't as easy as it sounds. Reading can be hard, you know. Once upon a time, everyone thought I hated to read, but that's just not true. In some books, the words are too big, the sentences too long, and there are way too many pages. In other books, the pictures have zero to do with cool things I like or with what's inside of me. I do try, but some books are so giant, if I stood on them, I would turn into a giant. Other books are so boring, I'd rather use them as a pillow. When I'm supposed to be reading homework, I'd rather play football in the backyard. When I'm asked to read the cookbook to help make dinner, I would rather see how many grapes I can fit into my mouth. Once, I took a wagon full of books to the town swimming pool to find out how good they could swim. When I tried to read books about dinosaurs, they made my brain hurt, so I gave the books back to the dinosaurs. I've tried reading books about mountains, pickles, aliens, monsters, cats chasing mice, and mice chasing cats. I even found a book about cats chasing mice up a mountain while aliens eat pickles with monsters. But none of those made reading easier or more fun. But that all changed when Mrs. Joy gave the worst homework assignment ever. Find your very favorite book in the whole wide world and bring it to school tomorrow. It can be a book about anything. Just make sure you love it because you'll be sharing it with the class. The school bell sounded like 100 horns blowing in my ear. Thinking about the yucky homework assignment gave me a super headache and made my hands sweaty. On the way home from school, I stopped by the mighty library, hoping to find any book that could be my very favorite. My friends went into the library ahead of me. When it comes to finding books, I'm not so fast. Inside, there was a nice man sitting behind a jumbo-sized desk. I asked him if he could help me find my very favorite book in the whole wide world. He showed me books about science and adventure and squishy animals. He flipped through the pages of books about flags, farms, and holidays. He'd found plenty of books with twisty big words, sentences as long as my legs, and pictures that tangled the pages. It gave me the heebie-jeebies. When I saw my friends in the middle of the library having fun and reading, I felt more lost than ever. The next place I tried was Mrs. Rackley's bookshop. Maybe she could help me find my favorite book. Mrs. Ragley did what she does best. She brought piles and piles of books. I looked and looked and looked, but I couldn't call any of them my favorite book in the whole wide world. All those pages and all those words made my eyes tired. I realized it was going to take a book miracle to find my very favorite book. I grew a sad face and stomped all the way home. Mama was unloading the dryer, and she could tell I was having a crummy day. I told her all about the worst ever homework assignment. The librarian and Mrs. Rackley tried their best to help me find a book, but it was no use. I'll never find my very favorite book in the whole wide world. With a voice as warm as rolls from an oven, Mama said, "Henley, sometimes the best stories can be found inside ourselves." After a sweet kiss on the forehead, Mama's words lit me up inside. That's when I had a brilliant idea. The next morning, I could hardly wait for my turn to share my very favorite book in the whole wide world. I stood proud as all eyes in the reading circle stared at me. Everyone thinks I hate to read, but that's not true. Yes, some words are too big and some sentences are too long, but that's not my biggest challenge. Before today, I had just found a book I wanted to read. I hadn't found the words or pictures or pages or sentences or subjects that showed me. So, last night, I wrote a book. It's called My Very Favorite Book in the Whole Wide World. It's about a big, fat, bumpy journey to finding the perfect book. My book has words and pictures and pages that show me, and that show you, me. When I started reading my book out loud for everyone to hear, I struggled. But soon my words began to flow. The pictures I drew danced off the pages. Everyone can have a favorite book in the whole wide world, even if they have to write it. When I was done telling my story, all my classmates clapped and cheered. My teacher gave me a gold star on my homework, and that's the truth. I hope you enjoyed this story about Malcolm, and I hope that you take some time today to find your very favorite book in the whole wide world.
All right. Thank you. All right. Very nice. Well, I know everybody will be excited to go to the classrooms tomorrow, and then from there on, I'm sure everybody has been invited and will be going. So I appreciate everybody supporting this as well. So we'll get to the resolution and the consent agenda soon enough. All right, moving on to item 2B, which is Patrons Influencing Education Awards. Back to school support groups.
All right. As we know, it takes our whole community to help our schools be successful. And so we have many groups of people that go above and beyond to help us. And this year we have a few that we would like to recognize with PI Awards. And to make those introductions will be Dr. Winkler.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. Each month is a joy and an honor to celebrate students and teachers for various accomplishments and achievements at our board meetings. But we know that these awards would not be possible without a strong school community. An integral part of this school community are local organizations that support our campuses through their time, efforts, and generous donations. We are honored to recognize 3 exceptional community partners for their outstanding support in helping prepare for the beginning of the new school year by presenting them with the Patrons Influencing Education Award, otherwise known as the PI Award. These organizations have gone above and beyond, dedicating their time, resources, and energy to ensure the students and staff have been set up for success, not only this school year, but they have been there for us year after year. While these 3 are receiving awards today, we also want to extend our heartfelt thanks to all the community members, organizations, churches, and local businesses who lent their support in various ways. Each contribution has made a significant impact, and we're truly grateful for their dedication to our schools. If I could ask our first honoree this evening, Bailey Cowart, to join me at the stadium. And her organization, Be Blessed, is our first honoree this evening. Bailey started her organization, Be Blessed, when she was just 8 years old at Bradley Elementary School. Bailey is now a 9th grader at the Academy at Oak Ridge High School, and her organization is still going strong. Over a dozen elementary campuses reached out to nominate Bailey this evening because her and her family have worked to get students backpacks, school supplies, shoes, and hygiene products to start the school year, but all throughout the year. Bailey has also helped model for her peers the importance of volunteering their time and resources to those in need. Signing up to volunteer with Bailey's organization is an online race to get a volunteer spot, which speaks to her influence in the community. This young lady's organization has its own trailer that can't even hold all the backpacks and supplies that get donated. I'm not sure what you were doing when you were 8 years old or in elementary school, but Bailey was well on her way to changing the world, and she didn't let that flame go out. She kept going, and it just got bigger and bigger. Our CISD students have been set up for success with the supplies provided through this amazing organization. Please help me in congratulating Bailey Cowart and Be Blessed in receiving this evening's first Patron Influencing Education Award.
We need to have mom and dad join because an 8-year-old doesn't start this without amazing parents.
That's
So
right.
we want to make sure to recognize them as well. Oh, Bailey, give me your pie.
Yeah, there goes the Bailey.
Receive a pie. Bailey, that's for you. That's not for Dad. Just keep that in mind.
Our second honoree this evening is the Ark Church, and with us tonight is Outreach Pastor Anthony Rios and his team, Penny Rogers and Zach Bass, and Sherry Howard, who couldn't join us tonight, is an exceptional part of the team, but we also want to recognize her. We also have cheerleaders in the crowd, the executive pastor of the Ark Church, Philip Moore, and the children's pastor, Dr. Ellen Moore. They wanted to give all the praise to these people, but they are cheerleaders in the back. For this award this evening, we had principals reach out to share the outstanding work the volunteers of the Ark Church provided during their Serve Saturday, not only this year, but how their campuses have come to depend on this support each year. This event occurs annually the Saturday before the first day of school. Teachers receive help in their classrooms decorating bulletin boards, cutting laminating, arranging furniture, helping with outside projects, and just making the campus look beautiful for the return for the students. These are the little things that often take the most time for teachers, but make all the difference for the students. This year we had a last-minute ask of the church. We had 4 schools that were being renovated this summer. Hurricane Beryl put us a little bit behind, but our planning and construction team came through, but our teachers had a little delay in getting into their classrooms. So at the 11th hour, we made a call to the Ark Church and asked if these campuses could be added to the list for volunteer support. Without question, the outreach team jumped into gear. Well, without our question, they might have questioned it. But they brought 30 volunteers to each of these additional campuses, and they came and helped reshelve the entire catalog of library books that were boxed up during construction and took care of miscellaneous items around the school so that the campus had a few less things on their to-do list as they were getting ready for the school year. You could literally hear the sigh of relief from the principals, librarians, and teachers after they left. Their volunteers made all the difference during one of the most stressful times of the year. Additionally, the church loaded up 288 backpacks that the congregation collected and gave them to Dr. Taylor and her guidance team to distribute to students, and they went mainly to our foster and homeless students who came to register and didn't have these supplies on hand. It also left them with enough backpacks to distribute throughout this school year as students enroll with us with this need. This tradition of Serve Saturday has become a celebration for our campuses and appreciated beyond words by our teachers and our principals. And while it doesn't occur at the beginning of the year, Dr. Povich wanted to note that we wouldn't want to miss the opportunity to thank the Ark Church for graciously hosting graduation for Washington High School each year. This event continues to grow, and they have never charged the district or asked for any supplies to run this event. They truly make it a beautiful day for our graduates and their families. A huge thank you to the Ark Church and for supporting all of our efforts in Conroe ISD. Please help me in congratulating the Ark Church as a recipient for our Patriots Influencing Education Award. Which is funny because the Ark brings us pies at Christmas usually. And our last honoree, but definitely not least, is the Buckaloo family and Buckaloo Chevrolet. Joining us from the Buckaloo family are Miss Elaine Buckaloo, Denny Buckaloo and his wife Melanie, Debbie Campbell and Deanne Alger, and Lacey Spikes. The Buckaloo name has been a staple in Conroe for longer than probably anyone in this room can remember. Mr. Don Buckaloo, the patriarch of the family, was the former president of our Conroe ISD Board of Trustees for a number of years and was a fierce advocate for our public schools, which is why it was fitting that we named one of our schools after him. His legacy lives on with the Buckaloo family, who have continued this long-time support for our Conroe schools. Principals ask that we honor the Buckaloo family for their various contributions to the beginning of the school year preparations, which included providing shirts for the entire Conroe feeder zone, which encompasses 20 schools, as well as providing numerous other campus sponsorships with their individual campus shirts. They are proud sponsors of the Tiger Band, Tiger Hoops, and Conroe Tiger Football. But their generosity does not exclusively extend to the Conroe feeder, but the entire school district. including provided 10 schools within the College Park feeder zone a staff breakfast during their pep rally, along with countless other faculty lunches, providing incentives for students for their outstanding attendance and student awards for academic performance. Along with all of that, and I'm sure I've missed something, but along with all of that, they are generous with their time that their family and employees give to mentor students in Conroe ISD and participate in our Watchdog program that Mr. Williams just referenced. So in a nutshell, our schools know they can depend on the Buckaloo family and Buckaloo Chevrolet to support their needs, even when it seems like a monumental ask. Most of all, principals noted that the Buckaloo family understands the importance of strong schools in our community and appreciates their unwavering support with just their presence within our schools. Mr. Don Buckaloo was once quoted as saying, "I have always believed in and have spent my life encouraging my family and employees to believe in supporting those who support us and treating people right. I want to be a part of every good thing that occurs in the city and county." I think it is safe to say that he accomplished that goal, and his family continues that legacy, in part by their support of the great things happening in Conroe ISD. Please help me in congratulating the Buckaloo family and Buckaloo Chevrolet for the Patron's Influence Education Award.
I think I remember that.
He's substitute out at Caney Creek, so every time he comes up here and makes all these accusations, he's never pointed out anything.
Patrons, influence, and education. Guys, CISD, kids, the school system in general, we cannot be successful without phenomenal community partners like yourselves. Bailey, appreciate you setting the example for your peers and for adults like myself and community members at large at such a young age. That was very impressive. Like I said, at your age, I don't want to talk about it. Pastor Anthony, I appreciate everything you guys do. The contributions you make to this district, countless, and we continue to be blessed by you guys, so thank you for your time, your talents, your treasures that you donate to our community selflessly. We really appreciate it. Can't say that. The Buckaloos, Danny, and Don's wife, your mom, Elaine, really appreciate all that you've done for us. Just your name says it all. Donnie as well. Just congratulations on being the best patron that CISD could ask for over the years, the countless years, far back beyond when I showed up here over 20 some odd years ago. You guys have set the example and continue to do that. So really appreciate all that you do for the district and continue to do for our great district. But again, the patrons' influence in education goes beyond that. It just goes to show what it takes to be a successful school district, goes beyond these walls, goes beyond our schools, our campuses. It's the community at large in collaboration with the school district that makes us successful. So on behalf of the board, the superintendent, thank you for everything, guys. Really appreciate it.
Bailey, you're first, Bailey. Bailey, move out. It's all gonna work out. It's gonna be beautiful. Bailey gets to go first. All right. It's an honor. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you for all your work.
I will tell you. Doing great. I will.
Your bracelet. That is so funny. I was trying to swipe it from you. What a legacy.
Oh, absolutely. Appreciate you all. I would see your dad at the Conroe High School basketball game. Yeah, he just stood up there and watched the game. He had a spot, didn't you? Yeah, he did. Thank you.
Hey, Buckaloo family, if just before you leave, if I could just say a couple words to y'all. As the resident Conroe guy, former Conroe High School principal up here, I want to just take a minute to say what a blessing your whole family is to us. When I first became a principal in Conroe at Pete Junior High, the very first person that reached out to me was Mr. Buckaloo. And in every conversation I ever had with Mr. Buckaloo, it was whatever you need, all you have to do is tell me, which was the kindest thing that he could have ever done. Was also pressure, because one thing I knew is that he would never tell me no, and he never did. But I so respected him that I was always as careful as I could be about any ask, because I knew that he would never say no. And that spirit and that grace that he had to take care and want to be a part of the community and be a part of all things that are great in the community was something that really inspired me as a member of this community and just as a person. And that was really powerful. But I'm going to tell you, and Dr. Winkler said this, but beyond all those things, the greatest inspiration that he ever was to me was as a father. Because I saw that he instilled all of those wonderful things in his children. And so when I watched him, all I could ever really think about was, how can I be a father that can raise the next generation to be as wonderful as all of you are? And I just want you to know the difference that you have made in the lives of our community, the school district, but the individual people here as well. So we thank you guys. Just
President Huber, if I could just add a few words too. As a Buckaloo Bear parent, namesakes matter. School namesakes matter. And Don Buckaloo was a great man, and the kindness and generosity and support that the family carries on does his legacy justice. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Anyone else? Okay, very good. Thank you. Absolutely. We can give them one more round. Everybody. That's awesome. All right. You bet. Okay, moving on to item 2C, which is Forbes America's Best In-State Employers 2024.
All right. To update us on some exciting recent awards for the district, Dr. Blakelock.
Good evening, President Huber, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. I'm excited to be here with you tonight to give you some additional information about some awards you may have heard we got over the past month or so. The first is the Forbes Best In-State Employers Award, and this is something that we've been so proud to earn over the past 2 years, and we once again have been named a Best In-State Employer. The notable thing about this year is last year we were 64 on the list, and this year we came in at 13.
Hey.
So that is such a tremendous accomplishment and something that we don't take lightly. We know that it's due to the hard work of so many, just as this next award is. We were also named, I have to get the words in the right order, we were on Forbes 2024 list of America's Best Employers for Women. And as an employer of so many women, this means a lot for us in that women feel valued and heard. And I think I want to share a couple of quotes from two of our leaders that we interviewed for a press release we did recently. CEO Karen Garza expressed her enthusiasm about this award, and she said, "I love being a part of an organization that values the contribution that women have in the workplace. CISD is a culture where women are valued at all levels and is committed to ensuring everyone has an opportunity to grow professionally if they choose." And I just think that's so powerful for us. Dr. Upshaw also shared how powerful it is to be in an organization where we grow our own people and we support one another as working mothers and with different professional growth opportunities. And she shared about her pride and what a blessing it is to be a part of this organization. And we are so proud to have been ranked 62nd on this list out of the top 600 in America. And so with that, I would just like to thank you, the board, for your leadership. I would like to thank everyone in this room because we're a great employer, because we have a great community, we have great employees and families that come here for us. And I just wanted to offer up those additional details for celebration. So thank you.
And I'd love if we could take a group picture of all of us with
Yes.
this. I think that would be great. So
I agree.
y'all could clap for it. That's appropriate probably, but
All right, ready? Very nice. Thank you.
no, Mr. Williams, you do not get a pie. I'm
No
sorry.
pie. No pie. Well, you certainly don't get to be America's best in-state employer, America's best employer for women, without fantastic leadership as well. So I'd like to move on to item E. And Dr. Noel, you're just going to have to sit through this for a minute, because our next item is Houston Business Journal's Most Admired CEO Award, Dr. Curtis Noel, our superintendent.
So fun. I know. He just has to sit there.
Yeah, they're going to enjoy this a little too much.
Oh
I'm
no.
afraid.
Let's speak slowly, smile. All right, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. Tonight I'm honored to be able to stand before you with our district leadership to help celebrate our very own superintendent for being named one of Houston Business Journal's most admired CEOs. The remarks I have to share with you tonight are the thoughts and feelings shared with me by the leaders joined with me this evening. Dr. Knoll is not just a leader, he exemplifies devotion, fairness, and an unwavering commitment to the students and employees of Conroe ISD. His leadership is defined not just by the decisions he makes, but by the way he makes us feel valued and respected every single day. Dr. Knoll's dedication is evident in every single interaction he has. His approach to leadership goes beyond mere responsibility. It's about nurturing a positive and productive environment where everyone feels heard and appreciated. Whether you're a student facing a challenge or an employee with a concern, Dr. Knoll is always ready to listen, offer his time, making each person he engages with feel like the most important individual of the day. Dr. Knoll's care extends far beyond his official duties. His love for others is not part of his job description. It's at the core of who he is. His actions consistently remind us that while our work is important, it's the humanity in each of us that truly matters. Dr. Knoll's ability to persevere through adversity while staying focused on our shared goals, serving and supporting one another, demonstrates his intelligence, dedication, and solution-oriented mindset. Today, let us celebrate not only the exceptional leader that Dr. Knoll is, but also the incredible person he remains. His example teaches us that leadership is not just about making decisions, it's about making a difference in the lives we serve. Dr. Knoll, we are deeply grateful for your unwavering commitment, your boundless compassion, and the genuine humanity you bring to everything you do. Thank you.
take a picture.
I get a little bit of time too here, so. Yeah, you're gonna have to stand through this as well, because I think this is a big deal. I think it's right to recognize you for the accomplishments. Because like I said, we just have those other awards that don't happen without the leadership. So I wanted to point out a couple of other things that we have received. Now, Mr. Williams and I were fortunate enough to be on the board at the time when we hired you. I think we had pretty good taste. We hit the nail on the head on that one.
We're good at what we do.
We're good at what we do. And right after we hired him, we asked you to come forward with a bond, the largest at its time. And then after that, to follow that up with this little thing called COVID and teach from home. And we started full-day pre-K from home. And that was very, very challenging. But through that, we have received the 2024 Niche Best Schools in Montgomery County, Best School District and Most Diverse School District, Best District for Teachers and Best District for Athletes, 2024 Texas Association of School Business Awards, Official Awards of Excellence in Financial Management, 2024 Texas Association of School Business Officials Purchasing Awards Merit, 2024 Financial Integrity Ratings of Systems, Texas Superior Achievement. By the way, as far as transparency, not one, not two, not three, but we just received our 4th transparency star, the only district in Texas that has received that 4th star under your leadership. So, on behalf of the board, we want to say thank you for your leadership. Thank you for taking this ship and continuing to go forward and getting all these accolades and doing it with a humble servant heart. Thank you so much, Dr. Noel. I forgot the award.
Oh, that's hefty.
That's nice.
We'll do both. Hey, we'll do both. Yeah, let's do cabinet and we'll do the board as well. Jamie, how did you get the short straw here? Seems like the smartest person on there. Let the board join us here. Let's do the board in here. Hang on, hold on, Jamie, one more. Y'all stay here. The board's gonna join us. Board. Come on. Balance this out here.
Nice job. We love you, Doc.
I guess you don't get a pie. No pie for you either.
No pie for me either, I guess. That's all right. No. Thank you all. I appreciate the kind words, and we have an amazing team. That's it's from the team of 8, our leadership team, through our all 10,000 of our employees, and then the families associated with our children. It's just it's an amazing place to be. So I'm privileged to have this opportunity every day. So I thank you.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
We love you, man.
All right. Okay. Moving on to item 3, which is our citizen participation, and I know we have some people signed up tonight. So during this portion of the meeting, patrons who have signed up in advance may address the board in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551, and Board Policy BED. For comments regarding an issue on tonight's posted agenda, the board will defer its discussion of the issue until the item is reached on the agenda. For comments related to an issue that is not on the board's posted agenda, the board cannot deliberate or make a decision related to that issue. We ask that speakers address their comments to the board and not to the audience. If any speaker's comments are regarding a complaint, the board directs you to its policies regarding complaints, which can be found on the district's website. Please be aware that if your purpose in addressing the board is to seek a remedy for your complaint, the board cannot discuss or respond to your concern until you have met the requirements of the appropriate district policy. Each speaker will be given 2.5 minutes to present their comments to the board. Screens around the room will display the speaker's time. When the countdown timer reaches 0, the next speaker will be called. So, Ms. Godfrey, will you please call our first speaker?
Charles Venezia.
Thank y'all for having me here.
Yes, sir.
My heart goes out to this generation and future generations. That is why I am before you today. I believe it should be our responsibility to teach students in the way they should go, so they are educated on how to prosper in their work life and their relationships with others. We educate them so they may have jobs to support their family. Learning and applying how to relate to others is crucial for a good job performance. Unfortunately, evidence in our society proves most parents are not teaching good, loving morals to their children, and it has a negative impact on others in our society. This is a vicious cycle in this generation and the next generation if we do not strive to implement a solution. I suggest students have a homework assignment to share with their family what they learn in regards to good, loving morals. Hopefully, their parents and other family members will learn and apply in their lives what they learn from students. We need to strive to make this generation and future generations better so they will be in a better position to prosper. We need love in our world to promote peace and unity, to decrease hate, divorce, poor relationships, and criminal behavior. A good feeling of emotional love comes from others who take action in what they do and what they don't do to others. Us humans all desire to have unfailing love. Whereas this is the truth, why would we not teach students how to love? The mindset of students is determined by the words that are consistently fed to them. Hopefully, we will keep feeding them truthful, loving words. Students need to be taught wisdom. What good is it if I am the best educated student in the world, however, I bully other students because I never learned to be humble and pridefully and selfishly think I am better than others. Through my actions, I don't show love towards the students sitting around me, and it will have a negative impact on me and them. A coworker offends me, and I take revenge on that person instead of being merciful and forgiving.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Mary Ann Horton.
President Hubert, members of the board, Dr. Knoll. In the last few years, many teachers and students have left our district due to an ongoing discipline crisis. In many cases, students are not being held accountable for their actions, which is dangerous for their teachers and fellow students. This problem is not limited to Conroe ISD, but has been occurring throughout the state. So in regard to item 8C, I would like to request that the board make state discipline code reform a legislative priority for the next session. Last year, at the request of Trustee Odenwiller, former Deputy Superintendent Dr. Hines gave a discipline presentation which referenced Chapter 37 of the State Education Code. He said schools are often limited in how they can discipline students because of restrictions regarding a student's race, homelessness status, or special education plan. He added districts are financially punished when the percentages of referrals and consequences are unequal in these subpopulations to the general population. This sends mixed signals to our students. One student can be severely punished on the first offense, while another gets away with repeated misbehavior and limited or no consequences. Students and their parents need to know the expectations and to be held accountable. The upcoming legislative session is time to do something about it. I would like to encourage the Conroe ISD School Board to join other school districts who are advocating for discipline code reform. I have spoken with the superintendent of Wiley ISD outside of Dallas, who, along with the superintendent of Richardson ISD, has founded a coalition with the goal of more local control and parental involvement. I am sending this contact information to each of you and hope you will reach out. I am asking the board to work on reform at the district and state levels in order to help keep our kids and our teachers safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Remigio.
President Hubert, distinguished members, Dr. Knoll, congratulations on all your awards, especially you, Dr. Knoll. I come today talking about banning books in Conroe ISD. Frederick Douglass once said, once you learn to read, you'll be forever free. How can we speak of freedom if we deny students the very books that liberate their minds and open them to new perspectives? The absurdity of banning books lies in its contradiction. We speak of freedom and democracy, yet censor the voices that challenge us to think critically and question authority. Gabriel Garcia Marquez wrote, "What matters in life is not what happens to you, but what you remember and how you remember it." By banning books, we are attempting to control not only what students learn, but how they remember the world. We deny them the chance to explore diverse perspectives and stifle their ability to form their own understanding of life's complexities. Robert Frost famously wrote, "I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference." But in banning books, we deny students the chance to explore these less traveled paths. We tell them to follow the safe and familiar route, rather than encouraging them to venture into the unknown, where true learning and growth happen. George Orwell, who warned us all of the perils of censorship in 1984, wrote, "If liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they do not want to hear." By banning books, we strip away that liberty, by replacing it with the illusion of protection, a false comfort that comes at the cost of intellectual freedom. It is not the content of these books that poses the real threat, but the fear of the ideas they contain. Books are more than stories. They are the seeds of creativity, the catalyst of ideation, and the foundation of innovation. Through books, we imagine new worlds, challenge old systems, and inspire change. Today's students are the future thinkers, inventors, and creators whose ideas will shape the world to come. To ban books is to deny them the opportunity to engage with ideas that, though uncomfortable, are essential to their growth. Banning books does not protect our children. It limits them. It stifles their imagination, hinders their capacity for critical thinking, and weakens their ability to innovate. Progress comes from confronting the uncomfortable, challenging norms, and questioning the world as it is in order to build the world as it could be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Alex Hunt.
CISD has been named as the best school district, most diverse school district, and best place to teach. The Woodlands High School is nationally recognized by admissions officers and acknowledged to be one of the best high schools in Texas. Yet you have all failed. Every administrator, every board member, our superintendent, you have all failed. In my 8th grade pre-algebra class, I met one of my long-term best friends, Abril. We bonded over the fact that we were in stupid people math because we weren't in pre-algebra in 8th grade. We became best friends. She did my makeup for the first time and was the reason I began to act feminine. She is the biggest, most lively laugh and smile, and even after 4 years of us being friends, we always had something to talk about. Whether that's because we really are just that interesting or we love to talk, I don't really know. Throughout 10th and 11th grade, I was competing with TBHS debate team, getting straight A's, and connecting with TBHS staff, who I love. Throughout 10th and 11th grade, Abril was hospitalized several times, missing copious amounts of school and failing classes. Every time we had a back-to-school season, she told me how the mere thought of it was stressful, how flailing throughout the school year was the #1 thing that caused her ideation. People treated her hospitalization as a long vacation that should have fixed her, treated her falling behind as an indicator she wasn't trying hard enough. And at a certain point, she did stop trying because it was getting her nowhere. There was no grace and no breaks within your schools. Our community places a great deal of emphasis on academic success, upholds it as a cornerstone of a person's value. Falling behind meant she was dumb. She constantly felt like a failure. Abril took her life on the 16th of August, after the 2nd day of our senior year. A month and 1 day has elapsed since then today. 20% of teens consider suicide, 13% go through with it. 1 in 5 Americans are or know a person who struggles with their mental health, and still we do not do anything about it. We refuse to take proactive measures. We refuse to create programs or different ways of schooling for those who are struggling, and you refuse to help ensure that you do not give up on the students who give up on themselves. When COVID first broke out, we went online. We changed the way we did school entirely. In Texas, COVID killed 23,088,373 people. Each year, mental health kills 8 million, which means since COVID started, 40 million Americans have died. Yet we do not provide any programs. We do not roll anything out. The longer you allow this epidemic to kill your children, the more people will infect. I will never be the same since knowing Abril and knowing what I lost. None of you will ever understand her as more than an anecdote, but I will for the rest of my life live with it. The CDC and other mental health organizations recommend focusing on restorative practices rather than punitive measures for late classwork and missed hours for diagnosed mentally ill students, and making mental illness more strictly 504 regulated. When discussing item 8A on your agenda, this should be where you start. I'm extremely grateful for the opportunities that CISD and the Woodlands High School has provided me to be somebody, but stop giving up on those who you don't. We are more than an anecdote.
Thank you.
Michelle Knuckles.
Last month, Trustee Patron Williams claimed most books removed for mature themes in CISD were Black authors, written by Black authors. However, the district's legal counsel, I believe, clarified that only 8% of these books were by Black authors. I encountered numerous books across all age groups promoting the belief that all white people are inherently racist, and if you disagree, then that's because you're racist, obviously. Books such as White Fragility by Robin DiAngelo and Stamped by Ibram X. Kendi remain in CISD libraries. On the other hand, conservative Black authors are excluded, not due to complaints or policies, but because their works were never included in the school collections in the first place. For instance, all books by Dr. Carol Swain and Dr. Thomas Sowell, both prominent conservative scholars, are absent from Conroe ISD libraries. I checked for 6 additional best-selling conservative authors, and they all appear to be banned. Do children not have the right to read these accomplished, highly educated, conservative Black authors? Aside from a few books that I found by Ben Carson and Condoleezza Rice, conservative Black voices are significantly underrepresented. While over 50 books in just one library explore themes of privilege and systemic oppression, it does appear that the books not included in collections are often in direct conflict with this belief. In response, I would like to donate Blackout by Candace Owens for review by the library administration for placement, which I understand would be necessary. Lastly, I would like to bring your attention to the list of 40 gender fluid books available for children under the age of 12 in Conroe ISD, which can be found on my Substack called Two Moms and Some Books. Many of these titles are in elementary schools. Thank you.
Sumya Paruchuri.
The stress schools impose on students is well documented, along with the rising rates of mental illness among adolescents. Despite this, students receive functionally no support in schools. Counselors are overburdened, and instead, "Are you okay?" posters are hung in the hallways. I obviously can't speak for everyone, but whenever I've struggled with mental health, those papers never made me feel any different. My sophomore year, I was institutionalized for 2 weeks due to my mental health. Upon my return, I was expected to get right back into school. We had been in the middle of reading A Tale of Two Cities prior to my institutionalization, and I was expected to take the unit test the same day as everyone else, and naturally did not do great. This is the product of a system that prioritizes grades over students. Students are constantly forced to either choose their well-being or grades, and because of the social environment, we often choose our grades. I shouldn't have to choose anything over my well-being, but rarely do we feel like we have a choice. CISD is not an exception to the rising rates of depression in high school students. In fact, Conroe ISD high schools often have higher rates of depression compared to others across the state and country. There's a lack of 1, accessible resources, and 2, beneficial resources. While I don't blame school counselors, they're often overburdened with so many various tasks for so many students, spreading their capabilities thin and minimizing any impact they could have. But also, they're oftentimes not capable of adequately helping students in need. Counselors seem scared to approach the topic of suicide, so why should students? A lack of sufficient training means students face the brunt of the impact. We're the ones who are neglected and have to face the consequences. Even when students do reach out for support, oftentimes they aren't provided with what they need. When I was going through the process of getting a 504 plan for my depression and anxiety, everyone warned me not to expect much, if anything at all, from the school. When I had my 504 meeting last year, I was blamed the entire time for causing the problems I was struggling with. I was told that if I just showed up to class and did my work, I wouldn't struggle with my grades, as if the whole reason I wasn't able to was because of my mental illness. Ultimately, the only accommodations I received were that I would have preferential seating at the front of the class and could receive a copy of the notes if there was demonstrated effort to take them, none of which were requested in the letter my psychiatrist had written to the school. This experience is not unique either. A friend of mine who also has a 504 plan said that he didn't agree to go through with the meeting this year to revisit the plan since it was already unhelpful and nothing was bound to change and he would just graduate by the end of the year anyways. While we laugh and joke about it, it's a serious problem the students are forced to struggle with due to an administration's lack of effort to meet students where they need help. Absent an active effort to help students actually succeed beyond just school grades, we will continue to suffer. Instead of counselors having a catch-all kind of job, invest in hiring a mental health professional to work with students at school, whether that means simply talking things through with them or providing teachers with resources to support students they see struggling. While I'm not exactly sure what the best response to the mental health crisis is, I can say for sure that's not the way that CISD is handling it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lorraine Rice.
Good evening, President Hubert, School Board Trustees, Dr. Knoll. We are nearing election time, and among the offices to be elected is School Board Trustees. Many have expressed that sadness at the lack of everyone getting along on the school board, but I've been in planning meetings where language arts teachers got in bigger arguments about questions for assessments. Sometimes parents and families also don't see eye to eye on important issues. Emotions are evidence that these things are important, that they have consequences. Each person must stand for what they think is right. A few years ago, the 3 new school board members were voted in overwhelmingly because of growing concerns in public education, not just in CISD but across the nation. Many have seen the video clips, heard of the progressive agendas being pushed, DEI, sexually explicit books, and transgender ideologies. Not in every classroom, not in every school, or even every library, but even one is too many. I think of where we would be if these things were not brought to light, and if these new school board members were not chosen to lead, and if we did not begin the noble work of standing for what is right. There are many who have given up on public education, but that's not those of us in this room. When disagreements arise, good families and good school districts have to work to seek what is best for the students. This can be messy, but the alternative is to give up, to surrender to what is not best. The scripture from the book of Romans, chapter 12, has some wisdom that can be applied here. If our gift is to lead, do it diligently. Love must be sincere. Hate what is evil and cling to what is good. And many of us have heard from our own parents, what is right is not always popular, and what is often popular is not always right. There's more work to be done, and I think more changes to be done on the school board, but thanks to all who continue this fight. Thank you, and congratulations to you, Dr. Knoll. I didn't think I was going to have time.
Thank you.
Rihanna Moeller. Marie Bulfinch.
Members of the board, after reviewing several intermediate school catalogs in Conroe ISD, I found numerous books that lean heavily into far left ideologies. For example, Making Trouble, Standing Up, Speaking Out, and Finding the Courage to Lead by Cecile Richards, the former Planned Parenthood president and lifelong activist, presents a kid-friendly adaptation of her best-selling memoir. Another example, We Rise, We Resist, We Raise Our Voices, is a collection of works that are basically a political rant. One quote, A crazy group of kids wore Make America Great hats just to taunt us. Kids are taught to resist the duly elected president. Another example, a young reader's edition of The Truths We Hold by Kamala Harris. Another example, this is Our Rainbow, 16 Stories of Her, Him, Them, and Us by Catherine Locke. Another example, Woke, a young poet's call to social justice, written by various authors. Another example, You Don't Know Everything, Jilly P, by Alex Gino, a book about privilege which can be found in elementary schools. Another example, White Privilege by Blake Moore. While books of critical conservative leaders are readily available, I struggled to find material that balances this narrative. This lack of diversity of thought creates an echo chamber that does not represent all viewpoints. To address this, I have purchased a set of the Tuttle Twin books, which are all spread out, which teach children about the principles of freedom, entrepreneurship, and personal responsibility. These books take classic ideas and present them in an engaging way for young readers. I believe Conroe ISD students have the right to read books that present diverse perspectives, including conservative ideas on economics and personal freedom. Therefore, on behalf of my family business, Diamond Systems, I would like to donate these books for your library administrators to review for placement.
Thank you.
Brenda Cooper.
I'm not quite as tall. Okay. So my interest in the school board meetings began after I served on a level 2 committee for book review for the book Lily and Duncan. We worked with Ms. Heiser. She led us through that process. And when I found out that our decision was being appealed, I came to the board meeting because I knew that there must be a mistake if that delightful book was in danger of being removed. But as you know, when I got here, I realized that that was not a mistake. That's how your policy was designed, to censor books. To censor books that a small faction of the community disagree with. I was shocked and offended to realize that the work of myself and my fellow volunteers was being disregarded. And that's when I decided to keep attending meetings. If you don't trust your teachers, librarians, and volunteers, I can't trust you. As you discuss your agenda items, I ask that you keep those people in mind and ask yourself, how does this decision show respect to teachers? How does this decision uphold our motto of all means all? And I would just like to remind all of you that your meetings are being recorded and they're available on YouTube. And for everyone listening, if you ever hear a quote by a trustee that sounds fishy, you can go back on YouTube and look it up. When you hear that someone said 8%, blah, 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 it's on YouTube. You can go find that out. You can fact check it yourself.
Thank you.
Carolyn Nini.
First of all, Dr. Knoll, congratulations. That is quite a honor, isn't it? Yeah. Just wanted to say that before I get started. Month after month, we come before the school board voicing our displeasure with what is occurring in the schools, and we seem to be ignored. This school board is actively participating in the cult of gender dysphoria. Currently, there are 40 gender-fluid children's books in Conroe ISD libraries. You have stripped these students of their identity by the lies that are being told to them. There is chaos and confusion among the kids, which is resulting in violence. The safety and security of the students, as well as the teachers, is a joke. Without real consequences for bad behavior, the behavior will not stop and will only escalate. There have been reports of students and teachers requiring medical attention for their injuries. There has been reports of students and teachers, excuse me, I read that already. I am praying to God Almighty will break up this band of 4 incumbent trustees, and they will be replaced with patriots who love children and are concerned about their welfare and their education. This woke agenda is to teach kids to hate America and each other. Racism, sexism, and gender identity is their motto. You give parents a false sense of security that their children are receiving a quality education. However, it has been reported multiple times that the statistics say otherwise. The kids are graduating from high school unable to read, write, and perform mathematical equations. It is time that the veil of deception be lifted and we elect 4 new school board trustees to Conroe ISD. Our children will be better for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony LaBelle.
Another mic adjustment.
I'm going to speak out of my tummy here.
There you go.
Ugh. Okay, well, I can see how there just seems to be different things, and congratulations before we go too far. And there is good things about CISD. So I know sometimes I come up here and get kind of disparaging, but there are good things. But I was going to talk about, I thought we were talking about books today, and yes, absolutely, reading is essential to, and you can't do anything else if you can't read. But what kind of stuff are we giving the kids to read? Just like that last lady just mentioned about all this gender bender garbage that you're putting out there, destroying youth lives. That needs to go. If they want to destroy their lives when they're an adult, they can do that. But here they need adults to guide them through this. They're going through puberty, which I don't know if y'all remember. It was been a long time ago for me. All kinds of stupid goes through your head. You need adults to keep you straight. And I was not like today. I never had this garbage going through my head, but I may have done some weird things. But anyway, I wanted to bring this book to your attention. This is, I consider, a very good book. My kids have aged out of it, but it's Rush Revere and the First Patriots. It's a kid book, probably intermediate level, something like that, where they go back in time and they are with the starting of our country here. And it is good showing them what happened, why it happened, and all that kind of stuff. And it's at their level of probably, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grader, like that. And I'd like to donate that here. I don't know what the process is for that, but whatever. But yeah, as far as all this gender bender crap that is in our libraries, in our schools, that needs to go. That is. I've heard people say, "Oh, we spend too much time on that." Well, I will spend time on that every time until it's taken care of, because we don't need to put garbage in these youth's heads. We need to straighten them out. Some of them have mental problems because of this. That needs to be addressed, not affirming them, cutting genitalia off and whatever else that they try to do. That needs to go away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tina Orball.
Hi.
Howdy.
Well, we can take a look at our society. I mean, and a lot of it has to do with the schools also and parents. We all are in it together, and we need to know, we need to help these kids. And I've got some ideas. I mean, we have suicide, we have abortion, we have sex education, we have sex education for 5-year-olds, we have drug addiction, we have alcoholism, we have anxiety and depression and racism and language. And what's happening is when there's no consequences also for kids, there is violence. And then the violence is going to keep going and going and going because there's no consequences. And so as far as the schools, I say put God back into our schools. I know that's kind of hard to do, but that is what we need to do. Say no to the CRT books, no matter how much money you are given to have those in your schools. And I don't have any idea if that's the case, but I have no idea why. I mean, and why fight for it? I don't understand that. That is just so against everything we believe in. We need good teachers that we trust. Parents don't trust teachers because of what's being taught right now. It's not being reading, writing, and arithmetic back almost 40 years ago, 50 years ago, something like that. Too many good teachers are quitting. We need to get the good teachers back and the teachers that aren't good out. And they're quitting. Why are they quitting? They're quitting because they can't teach the material you want them to teach, or they are the violence that are in the school. They don't feel safe. Those are two things that, why I would quit. And the money, the money's not there, but the money's not number one. Money should be there, but it's not number one, because when you go into teaching, it's here. It's in your soul. And we all know how important that is. But if you do any of this, you will find that suicide will go down, abortions will be less, only because you're not programming these kids. These kids are being programmed from such a young age to trans. We never even heard of it. And the increase of operations is 606,000 times what it was back even in the 60s and 70s. So we're grooming them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keith Oliver.
Good evening. It's Keith Olivier.
Sorry.
That's all right. It happens all the time. I'm an ordained minister, and I have a doctorate in ministry. I have an honorary doctorate of divinity and chaplaincy. And I'm here to talk about the SB 763. I think a lot of times people have misunderstood what it is. A lot of times they say, well, they're all Christians, which I am. And they say that there's a belief that they will proselytize or they will convert. That's not true. I personally know that there are Mormons, Muslims, Jehovah's Witness, Native American chaplains. I've worked with them. I have been going on 25 years this December as a law enforcement chaplain, currently with Montgomery County Sheriff's, United States Secret Service, and ICE, which is an honor. But more importantly, that the understanding that proselytizing is something that is just not tolerated in chaplaincy. If I was to chaplain my belief system when I was with the law enforcement agency, I wouldn't be here today. They would kick me out after 25 years. No one would tolerate working with law enforcement, whether it be sheriffs, the police, or any federal agencies, that I would have no history in doing that, and I think that that's the misunderstanding. The other thing is I was, for nearly 10 years, a federal deportation chaplain under the Bureau of Prisons, and I had 14 religions, 10 that I had concurrently that I did with them. And on those, I had the ability to learn each and every religion of the world. They were advocated by me. I got all the information, the literature, the products. I went with them, I sat with them, I talked with them, and let them know that this is what the federal prison requires your religion to be. I've also taught and trained other religious clergy the policies of what the federal government allows you to and to not say, and the consequences that you will be imprisoned if you do things that is against the policy of the federal government. So I think SB 763 is something that should be understood. I'm not trying to get a job here, but I want people to understand that chaplaincy is more than what people think there is. And I think it's important that schools have them, and that someone is highly educated and highly aware. I say that humbly, because I'm an old man, I've done this a long time, that they should have chaplaincy in schools, and it's important that people have that opportunity to be addressed when they're asked. Thank you. God bless you. Have a great night. Congratulations, Dr. Null.
Thank you, sir.
I'll just recall the one.
Please do.
Rayana Moeller.
All right. Very good. Thank you for those that participated, and a special thank you to all of those who donated books tonight. It was very kind of y'all. Thank you.
President Hubert, could we advise them on what to do with those books? I think there was some question.
Yeah, Dr. Knoll, if you want to address
I don't
good
know
point.
if Ms. Heiser's still here. If she's not, we can give them to. Yeah, she is. So there you go. There's
you
your
go.
there's your
Right
drop off point right there.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Okay, moving on to item 4, which is our consent agenda. I haven't heard from anybody to pull anything, so I'd entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve as is.
Okay, have a motion?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Thank you. All right.
2 minutes. Can we have just a brief break?
A brief break.
Yes.
Yes, we can have this probably be a
Thank
good
you.
time. All right, let's go into recess. The time is 7:21. All right. Thank you for that. We are back in session. The time is 7:31. Moving on to administration, which is number 5A, receive the 2023-2024 Shack Health Advisory Council Annual Report.
All right,
This is,
Dr. Medford will present the next 3 items for us this
Okay.
evening.
So we can roll into A, B, and C?
Yes.
Okay.
President Huber, members of the board, Dr. Knoll, like I said, I have the next 3 items for you guys. The first item is for you just to receive the 2023-2024 School Health Advisory Council Annual Report. It was included for you in your board book. A special thanks to all of the parents and staff for all their hard work this year. They should be commended for all the work that they've accomplished. They really put forth a lot of effort. We appreciate all the time that they dedicated to this. I know we have several in the audience, so thank you. A special thank you, Dr. Upshaw and Dr. Merle, who split this year as co-chairs, and then obviously Dr. Spear, who put a lot of time in the last 2 years serving as our co-chair. She couldn't be here this evening, but want to make sure that we thank her for all of her hard work.
May we
So-
recognize those that are here that are
Absolutely.
that are
If you
the
served
Shack?
on the Shack this past year, if you'll stand.
Anyone? There. All
I
right.
thought I saw Mary Ann. Was Mary Ann? Maybe she left. Okay, she was here, so I saw. Oh, thank you. I'm sure plenty are watching. They were
Yes, absolutely.
All right. All right, next item. A roster of the appointments were included in your board book for your review. Oh,
Before you do, did
I'm
anybody
sorry,
have
yes.
any questions
Oh,
about?
I apologize.
That's okay. Did anybody have any questions or thoughts or concerns about the report that we received?
Are we not reading it for the meeting, or just present?
I think it was
just-
presented,
Okay,
and if
that's
you
fine.
had.
I just,
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. If you,
there's usually been a review of it, so that's why I was confused by that.
no problem.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. Go ahead.
sorry, got ahead of myself.
That's all right.
Too much clapping and,
We'll move to,
You know how we go.
we'll move to item B, which is consider the, and approve the 2024-25 membership of Student Health Advisory Council.
Thank you. All right, a roster of appointments were included for you in your board book for review. At this time, I request your approval of the 2024-2025 Shack membership.
Can I make a request?
Yes.
Because I did have really late applicant, and I believe she completed the application overnight, last night maybe. Because there was a blank line on this list because I didn't have but one. So is there a way we can amend this?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can, if it's,
Don't you have to look, you have to go through the system to make sure that they're.
yeah, who is it? And we can make sure that they're,
Peter and eligibility.
Okay.
They did-
Ashley Heinen. I'll send you the correct spelling.
Thank you.
But if the question, what we could do is just hold off on that item, give Dr. Medford time to confirm, since you're asking for that confirmation.
Sure. Yes.
And we could circle back to this item with that
be great.
confirmation. Would that be
when you
acceptable
say
to you guys?
circle back, what do you mean?
Within tonight's agenda. I mean,
Oh,
if she
within-
can just get the information, she can verify for you the application, everything is so, because the question was asked for verification. We could do that and then just come back to the item so it can still get done this evening.
Okay.
If that's
So-
okay. I'm just offering that as we could do that.
So
We
in
can
order-
make that happen.
I could come back maybe after Mr. McCord's items.
Yes.
So
probably get 'em done.
if it's all right with the board, I'd entertain a motion to table this item until this can be
I motion.
sorted out. So there's our motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All right, all those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me get back to my notes here. Items, oh, I lost my agenda.
5C,
Which
sir.
one is C?
5C.
Yeah, set priorities of the Student Health Advisory Council for the 2024-25 school year.
Dr. Medford?
All right. At this time, I ask you to set one or more Shack priorities for this school year. Why this is absolutely your item and your priority, the staff would request for you to consider an emphasis on suicide prevention, awareness, and education as a priority for this school year.
Okay. Suggestions? Thoughts?
I have a question or suggestion or
Yes,
thought.
ma'am.
I'm holding the mental health toolkit that the Shack put together in the spring of 2024, suicide awareness prevention toolkit and a mental health toolkit. So how can we prioritize that again for the following year if it's already been done?
We can always work on that. You mean like prioritizing it on campuses? Or
Is that what
prioritizing
you're
that
asking
working
for?
on? We're looking at what can SHAC kind of do a deep dive in this year, working together within that committee. And we can continue to use that toolkit as part of that as well. We're looking for kind of a topic, whichever one that you guys would like for us to just really spotlight and do that deep dive of learning kind of adjustments.
I guess
If I
I'm
can answer that, I
confused
can
by
help
that
answer
too,
that question
because-
is, there are a lot of programs and different systems out there that are much deeper than what we have in the toolkit that we would like the SHAC's assistants to dig in to see if it's something that they believe in or not, if it's something they would want to move forward. I think there's a lot of conversation. We heard two young ladies speak tonight. I believe everything they said was perfectly on point, I will tell you. I think I absolutely understand their experience. So I think when you get into the suicide prevention side, the mental health side of the world, I think there's a lot of different facets and aspects that can go into that, that we could go deeper into
Sure.
investigating. So I think that's
then
the request.
So then an item would be to go deeper on the toolkit that they've already provided. Is that?
Or broader, like not just deeper, but broader as well. I think
Okay,
there's
'cause-
more. I think there's more that exists in the world than what exists in the
Sure.
toolkit.
When it was first presented, though, it was presented as if this didn't exist. So I just want to make sure that we recognize the work that
No,
they
and
put.
the SHAC, one of their responsibilities, even if you don't set it as a responsibility, suicide is one of their responsibilities. Like
Yeah.
they are going to discuss it even if
That's
it's
right.
not a priority. We just feel like it's worth elevating. And once
Okay.
again, it's just our recommendation. You all,
No,
you all
absolutely.
can do whatever you.
No,
you
absolutely.
I think
I
suicide
support-
prevention is a huge task. I mean, and I do believe and support it 100%.
Yeah.
I do want to give Amira Zeta, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, who is a member of SHAC or was a member of SHAC and was a member of SHAC in 22-23, who brought this to them and said, we definitely need more of this. And they created a subcommittee for suicide prevention. And they've been working on this for 2 years, along with great employees. If I'm not mistaken, Taylor, Lindsay Taylor. Lindsay Taylor worked with them, and that's how that toolkit got produced. My concern is I don't want us to get so broad and so much that it's another thing that's overwhelming to our faculty and staff that would be trying to access and use. If we get so broad, then it becomes an overwhelming task of where to start as well. So I'd like to be sure we don't do that.
Absolutely.
If this is, I think this, I mean, continuously prioritizing this is crucial for what we're seeing and what we're about. I appreciate all the efforts that have been done thus far, all the work. I don't know who's accredited with that work, but if this is y'all's recommendation, I wholeheartedly support it. As I said at the office, I think the largest room in the house is the room for improvement. So for us to make this a priority and continuously understand that this is essential to what we do, mental health, I support it.
Perfect. Dr. Medford, I would like to see an expansion on what other districts are doing to kind of rate ourselves in the response to an incident or in response to actions coming up with, specifically with students that are being identified with mental health issues.
Okay.
So, thank you. Perfect.
Any other thoughts?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I would like it to be stated and clear that we are not bound by SHAC bylaws. And for us to be giving them directive, this is just unacceptable to me. That's their committee, their council, and we are dictating to them what to work on. And we are not bound by their bylaws. And just 5 months ago, you sat here, President Hubert, declaring to all that they have no authority or power over the board and that we are not bound by their advice. And yet tonight, for some reason, you're threatened by what they might do or say or what information they may ask for or learn.
or what conclusions they may draw or advice they might publicly bring to us is really pretty laughable. So if you're threatened by a council and you feel that has no authority, and you feel we must dictate to them what they are to focus on, I just don't see how I can be a part of that. I just don't.
First of all, I don't know where that came from. That was out of left field. It was very nonsensical. I don't know how we got there. We're just essentially giving priorities as it relates
Because
to
I don't believe
mental health.
Sorry, go ahead. I don't believe we have the right to do so, sir. I don't think it's our place to dictate to them what to look at. They're supposed to look from within their organization, which is exactly what they did when they came up with a cell phone recommendation and when they came up with the suicide prevention toolkit, working with the district. That's what, I mean, they do good work. Why do we not let them have their own voice and bring it to us and then decide what we want to do?
Yeah. So I'm okay with your opinion. You're more than welcome to say and have your opinion of what you feel you believe. But what I don't understand is, what is the point of the salacious remarks to make about me? I didn't make any recommendations tonight.
You did this 5 months ago when
No, you said tonight. You read a statement that said tonight. You said, what have I said?
I said,
What
yeah,
have I said?
tonight
What
when you're
purpose is it?
dictating.
What have I dictated?
You're dictating priorities.
What have I dictated?
You're putting priorities based on the bylaws you wrote.
Which one did I do?
You wrote the bylaws that stated
No,
that
ma'am. The board
we would
put
give them
together
no, we didn't. You did.
We 100%
No, we
voted on
didn't.
the bylaws.
Three of us did not. We stood with the parents, and you did. Did you not come to us with the bylaws?
President Huber, it looks like someone's been argumentative just for the sake of being argumentative.
Absolutely.
Let's move on. She asked her what priorities we want to propose. Mental health, phenomenal. Continuous improvement in mental health area. We know there's room for improvement. We support that. Let's move on.
Yeah, fair enough. I think we
100%.
should. It is
just
out of left
foolishness,
field. I haven't said anything. I don't know where you're coming for this stuff.
Let's just focus on what
My
matters.
friend,
Thank you for that recommendation.
You can't attend all of these
I think the point is that something
arguments you brought
changed.
to.
Something
Let's move
changed
on.
from last September when you guys were wanting
The
to
only
put
thing
more
that's
parents on
constant
the
is change.
board.
Let's move forward.
How does this serve anyone?
No one. It's just
How does this
nonsense.
serve anyone but
Taking the voice
yourself?
away
Let's
from
move
parents.
Let's move forward.
Let's move on from this. Do you have a
I
motion?
do. Aside from the SHAC statutory duties, I move the board adopt suicide prevention, awareness, and education as their sole priority for the 24-25 school year.
Now, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? All right, seeing none. All of those that would like to support the motion show by the uplifted hand. And those of you who do not want to work on these things, go ahead and show by uplifted hand. Abstentions? 3 abstentions. Okay, so the 4 of us would like for you to work on the suicide
Thank
stuff.
you.
Thank you.
Please, thank you for prioritizing mental health.
Okay, item D.
Excuse me, but
just-
Shaq
we're
always.
moving
I'm not trying to change the
on.
foolishness.
She was allowed to make a statement after the
We are-
vote,
we
and
are
I'm
moving
stating
on. I'm
that
telling you
Shaq
right now.
always
We're
prioritizes
moving-
mental
whatever.
health.
Okay, very good. Thank
There's
you
a
for your
reason at the end of
statement.
the table
We're
he has
moving
the
on.
gavel.
Let's move on from this. Okay, yeah, 4D, which is receive attendance boundary committee updates for Israel Elementary and the Woodlands High School feeder and Campbell Elementary in the Oak Ridge Caney Creek attendance zones.
Speaking of topics we love,
Yes.
Mr. McCord.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. I'm here to give an initial overview of the zoning process for Islay Elementary and Campbell Elementary. We are excited about the construction of these campuses that will open in August of 25. Here's a picture of Islay Elementary, and you can see here it is a 2-story design. It's going to have housing for 950 students, and those are going to be valuable seats for the Woodlands High School feeder. As I said, it'll open in August of 25. It will be located at 14,000 Old Conroe Road. And speaking of Old Conroe Road, here is a picture that I've included. This is a picture of about 3 or 4 weeks ago for the construction site for Islay Elementary. But this one picture encapsulates a lot of the issues that we'll be working through as a committee to bring a recommendation to the Board of Trustees in January regarding the best plan for Islay Elementary. So the most conspicuous thing you see here is the pad site for the school. And you can see Old Conroe Road, which snakes around, kind of encapsulating it to the left or the east side of the campus. But there's some important things to note. You can see on the right, on the far left, top left, you'll see River's Edge. River's Edge is a new development. It's growing quickly, and it has increasingly adding to the capacity, and not the capacity, but the number of students at both Bucklew Elementary and Mitchell. For example, we have increased from 1 year ago today, 80 students at Bucklew Elementary. So it is growing rapidly. There are 3 portables at Bucklew Elementary. We're looking at adding more and also about to start construction at Bucklew. It's important to understand for the concept of this process, if you look over to the left, over in the red, which is not actually in the frame, but there you would see Carriage Hills and Jacobs Reserve. It's worth noting for the process here that Carriage Hills and Jacobs Reserve do not connect to River's Edge, and they do not connect to Old Conroe Road. You'd have to go down to 1488 and loop around. Also worthy of conversation here at the top right, you could see Foster's Ridge, and at the very top right, you could see Lake Creek Forest. So you can see Foster's Ridge and Lake Creek Forest. Dr. Merle's going to drive us up Old Conroe Road from the north. We're looking at this from the north-northeast. He's going to come down to the bottom there in the bend, Dr. Merle. He's going to come down and he's going to drive around. He's going to go up. And so we're headed south on Old Conroe Road. When we reach the end of this picture, we would basically, for relative purposes, we would be at the Escape Theater in Del Webb and the Citizens Grill. So that gives you a perspective of where we're at. Also, if he brings his cursor down to the lower right, it's just out of the picture view we have here, you would have Lake Creek and also the West Fork of the San Jacinto River. And they're better visualized by this image. And anytime we discuss Islay Elementary, when I'm with a patron out in the real world, the first question I get is, what do we know about Old Conroe Road, the construction, which has been a lot of talk for a long time. Mm-hmm. So we've worked with all the entities and parties involved in the construction of Old Conroe Road. And what we see is this, is that it is designed to help the mobility and the traffic in the area. It is designed to give us a river crossing. There was a river crossing that was with Old Conroe Road that connected at Holcomb, which back in the day before I was born, which is quite a while ago, but that was called Old Magnolia Road at the time. And the bridge washed out in the 40s and 50s. And they called it Old Magnolia Road because if you were in Conroe, that road took you to Magnolia, hence the name Old Magnolia. But in this picture, you can see Ed Holcomb to the top above the river, and then you can see Dr. Merle is going to show you the use of technology right where the campus will be. And then he's going to show you how the road will be one day in the future. It'll drive around on the west side of the campus. It'll go over Lake Creek, and then it'll extend over the West Fork of the San Jacinto River and hook up with Ed Holcomb. So what we're hearing is, I want to be clear, this is years down the road when this will be completed. But it'll be a big deal, and having 4 12-foot lanes will be a big deal with a raised median. So I think people think about the bridge needing to go over the San Jacinto River, but they don't realize it also has to go over Lake Creek. So this is not going to be like when you go to Destin and you go over the Atchafalaya River Basin Bridge. It's 18.2 miles, but it will be a significant bridge to get over all this land. So that's coming. So what are our objectives with Islay Elementary? So the first one's pretty obvious, to develop the initial boundary for Islay Elementary, just like every other school in the district and every other school in the nation. It is, like I've said before, it is the second part of that sentence that has had us working on this for a year, and we'll have our committee working on this diligently for 6 months to come to you with a good recommendation in the month of January. And then to potentially provide overcrowding relief to multiple elementary and intermediate campuses within the Woodlands High School feeder that are over capacity. So we'll be addressing that, and we hope to make you proud. Which leads us to our second building today, and that is Campbell Elementary. It is located at 15,895 Stonecrest Drive. It's similar in build with a different front look. 950 seats that are going to be valuable for the Oak Ridge High School feeder and the Caney Creek High School feeder. So it's on Stonecrest Drive. But to be clear, it is not in Stonecrest Ranch. Stonecrest Ranch is on the south side of 242. On the north side of 242, you're going to have Evergreen, which is where you will find Campbell Elementary. So if I'm looking at this picture, I am looking here from the southwest, looking northeast, and you can see the pad for Campbell Elementary. It's important to note where we are for understanding. At the top right, if I go to the top right, I will go over 1314, and I will be in the Caney Creek High School feeder. If I go to the top left, I would end up in Conroe, and I would go to the Conroe feeder. And at the lower right, if I were to go out of the screen and keep going, Dr. Merle, I would end up on 242. So if you go into Evergreen, you can easily find it. There are signs everywhere from Evergreen directing you to the new elementary school. So what are we trying to accomplish with Campbell Elementary? Well, It's very similar to Eisler with the first one, come up with the attendance boundary. But we're here to provide overcrowding relief to Suchma. So as of today, I looked a few minutes ago, so Suchma Elementary is right at 1,400 students. It has 24 portable buildings. That's at 147% of capacity. So it is going to be a huge relief and 950 valuable seats for Suchma Elementary and the Oak Ridge High School feeder. But also potentially, depending upon what the board approves, bring some relief to Oak Ridge Elementary, which is over capacity. It is landlocked. It really has no more room for portables at Oak Ridge Elementary. Our only options at Oak Ridge Elementary at this point would be to put a portable in the parking lot or to take the space used now by the students for the Gaga ball pit. If you spend any time at an elementary school, removing the Gaga pit would not be well received. It would not be wise on our behalf, so we're trying to aim to do something to mitigate
I don't know
that
what it is,
necessity.
but the sound of it seems fun, so we're gonna keep that.
Hey, I'm just transparent. I'm just telling. All right. So also San Jacinto Elementary. So here's the deal: Evergreen Elementary, Evergreen subdivision, is where Campbell Elementary will be. So right now, it is the San Jacinto Elementary planning zone is where Evergreen is. There really are no students right now that live in Evergreen Elementary, that live at Evergreen that go to San Jacinto Elementary. So what we would do is proactively have kids that would have gone to San Jacinto Elementary, they would potentially go, since they're looking at the school, depending upon what the board approves, they would go to Campbell Elementary and give some proactive relief to San Jacinto. Because as it is right now, San Jacinto is set to receive all of Ardavia and all of Mavera, along with the fact that it's nearly at 100% of capacity as we speak. It's also worth noting we own land for a potential future building within Ardavia and within Mavera. So when we do the planning, we will consider that everything is nothing. Nothing is everything, but everything is something, and that is something to realize that in advance. Here's a look at our meeting schedule for our committee. And if you see the meeting, we had our first meeting with an expanded committee last week, and I'll show you the committee in just a few minutes. We have 8 different sessions over 4 dates with the community to give them information on this process. And right now, at least 3 meetings with the Board of Trustees. The first one you see being today, September 17th. So we have a committee, and the committee represents the entire district. There are 12 parent representatives that were chosen randomly. I enjoyed getting to meet each of these people last week. They had a good time. They asked a lot of good questions. They seem like they're going to come back again, which is something I appreciate because this is heavy lifting and really hard, and you have to use a lot of upper level thinking skills. But the people were really nice, and they stayed to the end, and they were great. We have 12 parent representatives. We have 11 administrative representatives, including principals from around the district. And we also have a number of non-voting members, of which I am a part of that group listed there on the right. So I appreciate the efforts of these people. They're really important, and I told them that if you see them, if you could reiterate it, I can't ask anything of you, but if you see them, I'd appreciate you telling them too, because it's a lot of work and a lot of time. Sure. We really work on being transparent. We have a lot of information on our website. Yes?
I have a question while we're there.
Yeah.
How are those members selected?
Randomly. They were randomly.
Did they apply or did?
They applied online. We had a Facebook post and we had a website on a tile on the front of our website, and they applied there. And I think they applied, Sarah, with some other committees also at that time on the website. So.
Electronically.
In fact, it may still even be on the website. Is it still on the website, Sarah?
It is still on the website.
Still on the website.
And it was sent out to principals to put in their campus newsletters. We did a big Get Involved push for the attendance boundary committee and district level. And we've started linking up information for other committees so that parents have one place and the community members have one place to go to.
Great.
We appreciate them. Thank you. Good question. So we have a website that we take seriously. And there's a lot of information there. In the interest of time, I will not go over all of it, but I will tell you, you can read on the left everything that's there. Frequently asked questions, scenarios under consideration, of which right now we have 19 already under consideration for the 2 schools. They can even provide their own scenarios or feedback for the committee. You, as a board member, will receive all the feedback from every parent regarding what they get. Also, there will be every parent who could potentially be impacted, who has a child, will be receiving a letter here in the next 2 weeks with detailed information on all that's going on with the process. So once again, I alluded to, we take this seriously. We're committed to making it a quality experience at every school. We plan to have a recommendation to you at the 3rd Tuesday in January It's very important that we land our plane by that time, and as a committee, we will do whatever it takes to do that, because there is a lot of work to open the school between January and August of '25, which is when both of them will open. That's what I have as a brief introduction to the process. Any questions?
I have just one question. Have we heard anything from Commissioners Court in regards to that Old Conroe Road expansion? I know that they have talked for many months about a road bond, and do we know if that will be included?
There's been talk, it'd be Precinct 2, Charlie Riley's precinct. Also, the city of Conroe has skin in the game, TxDOT, the Houston Galveston Area Council. You're talking about a lot of money. But they need additional money, whether it's from some other source or a bond, to get this kicked off and going. But we met with a group yesterday afternoon, in fact, and it's going to be years before this is done. I think a lot of people are hopeful, like I, that it would be done soon, but it's going to be a few years before it's completed. But it's going to transform the way we think of the county.
Yes.
Because you will have a third corridor, north and south, within Montgomery County that has never existed before.
Yes, I've had quite a few parents with concerns about buses on that road, since it's a very narrow 2-lane road and there's no shoulder anywhere up and down that road, and there's just safety concerns. So
we will continue pursuing and expressing our desire that they get that road done. So
Every group that we've talked to, from commissioners to the city, everybody seems on board that it's a priority, but like you said, the road bond will likely be in May.
Okay.
They've not committed to any projects yet, so I can't absolutely tell you, but everything we've heard seems like that's
be on there.
It is a priority. So,
awesome. Wonderful.
and hope, one of the things that we should achieve through this process is less buses on that road, because having that school up there right now, we're taking all those kids from that community down that road to another school, where now they'll be able to stay there. So we should be able to reduce bus traffic by opening the school, so that will help.
Thank you.
Smart. Any other questions?
Yeah, well, not a question, just maybe a concern. Mr. McCord, maybe I just talk to you briefly as a Buckaloo parent impacted by the new elementary, and on behalf of parents like me. I know you all do a wonderful job thinking about how this impacts families, and you consider that people purchase their homes, families purchase their homes sometimes, like me, specifically to go to a certain school. And there's a lot of anxiety right now out there about what this new school may mean, what rezoning may mean, and I just want to make sure I express that concern on behalf of those parents with that anxiety, and just urge you to continue doing the great job y'all have done in the past about being very transparent about what is going on, how it will impact individual families, of what kind of options they have. Thank you.
Will do. And we will be transparent, and we will effort to make you proud and make the board proud.
Sweet.
Good job.
So, following up on Trustee Chase's comment, are we going to see any transition within the Woodlands boundaries with students going to the new schools that will free up space at some of the other campuses? Do we anticipate any changes there?
Well, we do need to work through the process.
Of course.
So it'd be hard for me to say at this point. We have 19 scenarios we'll be posting on the website for everyone to view, along with the letter showing them in just a few days. But it is worth mentioning that sans Glenlock, Colson Tough, and the Woodlands High School Knoxbury campus, every campus in the Woodlands is over capacity.
Correct.
So, and this is the last current bond plan we have. There's limited land that's usable land for future schools. So that's even more reason that we are going to be so thoughtful through this process to hopefully get it right, and to make the community proud, and to bring the board, to bring you something that makes sense and looks right and what's right for kids.
Okay.
That's it. That's the plan. That's the goal.
Perfect. As always. Thank
That's
you.
the goal.
All right.
And Mr. McCord, I would like to also say that while I haven't been here as long as the other four have been here, the one thing I have learned is that you will look at every possible angle and make every possible effort, you and your team, to make sure that we do the best job we can on that. And it's not always easy. It's never easy, actually, and it can be quite painful, but I know you always do what's right for the overall picture that we're having to get through. So thank you.
Well, thank you, because one thing we talk about, they're not numbers, they're children and their families.
Thank you.
And so, yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right, very good. Thank you for that information.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item E, which is receive information regarding district-wide intruder detection audits.
Okay, this is the initial kickoff presentation we make each year regarding the external intruder detection audits. So they will continue for the year that we're currently in. And so just a little bit of information here. So I want you to know that campuses, police, the staff, operations, it is a real priority, and it takes all of us, and we have eyes everywhere. We're communicating. I really think the best thing you can do on safety is to hold each other accountable. And safety over convenience, it takes effort. So it is a real priority for us. We started really the first week of school our own internal intruder detection audits that our safety team does. We'll continue those throughout the year of each campus over and over. Region 6, their random and unannounced external intruder detection audits are continuing for Texas school districts, including us. So as of September 17th, also known as today, we've had 7 random and unannounced external audits this school year. 6 have achieved the full desired outcome of no finding. 1 campus had 1 finding in 1 area, and that is currently under appeal with the Texas Education Agency, and we're hopeful for our appeal. So that is as of today. We'll continue to provide you updates if there's a need or if a finding was to occur. Details of a potential finding are required to be conveyed to the board in closed session. Additionally, full details are conveyed to the district safety and security meeting when we meet, and we meet fairly often. As we closed up last year, we had a 98% success rate. The state rate was 87%. So we're looking to maintain that or better that, and knowing it's not about numbers, it's about keeping people safe, the students and the staff, and then also making people feel safe. And it takes everybody, and it takes a lot of work. So that's really where we are today, and that is your preliminary September 17th external intruder detection audit update.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go back. We've received the information about the Executive Advisory Council. So I'd like to untable and come back to the consider and approve the 2024-2025 membership of School Health Advisory Council.
Second.
What is the motion?
To approve.
Motion to accept.
With
As
the
a-
amendment?
With the additional. With the agenda. Okay. Motion.
I think we're good now. All right.
Okay, you have a motion and a second.
Motion
Any-
to accept with the amendment name from Trustee Dungan.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I did have, Dr. Medford, I did have one question about one of the parents. It was notated at the bottom stating, according to board-approved SHAC bylaws, appointee has exceeded term limits. Could you explain a little more as to why we've added this person back onto the...
I just shared the appointee from the board member and denoted based on the bylaws that information.
Wow.
They had served 3 terms, 3 consecutive terms.
Oh, that's a good point. Do you have a replacement name?
I don't personally have a person, it was Ms. Bowman's.
Nelson.
Nelson, sorry.
Nelson.
Yeah, that's okay, I'm looking around.
Trustee Nelson, do you have a replacement?
No, I don't. I spoke with Dr. Charma, I can't say her last name, something like that, yeah. She's been with us since 2020 through the COVID issue. She's double board certified in pediatrics and pediatric emergency room care. And I just feel like she's a real asset to the board, or to the council. So I wanted to appoint her.
I did look into her background, and I do appreciate her level of expertise and
interest in vaccinations. So I thought she's more than qualified. I just want to make sure that if we're going to make an exception like this, that it's noted in our bylaws, because we have obviously made an exception and that will set precedent going forward.
Yeah.
I think maybe could you, Trustee Nelson, find a replacement name? I mean, we know that this conversation around Shack is so very toxic, so I think it would be probably in best interest to find someone who just qualifies based on their.
Yeah, I mean, I can't find anybody that I feel is more qualified than her, and I feel like it's my duty to get the most qualified people to be representative of parents on the Shack, considering it is not a policy and it does not bind the board. I feel like that's an important appointee.
Well, it has to be policy if we've notated it as she's served for 3 terms and she's exceeded the term limits.
It isn't policy, it's the Shack's bylaws.
So do we
Which
like
we
the
made.
Shack's bylaws,
We
or
wrote
do
the
we
Shack
not like
bylaws.
the Shack's bylaws?
We are not bound to that, and it is not a
I've
policy.
stated over and over, we're not bound to those bylaws.
Where does it say that? I know y'all believe that, but we had Ms. Gladys help us with this. We've had our legal counsel. We're acting off of the counsel that we received. I don't know what counsel you're receiving, but
I believe Ms. Gladys said that when asked.
Yes, and in fact, at the April meeting, at the 2-minute mark, 2 hours and 40 minutes mark, you asked Ms. Gladys if we were bound by the Shack's bylaws. And she clearly stated that we were not bound, and the bylaws do not supersede our rights as trustees.
thank you for that clarification, because those were the old bylaws that we had to replace. That's what that was about. So what we were talking about is the Shack had gone and made bylaws without talking to us. That question I asked her was about those bylaws, which do not bind us. We can't have committees making bylaws that supersede any authority that we have. It was taking authority away from us. We were making appointments, which we are duly elected to do, and they were having membership committees that were kicking people off, and we had people come and say, hey, I was kicked off because I missed a couple of meetings. So those were my questions is, well, can the Shack make bylaws that supersede our authority? And the answer was no. So thank you for pointing that out. So that's why we had to go back. I hate to have to give the history lesson for everybody, but that's why I had to go back and fix the bylaws. And we received counsel, we received advice, and that is what we did. And so you can either choose to ignore the bylaws that this board has made, or you can do whatever it is you want to do. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but my problem is I have always said I'm a policy and procedure person, and I have nothing against this person. I think you're probably right. She is fantastic, but she doesn't qualify. And so I would entertain an amendment to remove her so we can continue, because there's no reason to have a policy if we're not going to enforce it. So that was what the board elected, that's what we did, and so I would entertain an idea to have that
Mr.
amendment.
President, I have a question.
I'll second that, but comment.
I
have
can't
a
make the
question.
motion.
I motion that we accept the amended list with Ms. Dungan's person and removing this person, because it seems that's my motion. I'll leave it at that.
I have a
We have a
question.
motion and a second. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Gladys, whose responsibility is it by law to write the Shack's bylaws?
It's your committee. You write the bylaws like you write board policy.
Well, there are council, but is it designated that either or write the bylaws? Or that
Bylaws
the-
aren't in the statute. So the Shack serves the boards to serve the board, to provide the board input about the community's opinion and feelings on the issues that are set out in Section 28 of this education code. So you set the rules for them to do that. And like your local policy, you can choose to change them. You could choose to waive them temporarily. You could do, they're your bylaws that you adopted for the committee that serves you.
But they can be, we can waive them
You
as a
could
trustee.
choose to waive them. The
As a
could
board,
choose-
not as an
the
individual, as a
could
board.
choose to do that.
So the amendment is, so the.
You got my amendment. It's been properly
Amendment
seconded, I
second.
believe, right?
Yes.
So the discussion, it's apparent this is petty. This has nothing to do with this individual. This has
Yeah,
nothing to do
I'm
with the
not good with her.
qualifications of this individual. Make no mistake about it, nobody cares if this person is on the board or not on this SHAC committee. The whole intent here was to buck a policy that the board put in place. So we need to stop beating around the bush, get to a vote, move on so we can get on to something more productive.
Okay, so we have the motion is to amend the recommendation to add Ashley Heinen
Yes.
and
First we have to.
and remove Rolly Chawla.
We did that.
That's the amendment. The amendment is to approve with that and remove Rolly Chawla, Dr. Rolly Chawla from there. All those in favor of the motion show by uplifted hand. 4. Any opposed? 1. And any abstentions?
Wait, I guess
I'm not for.
Okay,
I'm
so
not
when
on
I,
your list.
when I say
Did
any
you miss
against,
the
you can raise
question
your
that-
hand.
Did you, Trustee Nelson asked to have a question?
So
No, we
the
didn't vote.
vote
We're
is-
voting.
The
We're
vote
voting.
is 4 to 3.
Well, she had a question before you called the
2.
vote.
She called that before he
4 to
motioned.
3.
Fair enough, but we're voting now.
Is it
Well, I'm saying you're ignoring her question.
You guys
I'm
get
not-
to interrupt us all the time. She had a
4 to
question
3.
before you called the vote.
I'm sorry, I missed the question. It
You
wasn't.
acknowledged it, then you ignored it. So which is it?
I'm so lost in this conversation. I'm voting is
why.
4 to 3 because you're confusing me. So the motion carries for the amendment.
move
Now,
on.
we have,
One moment, President Hubert, I would like to say, Ms. Nelson, if you would like to provide another name, please provide another name. I know you don't have one at this time, but if you have one at the next meeting,
We'll vote on that,
please provide
too.
that name.
okay, so now the motion is to approve the SHAC council as it is, the way we have the amendment, which is to remove Chala and add Ashley Heinen. That's the original motion. Is there any discussion about that? So if there are questions about that, please.
I don't have a question, I just have a statement to make.
Okay?
I'd like to withdraw my 2 names that I put forward at this time, just for this time, I should say, because the bylaws that were voted on in April and written by President Hubert and voted on by Trustees Wagaman and Williams and Chase, I was limited in who I could choose and in some of my options to choose from. The authority was given to the superintendent in violation of 28.04 that states the board will appoint. We learned in that meeting that President Hubert asked our general counsel for the district, Carrie Gladys, if we were bound by SHAC's bylaws, and at the minute mark, 2 hours and 40 minutes, she clearly stated we were not, that they do not supersede our rights as trustees. And yet, for some reason, now they do. Even the co-chair, SHAC, at the time, Dr. Upshaw, understood, and I quote, regardless of the bylaws, the board has the ultimate authority of appointing. And that was at 2 hours and 46 minutes in the September 23rd meeting, September 23, 2023 meeting. And yet, my authority has been limited and in part given to a superintendent by the new bylaws that you all wrote and voted for. It is for this reason I have decided to withdraw my 2 appointees at this time and not participate in this usurping of the power and authority entrusted to the trustees in me by the people and the silencing of parental voices and community values being represented. I will not be a part for anything that does either of these. Congratulations, President Hubert, Trustees Wagaman, Williams, and Chase. You have stood with the district more than you have stood with the people that elected you.
Is she resigning from the board?
No, she's not resigning from the board. No, she's making a political
Well, what a
speech.
shame for Ms. Fralix and Ms. Welch, who were very
I
excited
beg your
about being part of
pardon.
this.
I beg your pardon. It was not a political statement.
Yes,
That
that
was
was.
my words to be shared during this board meeting about what I believe is happening to the parents of Conroe
Can we go to a
ISD.
vote? You talking, saying a whole lot of nothing right now. Let's move on.
I'm sorry, Ms.
She did make an amendment.
You're the one that just took 2 women off that were very excited about serving on this board.
You took one
If
woman
it were
who
my,
Nate.
if it were my choice, we would have done what Trustee Chase said last year and not turn away anyone that wanted to serve and approved all the returning members and all of the parents that volunteered to serve.
You showed up here to be argumentative. Right now, you're talking loud, but nobody's saying anything. Let's go ahead and put this to a vote so we can go home.
I just wish that you were as right as you are passionate about the things you say. They're just completely inaccurate. But you got your statement out, so congratulations to you.
Yeah, good job.
All right. I will call, well, hold on a second. We have to deal with the, I need some counsel on how to handle the withdrawal. I think, I understand that. Hold on a second.
I don't even think she gets to just decide.
But
who
I
withdraws
don't
to
know, so
sign
I
up.
need some counsel on how to do this. I don't know that we need executive session because we're not talking about parents or students. We're talking about committee members, so.
I think your options are.
Is it okay?
To allow Ms. Odenwiller to.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you can allow her to do that.
I think
and
so
vote
too, without a
on-
motion, right? She's just removing
withdrawing
them.
it, Yes. Mhm. And then
Okay,
you can vote
so-
on the remaining people.
I think so. I think it would need to be an amendment to the motion because
I'm
we're
not even
approving
sure what
this.
motion's on the floor.
So I will repeat it.
No.
No,
To be
hold on.
honest,
I'll repeat it.
You cannot amend my motion. The motion is been made, has been properly seconded. We get to vote on the motion. She can't arbitrarily just go out there and take names off of a list that we've already approved the motion on. That's Robert's Rule 101.
No.
She can't do that.
We're about to approve, so the motion's been amended.
And
As
approved.
we've told, no,
Second.
that amendment
But with
has.
two names only.
That,
remove and add.
It's been moved, properly
let
seconded.
me talk for a second.
Okay.
Let me figure it all out. Okay. So the motion that we have not voted on, that is on the table right now, is to approve the Student Health Advisory Council with adding Ashley Heinen, if I'm saying that correctly, and remove Dr. Rolly Chawla. That is the motion that we have right now. So what is being brought is Ms. Oldenwiller would like to remove, what was the terminology used?
Remove it this time.
She wants to remove two people from the committee. So
Her appointees.
What do you mean at this? What do you mean at this time? What does that mean?
So she's.
Isn't it like now and, like, aren't we appointing this year's?
We're appointing this year.
At
So
this
what is-
time, meaning at this
Yeah, right
present
now.
time.
So she wants to remove them.
She
So
can make an amendment to my motion
that's
to
what
remove
I'm
her
saying.
people.
So I'm
And it has to
asking-
be approved. I mean, second.
So that's what I'm asking is, would you please make a motion to amend to remove those two people?
I would like to make the motion to amend the original list and remove my
Your two
two names.
What,
Okay.
is there a path that I
No,
don't know
she-
about?
no, she
To
gotta-
like,
Hold on a second. It's
not
been-
be temporary
allow me to
removal?
look, allow me to lead
been
this real
second.
quick. We have a motion to remove.
It's been second.
Let me say the names.
It's Ms. Maddox.
Where am I missing?
Freilich. I mean, it's Freilich and Welch.
Okay, yeah, Becky Freilich and Carrie Welch. Those two names are being removed by Ms. Dungan. That is the motion to approve.
Ms.
Excuse me,
Oldmuller.
thank you, Ms. Oldmuller, to approve the Student Health Advisory Council minus those two. So are we accepting the amendment to remove those two?
We are.
Those in favor show by the uplifted hand, and I will support you in your motion.
I don't know.
Wait,
people.
what?
To remove these two, we're amending the amendment, we're amending the motion one more time.
All four other people.
So the motion was to remove these two people. That's what we're asking. So those in favor of that amendment, show by the
It
uplifted
feels
hand.
really uncomfortable just to remove people from this
I apologize.
opportunity to
But
serve.
we're past
I know,
that.
it does.
We're past that portion. This
It
is
does,
what,
doesn't it?
this is, well,
It's
okay,
not,
that-
I mean, it's not
the
our.
conversation's over. That's the amendment.
Direction.
That's the amendment. I didn't,
All right, let's vote.
all those in favor of removing those two people, show by the uplifted hand.
You said remove the four, or make the four.
Remove the two.
one,
No, this is just the
add one,
amendment.
remove one, and
It's
remove
just
two.
the amendment. I-
Just Ms. Odenweller's
Yep.
amendment.
I'm assuming that she's talked to these people and that's
So
what
you're
they
just
want.
removing the two, not, this is
Correct.
the, not the other two.
Those have already been done. Becky Flairlicks and Carrie Welch. Those in favor of removing those two from this list, show by the uplifted hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those opposed by the same sign. Okay, the motion carries. All right. So now,
Oh, interesting.
we have a motion to
Mr.
approve the
President,
list.
I
Yes,
would like
ma'am.
to amend the motion one more time.
Okay,
I'd like to move forward and approve all of the people that, just as trustee Chase did last year,
No, she can't
that
do that.
wanted to return, and all of the people that wanted to serve and applied that are eligible to serve, please.
You can't
does
do
that have do we have a motion?
Second.
Second. Any discussion on that? All those in favor of the motion show by uplifted hand. 3. Any opposed by the same sign? All right, we are done with that. Here we're back to this. All those in favor of the motion to approve this list as it has been amended twice, show by the uplifted hand.
So how has it been amended? Go through it.
Okay.
Adding trustee Dugan's, removing trustee Nelson, and removing trustee Odenweller's.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct. Okay, those in favor of this.
Hold on one second.
Only the one name
Man,
of
let's vote,
trustee
man.
Nelson.
Sorry, I just wanted to get it for you.
You want to remove?
Trustee Nelson has
One
2.
name. She has 2.
She has 2.
Yeah,
We've already,
but it was just
We
one of them.
removed
She
the
had stated
ineligible one.
of Miss Nelson. I wanted to make sure that one of them, only one was being removed, not the other.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
So,
You would like me
you
to?
can tell me who made this motion.
The motion was made by
Williams.
H.
And seconded by Ms.
Singer by Ms. Chase. All right, here we go. We ready?
Did you get it?
All right, get your paddles ready. All those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. 4. And all those opposed by the same sign. Those that don't want a shack committee, all right? Motion carries.
Good job.
Okay.
Congratulations to everyone. Thank you, Dr. Medford. Yes, thank you to all that have served and attempted to.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item 6A, consider and approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment for the Snyder, Tuff, and Collins renovation project and authorize the superintendent to complete, negotiate, and execute the contract documents.
All right, busy time in planning and construction. Mr. Foster has quite a few items here that he will go through with us this evening.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, Dr. Knoll. Could I economize, because there's a lot of repetition in what I'm about to present, so I will share individually the topics that are specific, but just start with a general statement. Our 4 projects that we are presenting for guaranteed maximum price approvals tonight are all projects that where we selected as a board, we selected our construction managers back in March of 2024. They're all projects that are critical infrastructure that are a result of our 2023 bond program. Each of these includes work that is also related to the safety and security line item of the bond program, which is at the recommendation of the bond committee and then the safety security district level committee. Work is going to encompass things like roof repairs, roof replacements, grading and driveway adjustments, chiller replacements, boiler replacements, electrical switchgear, lighting, cameras, access control, and freezer cooler equipment. So that is common to all 4 of the approvals that we're going to put in front of you this evening. All 4 of these also met their budget targets relative to the scopes for each of the campuses that we're addressing. So at this time, I'm going to ask for your approval for the Snyder, Tuff, and Collins renovation project, which VLK and our construction manager, Angelo Bryant, worked together with the Conroe ISD to develop the plans and present, after receiving bids from the marketplace, a guaranteed maximum price amendment or for $12,745,825 for this project. And we're requesting your approval.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Questions? All those in favor of the motion show by uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, item B, consider and approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment for the Armstrong, Austin, Burnham Woods, and Broadway Elementary renovation project and authorize the superintendent to complete negotiations and execute the contract documents.
For this campus, there's a special addition, our general funded item, which is our annual athletics improvements scope of work, in addition to the critical infrastructure and safety and security that I described just a moment ago. For the Armstrong, Austin, Burnham Woods, and Broadway Elementary renovations project, HKS, our design team, and Teal Construction Company, our construction manager, worked together with us here at Conroe ISD to develop the plans, advertise them, bid them, receive bids, and negotiate a guaranteed maximum price of $10,171,901 for this project. We request your approval.
Do we have a motion?
Motion.
A motion, do we have a second? Motion is second. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion show by uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, item C, consider approval of the guaranteed maximum price amendment for the Darrichin, Kaufman, and Oak Ridge Elementary renovation project and authorize the superintendent to complete negotiations and execute the contract documents.
All All right, for this project, again, it's a critical infrastructure project. HKS is our design team. GTT is the construction manager selected for the scope of work. The project is the Derrickson, Kaufman, and Oak Ridge Elementary renovations project. Together, we've developed the guaranteed maximum price for your approval of $9,236,960. And this time, we are requesting your approval.
All right, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Have a second?
Second.
All right, any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor shall be up, lifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Very good, motion carries. Okay, consider and approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment for the Milam, Houston, and Runyon Elementary renovation project and authorize the superintendent to complete negotiations and execute the contract documents.
And another critical infrastructure and safety and security project from Milam, Houston, and Runyon Elementary renovations. This is, again, prepared by GTT and HKS. And together with us, they've created the scope of work, and we're asking your approval on $8,400,690 for this project.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Motion.
Second. No, go ahead. No,
A motion and a second. All right, any questions or comments? Okay, all those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries, thank you. All right, consider and approve the selection of the construction manager at risk for the Wilkinson, Patterson, Bosman, Stewart, Cryer, and Grangerland renovation projects and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the construction manager at risk.
And so here, to allow some economizing of our descriptions, there's two types of project here: critical infrastructure with the safety and security component, and there's an East County Transportation Center selection. All of these projects were born of the 2023 bond referendum. They were all followed the same rules with our purchasing as oversight over our selection process. And following board policy CV local for facilities construction, which deems construction manager at risk as our delivery method to present the best value for the district for projects of this magnitude. We followed those rules for the Wilkinson, Patterson, Bosman, Stewart, Cryer, and Grangerland renovations project. We did have a good turnout. We had 7 companies respond. We are limited to no more than 5 by the state statute, so we did invite 5 to participate in the second step of our 2-step process. And this time we're requesting your approval of the selection of Nash Industries as our selected construction manager at risk. And as always, with each of these items, the ranking is a part of your board item for your review, just in case we can't negotiate with the highest ranked one. But this time we're requesting your approval of Nash Industries.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
All right, motion and a second. Any questions? All right, seeing none, all those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, consider and approve the selection of the construction manager at risk for the Mitchell, Cox, and Travis Intermediate School renovation projects, and you guessed it, authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the construction manager at risk documents.
For this particular project, Mitchell, Cox, and Travis Intermediate, we had 6 companies respond to our request for qualifications. Again, we invited the maximum amount, 5, to participate in the second step of our process. The ranking is part of our board item for review, and we're recommending Teal Construction be selected as the offeror who submits the best value for the district.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Motion.
We have
Second.
a motion and a second. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, consider and approve the selection of the construction manager at risk for the Vogel, Wilkerson, and Veterans Memorial Intermediate renovation project and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the construction manager at risk documents.
So for the Vogel, Wilkerson, and Veterans Memorial Intermediate renovations project, we are recommending Baird Williams Construction as the construction manager who presents the best value for the district.
Okay, do we have a motion?
So
Motion
moved.
to approve.
We have a motion, do you have a second?
Second.
All right, you got it. Any questions? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion shall by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Thank you.
Very good, sir.
All right, and H on here, before we see the capital improvements, is consider and approve the selection of a construction manager at risk for the East County Transportation Center Addition project and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the construction manager at-risk documents.
All right. For our East County Transportation Center project, this is a 2023 bond project. The 2019 bond started what would be considered a master plan for the East County Transportation Center. The 2023 bond allows us to continue and complete that plan. So we're requesting your approval of Brookstone as the construction manager who presents the best value for the district.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
All right. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion shall be lifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Very good. Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Now receive capital improvement update.
All right, I do appreciate your allowing me to bring you up to speed for what we've got going on throughout the district. As you can see from our list, these presentations are going to get slightly longer in the very near future. But starting with our 2019 bond referendum safety and security project, so this is the final installment of a district-wide effort, and we're working with the Fire Marshal's Office commissioning the systems that were installed in these campuses. They're all open. There's nothing impeding school. We're just working with the jurisdictions, making sure we have everything exactly the way they want it. And that process is going to take through the end of this calendar year, but it is happening with their cooperation essentially every week as we move through these approvals. So it is on schedule and moving along nicely. At Eisler Elementary, it's scheduled to open for students in August of 2025. You can see here are slightly updated pictures over the ones that Mr. McCord showed earlier. His were last month. These are last week. The building slab and the overall structure for the campus is taking shape. We're looking to receive their structural steel to take construction vertical in the next several weeks. It is on schedule, and I'd like to reiterate, it is on schedule because when you look at the next project, Campbell Elementary is slightly ahead of Eisler Elementary, but they're both on schedule. This one is ahead of the other. You can see here the building slab is nearly complete and the structural steel has arrived and it's being erected. So the construction at Campbell is going vertical, as we like to call it. Both are scheduled to open for students in August of 2025, and they are both tracking where they need to for that to happen. Now at our Grand Oaks 7th, 8th, and 9th grade campus, you can see here we're working on the building foundations. So the drilled and slurry drilled piers for this particular location is what is in progress currently. The little grouping of work happening right in the center of the picture is that effort. There's about 960 or so piers in that building, and they're all about 38 to 40 feet deep. So it is a long and tedious process, but that process is happening as it should. Over the next several weeks, as they expand throughout the footprint of the building, you'll see the building slab taking shape. It is on schedule, and we're looking to turn it over for students to use in January of 2027. Now at Conroe High School, so our major renovation of the Conroe High School campus, we're moving through the phases. We're in what we would consider the final phase of that construction process, which right now we're engaged in the demolition of the oldest portions or the last remaining portions of that building to come out of service. So the center of the screen, which is the red dirt spot, is where what we used to refer to as the tower was this summer. Yeah. And in the lower right-hand portion of the screen, just to the left of the softball field, is what used to be the athletics venues for that campus. So that demolition process is tedious and slow as we move through as the campus is occupied, but it is happening as our explorations and carefulness allow. The overall project is scheduled to turn over for our use in the spring of 2026. Now, last month we approved the Conroe High School tennis courts at the 9th grade campus, which would be the home of Conroe High School tennis. Last week we got the permits from the city. This week we've been able to meet with the contractor to get that process kicked off. They've been doing the jurisdictional paperwork associated with getting things in place before they're allowed to move on site. We have bonds and insurance in hand. They're looking to mobilize on Monday of next week. So we are meeting internally with the campus and working out logistics on that campus this week. So that process is moving forward, so we'll be able to play tennis in the spring semester for Conroe High School to have their home of their varsity tennis program.
That is as tight as you can get it, isn't it?
It fits. So.
Was that the actual overlay?
That is the actual plan overlaid. I mean, the scale is not 100% perfect, but it's close enough to give you the idea that everything works with the bus lane, the routes around the campus, trees, the The only real concession on the site is the practice field that exists for the ninth grade campus actually gets truncated
Right.
in order to have the full tennis program there. But it is just that, it's a practice field for the freshman football teams. So they do their games and their other official activities at the senior campus.
Was there an easement or something that created it to be pushed down so far? Just visually, it looks like there's room, but
Visually, yes, there is
Yes.
a requirement of the original landowner that we set everything on that campus back 150 feet from the road. So
Okay.
we are
Very
as close to that, we are 149 feet 10 inches from the road and the most, the nearest corner of that structure.
okay.
Someone
thank
needs to
you.
lean that peg. Get you another 2 inches.
Who owns what?
It's in the deed.
It's our, but it's in the original purchase contract from the early 90s when we purchased that site.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, now Timber Mill High School, our board approved our clearing and grading for that campus, and since your approval, we've been working with the city to get the permits and authorization to get that clearing and grading started. So those meetings have been taking place pretty diligently, and we look forward to being able to actually mobilize on that campus in the very, very near future. But you can see here that is the actual overlay of that site on the remaining portions of our site. Internally, it's the Gustafson site. It's 186 acres that houses Patterson, Bosman, Stockton, and now Timber Mill High School, along with our police station and one Montgomery County Hospital District office. But that process is starting so that we can assure that that campus would open for students in August of 2027.
Okay.
And that's our update.
Awesome. Thank you very
Easy
much.
question.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you want to go,
I
Trustee
was just going to
Chamberlain?
say thank you. That's all. I
Okay.
was just going to say thank you. You all are going to be incredibly busy over the next couple of,
Well, you hired us
I'd
to
say a
work,
couple
so-
of months, but incredibly busy. And thank you to your team and everybody for putting it together.
Well,
We
they are
appreciate it.
doing all the hard work. I just take all the credit. So that's,
Humble too.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
A couple of weeks ago, there was a student at Hines who got stuck in the railing. Just want to know, have we considered retrofitting our campuses that may have that similar type design, or have we incorporated lessons learned into our new ones?
So the answer is yes, we've incorporated lessons learned for sure. We did go back to all the campuses that would have that. So, and that starts at Clark. So Clark, so which we refer to as Flex 18. So 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 or have that common stair rail with a storage room detail. So it's one of those unintended consequences of getting more storage rooms in those areas. So we have not yet explored going back to retrofit. But we have looked at Eisler and Campbell. Even though it's a new prototype, we want to make sure we didn't carry forward that same general detail. So we are changing that detail for sure for the new campuses because it is not an uncode-worthy situation. It's just an unfortunate place that a student can end up, even though they shouldn't.
So we would have five campuses, you said? Which,
6 campuses, actually.
6 campuses. I mean, I think it would be a worthy endeavor to figure out the expense and time to retrofit.
Absolutely, and we can definitely explore that and work with the administration to find a vehicle to get it done. That it's not that it's impossible. It's just this direction is necessary. So, and we can do that.
Once one kid's figured it out, it's just a matter of time.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. I know we're due for a break, but we'll want us to get through the business and finance. We can have a break before the legal if
Thank
it
you.
works out. Okay,
Yeah.
so let's move on to 7A, which is consider and adopt resolution approving a district's investment program.
All right, Mrs. Garza.
Ms. Garza.
All right, good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. This item, along with the next 3 items on the agenda, are brought forth for your consideration annually as required by the Public Funds Investment Act. Texas Government Code, Chapter 2256, also known as the Public Funds Investment Act, or PFIA, was established in 1987 to provide guidelines to entities with regard to investing of public funds. The act is centered on three key components in order of their priority, the first being safety, then liquidity, and the last being finally yield. Information on these items, along with the review of the investment portfolio, was shared with the Investment Committee at their September 10th meeting. So the first item this evening is our investment policy review. A copy of CDA Legal and Local was provided in your board packet. We are recommending no change to the policy, so this evening we are asking for your approval of the investment program as presented.
Okay. So do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I second it.
Motion and a second. Any questions?
Yes, I have
Yes,
a couple
ma'am.
questions. Ms. Garza, can you tell me, is the plan compliant with the 87th legislature for Senate Bill 13 prohibiting Texas government agencies from investing in funds or companies that support or utilize ESG or environmental and social governance?
Yes.
Perfect. And so I'm assuming then that it's also compliant with that same legislative
Yes.
session, SB 19?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I was just saying that was a good question.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll call the vote. All those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Very good. Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Garza. All right. Item B was consider and adopt resolution approving the sources of instruction related to investment responsibilities.
All right, so the second item is related to the sources of instruction. Investment officers of the district are required to attend at least 8 hours of training every 2 years to serve as investment officers of the district. This resolution is asking you to approve the sources of instruction for that required training, so we are requesting your approval.
All right. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
All right.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. How about questions for this? No? All right. All those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Very good. Motion carries. All right. Consider and adopt resolution designating the district's investment officers.
All right, this item is related to the designation of investment officers. We are recommending no change to this item. Our current investment officers for the district are the CFO, the Director of Finance, our 2 Assistant Directors of Budget and Treasury, and the Assistant Director of Accounting. We request your approval of the district's investment officers.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Motion and a second. Any questions?
Good question. We do those by titles, not names.
That is correct.
All right, perfect.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions? All those in favor show by uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Very good. All right. Motion carries.
Ms. Garza, real quick.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say thank you on behalf of your team for putting all that together, for presenting it to us earlier in the Audit and Investment Committee, and then of course the members also of the Audit and Investment Committee who have heard this and approved for it to come to the board. So thank you everyone for your work.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, item D, before I announce it, because I may need to turn it over to somebody else, I want to make sure that the list of qualified investment brokers does not include Raymond James or Wood Forest.
It does.
So I'm gonna turn this portion over to you.
All right. Item D,
Yes.
consider and adopt resolution approving the list of qualified investment brokers.
Your
mic's on.
Oh, sorry. All right. Item D, consider and adopt resolution approving the list of qualified investment brokers.
All right, so our last item this evening for investments is to have you approve the list of qualified brokers that are authorized to engage in investment activities with the district. So we are requesting you to approve the list that we provided this evening.
Perfect. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Yes, I have a question, please.
Ms. Owen-Weller.
Ms. Garza, I noticed that J.P. Morgan and Morgan Stanley were both on the list,
Yes, ma'am.
but not exact names that show up on the Texas comptrollers, that we can't do business with them for selling bonds or to do business because of their regulations that they have against using the Second Amendment and ammunition and all that, SB 19.
Right.
is there a reason why they're on our list if they're not allowed to be?
Well, the list is just for us to develop a pool. That doesn't necessarily mean we're using them, and we are not currently utilizing them.
Well, we have actually several, all the other names, those were the only two in the list that you gave us that do not, the others all are good. There's no problem with them. So wouldn't it just make more sense to remove those?
And you can choose to amend if you would like to remove them from the list. That's your choice.
I just find that it would behoove us to stand with the Second Amendment rights and the fact that we sell bonds, and when we sell bonds, they become conjoined with the state that guarantees them and so forth. And so by state, we can't do business with them because the state's involved. The state agencies can't, through SB 19, do business with organizations that do not support the Second Amendment rights, which has to do with the sale of ammunitions and so forth. So,
okay. So are you requesting that we remove
I
them?
would like to make that.
Okay.
I'd like to amend the list, please, to not include those two based on the fact that they do not comply with the state law.
Please list them again.
It is J.P. Morgan and Morgan Stanley. And that list is available. I'll send the link if anyone wants,
Sure.
but that list is available through the Texas State Comptrollers when I printed it out and looked at it.
Okay. And like I said, those are companies we currently do not do business with in terms of investments. So.
And you had others on there that were just
Sure.
fine, so
Okay.
that's why I'm saying it.
Did we have a second? Second. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All abstention? No, not abstentions. All nays.
Opposed.
Opposed. Any abstentions?
Abstain.
All right, perfect. I'm going to abstain too because I was listening. All right, the motion to remove J.P. Morgan and Morgan Stanley is approved. And now we will go to the full motion with minus these two companies. Do I have a motion?
The motion's been made and approved.
Yeah, it's already been made.
Yeah, you should
Oh,
vote.
that's right. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, so with this change, all those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
We already did that.
Yeah. No, we didn't. This is for the full thing.
For the full,
Yes.
for the full.
Any
You're right.
abstentions?
You got it.
I abstain.
Thank
due
you,
to-
Mr. Huber. All right, motion is approved.
Okay,
And I
thank you.
turn it back to you
Thank
after.
you, Ms. Carter.
You got a gavel.
Oh, there you go.
All right, well done. Okay, item E, consider and approve order authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of Conroe Municipal District Unlimited Tax Refunding Bonds, Series 2024, in one or more series, authorizing a price offer to approve the amount, the interest rates, price, redemption provisions, and terms thereof, and certain other procedures and provisions related thereto, and containing other matters related thereto. Ms. Gladys, did you write that? Is that your language?
That is a mouthful, isn't it?
Of course.
All right, good evening. We are recommending the Board of Trustees approve an order. I will not read this whole thing, but an order authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of Conroe Independent School District Unlimited Tax Refunding Bonds, Series 2024. The district expects to issue approximately $139.6 million in refunding bonds to refund portions of our 2014, 2014A, and 2015 series bonds. The current estimated savings in the debt service fund is approximately $7.9 million. This represents a savings of approximately 5.4% on the projected debt service for the refunded bonds. Mr. John Roebuck, the district's financial advisor, is here this evening to share the schedule of events for both parameter orders that we're bringing forth for your consideration this evening, as well as Mr. Marcus Dietz, the district's bond counsel, is also here this evening if you have any questions for him as well. And we appreciate both of them taking the time out of their schedules to be here with us this evening. So I will pass it over to Mr. Roebuck now to share the schedule of events with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. President Hubert, members of the board, Dr. Knoll, good to see y'all this evening.
All right.
Just like Mr. Rice, you stole my thunder. You gave the savings amount away. We do have a presentation on the board. It should be on your screens in front of you. The first page, oops, excuse me, did I drop everything? I do like to start off by going through the bond buyer index. This is the weekly average municipal rates across the country. Currently, the rate is at 3.83%. I know it says 3.88, but we put this in your packet before the rate changed the last 2 weeks. which is well below the historical average, well off the high all-time lows, but we're in a great market with your underlying ratings of AA plus, AA1 to sell bonds and lock in a low interest rate, and for the first item, save some money for the taxpayers. Give a little history, the district saving program, refunding bond programs, and also defeasance programs. Since 2012, the district has saved over $174.6 million interest cost by refunding bonds prior to maturity and also paying off bonds prior to maturity. And then the next page, we go through the outstanding bond issues. The first 4 items there on the list are actually currently callable or callable within 90 days based on what we're going to show you tonight. Not all these bonds we can get to. The third one is non-PSF guaranteed, so we'd actually have to sell those at a higher rate, and so those don't lock in savings by refunding these at this time, excuse me. But basically, in the next 3 years, you have $466 million of bonds that can be callable prior to maturity, depending on market rate for interest cost savings.
I have a quick question,
Sure.
just to make sure, so the rebating and the savings that you're talking about are significant.
Yes.
But they do not extend the terms of the bond, and I think that's important to touch on, because if it's a 20-year bond, we're not extending it, we're getting the rebates.
Exactly
so could
right.
you touch on that for a second?
Sure, I will. So in the parameter order we're asking you to approve tonight, we actually have a not to exceed amount, and it's going to be $139,590,000, excuse me. We're also going to hit a threshold of 3% PV savings. We have to hit that in order to be approved. And also, we're not going to extend the new bonds past the last maturity of the bonds we're looking to refund. So we're not going to extend the debt. We're doing a pure interest cost play. So the interest rate on old bonds compared to the new interest rates, the difference is where they get the savings for the district. And so on the bonds to be refunded, as Ms. Garza said, we're looking to refund about $139.6 million in bonds from the 2014 series, 2014A series, and 2015 series bonds. And again, those have an interest rate right now of anywhere from 3 to 5%. But based on current markets, we believe we can save some money for you guys, which is shown on the next page, of about $7.9 million in just cost savings. This was, like I said, was run a couple weeks ago. Rates have come down even more since then, so we think we'll get even more than this, but this is a conservative look at the structure. I do want to point out we are looking to save about $6 million in 2025, so we're going to structure this to have upfront savings to help mitigate any decrease in the debt service fund balance because of the tax rate and the values we had this year.
Okay.
Does this include service costs, issuance costs?
It includes interest costs, issuance costs.
All in, right?
Issuance, fully loaded.
Yeah, this is all in. And then for the scheduled events to get there, we are going to draft a preliminary official statement, which I dropped on the floor earlier. This document, this is a document that goes to investors. It describes the district, the financial characteristics of the district, the rating, and the terms of the repayment of the bonds. With your approval tonight, we'll submit a permanent school fund guarantee application tomorrow so we can sell these bonds with a AAA rating. We'll work on the documents, talk to the rating agencies, talk to the underwriters, and then we'll sell these bonds tentatively on Thursday, October 24th. And then 30 days later, we'll close on November 21st, at which point those bonds are paid off technically, so they're no longer the obligation of the district.
Right. Awesome.
That 30-day window there is for Marcus Dietz, your bond counsel, to work with the Attorney General to get them approved, so there'll be legal binding obligations. And then the second item, which is item F on your agendas tonight, I'll go ahead and go through there if you're okay with that, is the second sale of the November 2023.
Did you say you're moving on?
No, we got to approve that both.
We need to approve
Okay.
this first. That's okay.
Back to the
That's all right. You can keep dropping it.
There's too much stuff up here.
Marcus, can you help him, or?
He ain't gonna help him.
It makes me nervous, man, with all that
Okay.
talking about
Okay,
money.
let us have a motion and a second, if it gets seconded, and then we can open up for questions about the first one. So do we have a motion? Motion to approve?
Get you a
Yes.
Second.
We have a motion to approve in a second. All right, any discussion or
Get you a-
questions?
Get you an iPad or something.
All right, very good.
Just don't drop our money, okay?
There's no ledge here.
All right. All those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. And any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Okay, moving on to item F, which is, I'll read this. Consider and approve order authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of Conroe Independent School District Unlimited Tax School Building Bonds, Series 2025, setting certain parameters for the bond, authorizing a price officer to approve the terms thereof, levy a tax, and providing for the security of payment of such bond, and enacting other provisions related thereto.
All right, so the second parameter order is for the second sale of the 2023 bond, and the approximate new issue amount is about $600 million. This bond sale will provide continued funding for the many projects, as was evident by Mr. Foster's list tonight,
Yes.
That are already underway in the 2023 bond, to include the construction of 8 new schools, additions at 3 schools, major renovations at 5 campuses, 2 master plan renovations, critical infrastructure improvements for both mechanical and technology, East County Transportation Center addition, CTE facilities, safety and security projects, technology, devices, land, and buses. So I will let Mr. Roebuck go through the schedule of events for the new sale.
Thank you.
Mr. Roebuck, I just want you to know I appreciate your use of paper, because that is the type of person I am too. I don't use the technology as much.
I only have, I'm leaving everything over there. We're good. Sorry about earlier.
No, it's fine.
So second item F, we're asking you to approve the sale of the new money bonds. It's the second sale from the November 2023 bond election. Again, we're looking to generate proceeds of $600 million. On the far left column is your current debt service requirements, and the next 3 columns are your principal interest and estimated debt service requirements on the proposed sale in 2025. And in the far right column is your total resulting debt service requirements. Again, this was run earlier, rates were a little higher. As rates go down, we'll be able to fill in more principal sooner in the scale. So instead of doing about $475,000 in 27 to 2030, we'll probably be able to get closer to $1 million, maybe a little over $1 million based on interest rates. But these include the sale of bonds plus estimated interest cost. And then to accomplish this, if you approve this tonight, we'll approve or submit an application for a permanent school fund guarantee, which allows us to sell for AAA rated, highest rate you can get. We'll work on the offering document, and we won't sell these until probably the first or second week of January, and then close on February 4th, at which point the district will receive the funds so easy you can start working on the projects.
Okay.
Happy to answer any questions you have on the financing structure. Again, Mr. Dietz is here. If you have any questions on the order we're asking you to approve tonight.
I'd entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
All right,
Second.
motion approved and second. Any questions?
Just a question. Did you see any kind of like market chatter impact from the deficit budget that we adopted in August? And did you see any impact?
I have not. I don't think I will, because you're not the only school district. Every single school district I represent, I think, did the same exact thing.
Okay, thank you.
Or came close to it, or at least discussed it. But I know at least 2 that did adopt a deficit budget.
Okay, so we're not seeing negative impact.
No, we'll find out when you go through the rating process. It won't be a market thing, it'll be a rating process,
Yeah,
which again, the rating will dictate what the market does. But I don't think you'll have a problem. Again, it's a one-time deal so far. I mean, if you have 4 or 5 years in a row, you have an issue if you're going to look at, but not a one-time deal.
Okay. This has been, weighing on my mind as we adopted the deficit budget, just what kind of impact that would have to all these bonds and our ability to get, favorable
rating.
Rates.
Your underlying rating is very, very high because you have high fund balances, and so even with the deficit budget, you'll bring down fund balance a little bit, but it's not going to be on healthy levels.
Okay.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank
Any other
you.
questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can I ask a question? I know this is very speculative, but what's the long-term forecast on the interest rate market? I mean, do you think that's, we have a presidential election, which always goose with interest rates, but.
Are you going to buy a house or what?
Yeah, there's talk about affect at the next meeting, but again, the question is how much. The news has been kind of all over the place with inflation affairs, and then obviously what's going on in the Middle East too is a concern. You're still Russia and Ukraine is still an issue. I do think rates will come down. I think that's going to happen as you lead into the election. After the election, that's anybody's guess. If you recall, in 2016, when President Trump won, rates skyrocketed for the first 3 months, and then they came back down. But I think it was because they weren't prepared for it. I'm not sure what's going to happen this time. If I knew, I probably wouldn't be here. So, but I think they will come down.
You being here.
Could you use the crystal ball a little bit better next time?
Yeah, I understand.
I dropped it.
No, don't do that.
Yeah, your crystal ball. Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. And any opposed by the same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. That's great news. Appreciate both of y'all.
Great job, Mr.
Okay, Ms. Garza, we can receive our financial report.
All right, it's my pleasure to provide information on our financial statements for August 31st, 2024. This is a preliminary look at our August financial statements. This is the end of our fiscal year. However, this is by no means the final statements, as we will be working on our closing entries over the next several months in preparation for closing out the year. So this is our balance sheet. Presented here is the general fund, debt service fund, child nutrition, and self-funded insurance. All right, yes.
Educate me on your allowance for uncollectible. We usually collect more than 100%. So why
So we are looking at
required by the audit folks to do that?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's a requirement.
All right.
We look at the last 15 years of delinquent taxes to determine kind of what we set the allowance at.
And we're always over 100% since I've been on the board.
Yes, sir.
Collectability.
Yes.
But anyway, that's fine.
Okay. All right, so here's our income statement as of August 31st. Total revenue in the general fund is $620.7 million. Total expenditures of $625.6. Now, we do have additional closing entries that will need to be done that will adjust this. We are projecting a slight surplus in the general fund if all falls into place. There's still some large entries that we have to calculate yet, but things are looking a little better than what we had shared at the last board workshop. We were projecting a potential deficit of $2.8 million, I believe, and I think things are going to come in a little better than that, which will be good for our fund balance going into next year. So in the debt service fund, our total income is 146.3, total expenditures of 164, child nutrition 30.3, total expenditures of 30.5, and in self-funded insurance 55.4 and 55.8. This is our 2023 bond referendum. Total funds expended and encumbered to date is $280.2 million. Our self-funded insurance, we do have a full year worth of activity now. This is on the cash basis. We did incur a loss of $627.5 million based on cash basis. Now we have the accrual. I'm sorry, $627.5 thousand. We have not done our accrual entries yet. It does look like our accrual for outstanding claims will go down based on last year's accrual, so we should gain some of that back. We could potentially be adding to fund balance in self-funded insurance, so we'll have to wait till that confirmation comes back from our carrier, but we are seeing preliminary numbers that look like it will be lower, so we could end up with a surplus in this fund for the year, which would be a victory for sure.
What's the accrual value?
It's for our outstanding claims at the end of the year.
What's the value? Like how much?
Last year it was about 3.4, and this year they're projecting it to be about 2.3. So we should see
all right. Thank you.
Positive impact of about $1 million.
As you reverse and repost.
Yes.
How long does that run out? Is it 60 days?
60 days.
60 days,
Yes.
okay.
All right, so our investments as of 8/31, par value at $839.8 million. The pools are yielding 5.43, Wood Forest National Bank 5.75. Our combined portfolio is at 5.37, which is ahead of our benchmark, the 90-day T-bill at 4.97.
All right, very good.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I owe you a break, so we will take a break. The time is 9:05. We'll go ahead and get started again. Are you ready? All right, thank you for that. We are back in session. The time is 9:18. Item 8A, which is our legal. A is board member request discussion and possible action regarding a resolution for Suicide Prevention Month. This is Ms. Chase, I believe.
Yes, thank you. Sorry. I have a little thing I want to say before we discuss on the resolution. Fellow trustees, Dr. Knoll, community members, as we come together today, I'd like to take a moment to address the significance of Suicide Prevention Month. This is not just another observance on the calendar, but a time for reflection, action, and above all, compassion. The well-being of our students and staff is our highest priority, and we have a profound responsibility to ensure all of our students know that they are not alone. As we heard tonight in the public comment, a heartbreaking reality is that suicide has impacted us at Conroe ISD. These are not just statistics or distant news stories. These are our students, our families, our neighbors, our friends. These tragedies remind us how important it is that our community and this board do everything we can to support all students. The challenges our young people face today can be overwhelming. Academic demands, like we heard earlier, social pressures, and issues like cyberbullying often go unnoticed until it's too late. Too many of our students are struggling in silence, and that's something we must work together to change. This month is an opportunity to raise awareness, break the stigma around mental health, and promote open conversations about these difficult but necessary topics. Our district has already taken steps to provide resources and support systems, but there is always more we can and must do. It is critical that students, families, and staff have the training and resources to recognize the warning signs, offer meaningful support, and guide students to the help they need. Tonight we will be considering a resolution to recognize Suicide Prevention Month. As a board, we play a vital role in making sure programs addressing safe school culture are funded, accessible, and designed to meet the needs of every student. I urge my fellow trustees to support this resolution and reinforce our commitment to mental health and the well-being of our students.
Thank you. So, for the resolution, would you like to read some of it? Or I know that you've been working with Ms. Gladys, some points. I know we've all had a copy of it. Does anybody have any thoughts or questions or anything they'd like to say?
The only thing I'd like to add is that we need to make sure that we are also focusing on our staff and administration when we're talking about suicide prevention. The unbelievable weight that our teachers and administrators carry on a daily basis, not only educating our children, but also running their own lives and handling their own families, that the weight can be very, very heavy. And many times we add more weight to their shoulders on a daily basis through policy and procedure that creates more work that may not have to do with teaching or educational outcomes. And so I think we want to overall include students, staff, administration, anyone that is part of our CISD family.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Nelson?
I have just a quick question. Thank you. I wholeheartedly agree that this is a problem and we need to definitely take action. It's the action part that I just have a couple questions about. It mentions a couple times in the resolution about this district strategic goals, goal number 4, but I didn't see anything in the board book notes referencing the specifics to the goal number 4. So I just searched our website and found the district planning committee's goal number 4. Is that the same goal that this is referring to?
It's specifically addressing the safe and collaborative school culture.
Well, I was just asking because if it is the goal number 4 of the district strategic district planning committee's goal number 4, which is also called safe and collaborative school culture, There's about 5 or 6 pages in the PDF that includes like specific funding that's going along with it. So I just wanted to make sure that we've completely looked through that process and that specific goal that's listed in the District Improvement Strategic Planning Committee goals. And if we are signing this, does that mean we're signing and approving goal number 4 on that particular PDF? And
No.
if so, it's not provided here, so.
Oh, okay. No, this is just a chance for the board to reinforce our commitment to safe school environments.
Sure.
And it is exactly in line with strategic goals we've already set and agreed to, and that's why that reference is there.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I mean, it does make sense, but like I said, there's a whole like 87-page PDF document that lays out the specifics to the goals, addressing number 4, safe and collaborative school culture. And there's like that particular one, goal number 4, has like 6 or 8 pages of specifics that fall under that. So it's not provided in here. So I'm just asking if we sign this resolution, does that mean we're approving the funding that goes along with that number 4 goal in that 8 to so page document that wasn't provided in this?
Approving the funding?
There's some funding that is going along with some of the things in the strategic goals of the District Planning Committee.
Is there something in there that you're against?
Well, I just want to make,
I'm
because
asking.
that's the first time I had laid my eyes on it.
Okay,
So,
cool.
and again, I don't even know if that's what this is in reference to, but this is strategic goal number 4, safe and collaborative school culture. So
Yeah.
I assume it's the same, but I'm just saying that there's like 8 or so pages that go along with it, and I just
Well,
want
that's
to
what I'm
make
asking
sure.
you, is there something in there that you don't?
Well, there was a bunch of
agree?
funding, and in order for us, especially in a deficit funding, or a deficit budget right now, I really don't want to approve funding if we haven't even had a chance to look through it.
But if you're reinforcing something that's already there, what's there is there, right? We're not reapproving anything. It's just we're emphasizing our priorities or what's been laid out in the resolution. It's just a resolution saying that these are our priorities, not authorizing spending of any monies or whatnot.
Okay, because that's not laid out here, and it wasn't provided in reference. So
Well, I
that's
can,
my only
I think I
concern.
can also,
of the
like, maybe I can
resolution.
shed some light, and if someone can correct me, that's fine, but that, I understand your concern, I would be too, if I'm approving something and it's like, hey, it was in a resolution, but that's, as you know, that's not the way that we approve funding for programs. They have to come and make a presentation. I think this is
Yeah.
just we're just trying to make it simple and support. So I think if that's what your concern is, this resolution, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, is not approving any funding because that would be supersede the way we approve funding for programs. This is just showing support.
Yes.
Does that answer your,
It
does that make you
does.
feel better?
Yeah.
Maybe then, I'm not saying not to include the addressing safe and collaborative schools. Maybe we just take out the part about it being the goal number 4 related to that, and then there's no concern on it.
Or just say that this doesn't have to do with funding, but it aligns with the verbiage or something.
I think we're like over-engineering and overthinking this.
Well,
I mean,
Trustee Wagaman just added something, so I'm not allowed to add something as well, or is that what you're saying? She added.
absolutely not what I just said.
Well, you just said we're taking it apart and adding pieces. Isn't that what Trustee Wagaman just did?
No.
Oh, she added in addition to students, she added staff and teachers.
She expressed her concern that
this is
we also
open.
prioritize the mental health of staff, which I hope we can all
Well,
agree on.
But you don't want to write that in this?
Trustee Nelson,
This is elementary.
I'm
mean,
just
this is-
asking.
this
I don't
is-
want to sign something.
why are we
that
so
isn't-
combative on something
It's-
that
I'm
is
just asking a
so
question. I wanted
important.
to understand if we're signing off on funding. It's not
We're not.
combative
We
at all.
told you no.
Happy to answer your
Everyone
question.
knows
Not
it's
combative at all.
clearly
Has
that it's not-
nothing to
it's
do with
not
funding.
If I can interject just one thing. You're reading from the district improvement plan?
Yes.
This board approved that district improvement plan last year. So you've already approved that. Whatever that statement is, you've already approved it. It was approved last year. This board has approved the district improvement. So that's already board approved. Next year's district improvement plan this year's will be presented next month. So what you're reading from is
Okay.
a board approved item already.
Okay, well then is this for last year's or this year's? I just would like it to be laid out. That's what I'm saying. If I'm going to sign something, I would like it
You
to
know what?
say.
How would you like for it to read?
well, then if this is for last year's or this coming year's and it is excluding signing off on funding, I would just like it to be more specific if I'm signing my name on it
I
or
don't
raising
think-
my hand.
Okay, so once again,
So
we've
don't sign
already,
your name on it.
we've already talked
at
about,
some
this
point.
has nothing to do with funding, and that
Okay.
it's already been
At some
approved.
point, this becomes
I
moot.
just don't understand why we can't
Mr.
just add
President.
that to it then.
It's become moot.
I think the
Or
question
say
is-
that it was the 23-24, that's
It's
fine too.
apparent that she
You didn't
doesn't
even,
want-
it wasn't even included in this. I'm just guessing that that's what this was about. That wasn't even included in our board book.
Just a little
to
clarification, I
reference.
think, is all that's needed.
Just don't clown it. Just
We've
don't sign it.
I've provided
Let's
that.
move
That's
on,
not the
because it's
point.
apparent
I
you
think
want,
that
you guys
she's
want to be
asking the
combative.
question
It
for
looks like
clarification.
people being nitpicky and just coming to
I
be
just wanna
combative just to be
understand what I'm
combative.
putting
I
my
don't really
name
think
on.
you really have any genuine intent, no goodwill here, all right? No good faith, if you will, to do anything that's progressive tonight. So let's just move on, and you keep your signature, and the rest of the board will sign the resolution, and we'll move on.
So why ask us for our opinion if we're not
I-
allowed to
I
discuss?
don't know who asked
Excuse me,
for
I'm
that.
speaking. Okay, I'm speaking. You've been cutting us off all night. So why present a resolution if we're not allowed to discuss the resolution and work together as a board because we're all going to be raising our hand or signing it? Why can't we have an opinion and just add one thing that's just very specific, like to the 23-24?
And I'll say,
District goal
and
number
I'll
4.
respond. My response is, I don't believe you're acting in good faith. I don't believe you genuinely want to have this document signed off on.
Oh,
So
you-
you're looking
you-
to redact
that's-
this just the most
that's
minute thing
absolutely
that's
false.
already been
That is
already been
absolutely
approved.
false.
Dr. Noel told you this has been approved. As it relates to funding, we told you this is not the way we fund
Well, then I'm
things.
asking
So
to
you're just
specifically
constantly
state
trying to
23,
nitpick a
24.
document, and then you go and say, well, you did it for board member Wagaman, you should do it for me. It's elementary, it's sophomoric. It's like, you got a toy, I need a toy. You did it, I need to do it. You know, this is childish.
Okay, here we go. I mean, I thought we were a board and working together, but forgive me if I'm mistaken.
You're
No,
forgiven.
I don't think so. I think your questions were addressed and you're still struggling with that this is not funding anything. We're not
No, I'm not,
adding
no,
anything.
I'm not struggling. I just would like it to specifically state the 23-24 District Planning Committee, Safe and Collaborative School Culture, goal number 4. Again, that wasn't even listed in the documents as part of something to refer back to. I just guessed. I didn't even know that that's what it was. I just guessed.
Let's
So
move on, man.
Well,
She's not actually, they're not conducting themselves in
Here's the-
acting
all right,
in
Dr.
good faith. So
Mr.
if they're not gonna
Williams.
act in good faith, we need to move on.
all right, hold on.
You've had 4 years. I don't know. I mean, what
All
are
right,
we going to be
we're done with this.
putting-
We're done with this. This is, we're
So
done.
gavel me, not everybody else.
I just happened to gavel
Okay.
at the time,
Okay.
Ms. Nelson. I wasn't trying to gavel you. I'm trying to gavel so we can move on.
Okay.
So that's
So
that.
we're not allowed to make amendments.
You can certainly make an amendment
Well,
if you
I'm
want
not,
to.
apparently.
Okay, so how it works is you say,
I
I'd
know
like
how
to
it
amend.
works.
Well, then do it.
Okay.
Can we just make a
Yeah,
motion?
There's no
that-
motion, there's
But
no
how
end.
can I amendment if there's no
Well, I thought you
motion?
knew how to do it. I was fixing to tell
Well,
you.
you're
but
trying to tell me, but you weren't right. There's been no motion.
I don't even know where we're at right now. Just acknowledge that you've
Can
got
somebody-
big eyes
question,
and let's
please.
move
Point of
on.
question.
Okay. Can we have a motion to accept the resolution?
I motion that we accept the resolution as presented.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Now, would you like to make your amendment?
I would, sure, yes. I would like to motion that we accept this resolution and add specifics to the District Planning Committee, goal number 4 from 23-24.
Okay, does it change the substance of, well, there's a motion to amend the motion?
Would
Do
you
we have
sign
a
a
second?
document that wasn't
Do you have a
completely laid
second?
out?
Do you have a
Second.
second? We have a motion and a second. Now, ask me your question again.
Would you sign a document that didn't have specifics laid out in it?
Okay, so that's not what this is about. We've already answered the questions, and to your point, I would
But it
not.
still doesn't say that, but.
I
okay.
I would not. I don't have a problem with the
You guys-
resolution.
This
I-
is just a simple thing. This is about Suicide Prevention Month. You guys are turning into a political argument of stance. Oh, she must not be for suicide prevention. I mean, really? It's a
President
specific
Hubert,
thing. That's it.
Let's vote.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's vote.
I
You are
think,
definitely the big.
I will say that I had to not Google, I had to search in our website, just that, what is this strategic goal for? Because
Sure.
I didn't know what it was.
Okay.
So in an
You also-
effort to,
You also could have just asked.
No, that's.
well,
it's
it was
okay.
just that I was
She's
doing in
that's
the
fine.
research. And why do I have to always ask? Why can't I just do research?
You don't, you're fine. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Please, go ahead with your
And
comment.
so maybe just to put that it specifies where that goal 4 came from. That I'm not opposed to it. I'm not opposed to this. I would have liked to have seen SHAC get credit for their part in what was done in the mental health, but I'm good with
With the
signing a resolution that says that it's a priority for us. I just think that I understand where she was coming from, where Trustee Nelson was coming from, that just wasn't clear where that goal was. That's all.
Just clarification.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, that's the amendment. Makes no, it doesn't change the resolution
If
at all.
goal 4 changes in a month, then it does change.
If goal 4 for 24, 25 is different than
Okay,
23,
so that's your
24.
concern. Okay.
Come on, man,
Okay, I'll call the
resolution
I'll-
is dated, you're thinking.
Let's
anyway,
go.
Yeah, it's, okay. So all those in favor of the amendment to add the school culture, it's the 2023, 2024, that language in there, all those in favor of the motion show by uplifted hand.
One second.
Yes, ma'am.
The amendment is to add the words 23, 24 in front of strategic goal 4.
District planning committees.
That's it.
Okay, that's it?
That's it.
That's
Okay.
it.
That's it.
All right.
That's it.
Can I just say?
I'd like to
It-
call,
it
I'd
is-
like to
Let's
call
vote
the
on
vote.
amendment.
Yeah,
Let's
I'd
vote
like
on
to call the
amendment.
vote.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion shall be uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Any oppositions? Okay, motion carries. Okay, now, we have a motion and a second for the resolution. Is there any other discussion about the resolution? All right.
Just what I had said before, that I think it was just sad that we didn't include all the work that SHAC did to work with our district on putting together that toolkit and the resources that are mentioned under the paragraph, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Understand.
7, 8, 9. That was it.
Okay.
All about Shaq.
Fair enough. All right. Thank you for those who put this together. I'll call the motion. All those in favor shall be uplifted hand. Any opposition, opposed? All right, very good. Motion carries. Thank you for those.
I
for putting that in.
appreciate the resolution being adopted. I am a bit disappointed. That's such an important topic.
Took so
We
long.
spent time talking about very unserious matters.
Understood. Okay, moving on to item B, under legal, which is board member request discussion regarding the teacher incentive allotment. I believe Dr. Medford
Yeah, well,
or somebody.
this is Mrs. Nelson's
Yes.
item, and we look back on the teacher incentive allotment, and we began this process when only 2 of you were on the board, so we felt like it would be beneficial to give you a little bit of background information tonight. I will tell you that as we started the process of working on the background information, we found ourselves knee-deep into a bunch of weeds this morning, actually, as we were practicing this. We got way too deep, and so we've backed up a lot. So we're going to give a very high-level just information for you all tonight. I have a folder full of weeds here.
Homework?
Weeds. So we'll be prepared to answer any depth question you have, but this is one of those things that we were trying to cram 5 years worth of information into 15 minutes, and it didn't work very well. So we are just going to give you a high level, and then we're happy to facilitate any of your discussion and answer any questions that you may have.
Do we need to follow along in here as you go?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, we're going to be higher level, but I'm going to ask Ms. Terrell Jackson to come up.
Oh,
She is
excuse
from
me.
our Human Resources Department, and she is our TIA expert. She is the department and the expert.
That would explain the big eyes I saw on
Yes.
Dr. Medford when I called her.
Yeah. Dr. Medford said, no.
All right, good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. My name is Terrell Jackson. I'm the TIA coordinator, and I am going to be sharing with you updates on our TIA program for Conroe ISD. Here, TIA program began in 2019, part of House Bill 3, and it was implemented in order to recruit, retain, and reward those highest performing teachers at our highest need campuses. Beginning the process, what happened in our TIA journey? Work began in fall 2019 after House Bill 3 passed. Large committees, district steering committees, and stakeholder groups were developed to begin this process with the application. We have held over 70 steering committee meetings. We have meetings bi-monthly, and they are at least 2 hours in length to ensure that we get all the information needed to be able to share out. We focus what was placed on high-need campuses based on economically disadvantaged percentages and school improvement data, along with campus turnover and average teacher experience. We wanted to ensure that our program that we adopted, that it was accustomed to already by both our teachers and our administrators. So we placed high focus on what we've already started. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at our TIA goals. So again, the main purpose of this program is to recruit, reward, and retain those highest performing teachers at our highest campus needs. If you look on the inside of your blue folder on the left side, the first handout is going to be the list of the current 26 TIA campuses. The first phase included 15 original TIA campuses that had student populations which were greater than 70% economically disadvantaged students. The second phase, which are the campuses with the asterisk, those are going to be the student populations with greater than 60% economically disadvantaged students per those campuses. Looking at encouraging and professional growth and development, we wanted to ensure that all of our teachers had all of their tools in their toolbox and maintain alignment in state standards and student growth initiatives. And a little bit we'll look at our statewide performance standards because we are aligned to the state. We wanted to ensure that we provided a realistic pathway for our top teachers to move closer to that six-figure salaries. Now I do want to share, just like I shared, if you look on the left side of your blue folder, the third handout is going to be your statewide performance standards. These statewide performance standards are set by the state, and this is what a teacher will need to earn in T-test and student growth in order to be able to earn a designation. Now I want you to know, oh, my apologies, on the right-hand side. Not all teachers will earn a designation. Remember, the program is for the highest performing teachers at our highest need campuses, and we were strategic when we selected those, identified those campuses because we wanted to ensure that our highest need campuses had those best teachers. There are two ways that a teacher can earn a designation. The first way is through national board certification. That is a recognized professional certificate that any teacher can earn, and that's nationally known. Every week we publish in our weekly district newsletter a cohort, meaning we in Conroe ISD do provide a cohort for teachers in the district. If they would like to become national board certified, they can go through our program. I do want to share TEA will earn any teacher who is national board certified will earn an automatic recognized designation level on their SPEC certification, and they'll automatically earn that payout regardless of placement, location, or assignment. And I'm going to share with you all on the next slide what that looks like. So that's one way that a teacher can earn a designation in our district. The second way that a teacher can earn a designation is through our locally developed designation system. It's consisted of two components, and that's going to be our teacher observation, our T-test data, as well as our student growth measurement data. After our system was submitted, it was accepted, and we had received full accepted approval by TEA. That allowed us in 2021 and 2022 to be able to complete our first year of data capture, where we utilize teacher performance data and student growth measurement data to be able to look at if teachers are able to earn a designation. But again, I want to state that it's extremely important that not all teachers are going to earn a designation. Remember, this program is to recruit and reward those highest performing teachers at those highest need campuses. Okay. So let's go ahead and look at the three designation levels provided by the state. The first is going to be recognized. The second level is exemplary. The third level is going to be master. The first level, recognized, where a teacher can earn anywhere between $3,000 to $9,000, that is also where that automatic recognized designation for national board teachers. So if any teacher wants to get their national board certification, they're automatically going to receive an allotment for those $3,000 to $9,000. Okay. If you look at exemplary, it goes from $6,000, and then our master level goes all the way to $32,000. Once the designation is placed on that SPEC certificate, it's going to remain on a teacher's certificate for 5 continuous years. So regardless of placement, location, or assignment, a teacher is going to still generate an allotment. The piece that you need to know is those allotments are based on campus percentages of the identified economically disadvantaged. So when we selected our top 15 original TIA campuses with the greater than 70%, we strategically did that because those are our highest performing campuses with our vacancy rates that are usually the highest. When you go to one of those, when one of our teachers go to one of those 15 TIA campuses within the district, those are the highest payouts, okay?
You mean 70% economically disadvantaged,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay.
That's for the
Thank
first
you.
phase. And our second phase, in spring 23, we brought on 10 additional campuses, and we also did 60% for those.
Okay.
So
Can I just
currently
ask-
we have 26.
Can I ask one clarifying question? The allotments vary based on campus percentage of economically disadvantaged. That's not our local decision, that's built into the state system,
That goes
right?
through the state,
Okay,
yes.
so that's a statewide deal. Okay.
Every April, the state will update those allotments on the TIA webpage. And as of right now, they're still spring 2024 because they will not update those until spring 2025.
It also is dependent upon if you're rural or non-rural.
Yes.
Areas.
Yes.
So it's the EcoDis and the rural, non-rural.
Yes.
Versus, which is what.
And
The
Conroe,
non-rural, I mean, we're the non-rural.
Absolutely. And Conroe ISD does not currently have any rural campuses.
Real quick, did you say that if a teacher is a TIA teacher at one point and they're going to be a TIA for 5 years, if they leave that campus, they'll still be TIA at another
Very
campus?
good question. Yes. So as long as they're designated and they have that designation on their certification for 5 continuous years, regardless of location, placement, or assignment,
Okay.
they're going to receive that payout.
Even if that school is not identified
Even
as...
if that
okay,
school
got
is
it.
not a TIA campus, yes. Now remember what I said, our highest need campuses, those are going to be our highest allotments. So every campus, if you're designated, you're going to receive an allotment. However, those highest need campuses are going to have the greatest amount.
Yeah.
And if you look on the inside of your right side of your pocket, there's a funding map that shows
Left side?
spring 2024.
Your
I'm
left.
sorry.
You're right, or left.
There it is right there. Yes, that's the funding map of all of our 26 TIA campuses, and they are listed by the greatest allotment amounts for those campuses.
Can I ask you a question about that real quick? I can't ask a question because I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but if I understand you correctly, and I'm going to use me for an example, I go to one of these schools that qualifies for the master allotment, and I receive the master allotment, and then I leave that school and I go to a school that doesn't need any of this stuff. Are you implying that I will continue to get that money? Because I thought that this program was to recruit and retain teachers at those locations. So what is there, maybe you'll get into it, but is there a mechanism to keep me at that school?
So we're going to talk about that
All right,
in a
very
little bit.
good.
Yes,
That's fine.
very good question. When we built our system and our local requirements, we strategically wanted to ensure that we retain those TIA teachers at those TIA campuses. So the 2 local designation system requirements that we put in place is that a teacher had to be teaching at an eligible TIA campus, and that following school year they would have to remain at the same TIA campus at the time of data submission. Now I do want to share with you, TIA program is a 2-year process. So in order for a teacher to get designated, they go through that first year, which is their data capture school year. But then the second year is when their data gets submitted to the fall, and then they have to wait until that following spring in order to receive that allotment amount. So it's a full 2-year process before any teacher can get designated.
Now, just for clarity, I was just using it as an example. I certainly didn't mean to imply that we have teachers that are doing that. I didn't mean to imply that. I was just painting
But the motivation to that, just if you look at the payouts here, you can see the difference of payout. So you may, the motivation financially would be, you still may lose, if you're a master teacher, in your example, and you were at a very, very high EcoDis campus, then you may have been receiving $26,000 to $30,000, right?
Sure.
If you left there and went to a campus that had a very small percentage of economically disadvantaged students, then your allotment would fall down closer to that 12 to 15. So you would take a huge, you would still get something, but you would take a
Not
huge
what you got.
financial
Got it.
drop.
Thank you.
That's the motivation.
Thank you.
If I could share just something quickly, you know how when we have to move teachers at the beginning of the year?
Sure.
One of the things now we have to consider this, right? We had a
Oh, yeah.
teacher that we had an overage and had some options to move. And one of the things Dr. Winkler had to talk to them about was this is an option to move 5 minutes away from your house, but the difference in payout was, so the teacher, we had to have that conversation and they chose to stay. But
Okay.
those are the conversations that we have to have, but it is significant depending on what campus the assignment is.
Very
She
good.
is taller than you are. Wow.
I know.
That probably doesn't happen very often.
What you're missing is the part where we had Dr. Upshaw practicing this morning with them.
Look at her face. Wow.
And
She's the one that brought it up this morning, so.
And I'd like to kind of piggyback on what Dr. Knoll said. Even if they get that master's designation,
Yes, ma'am.
just like he shared, if you go to another campus, you're still going to receive a master level. It's just going to be a different amount because each campus is based on that
Very good.
economic
It's
percentage.
like a tier, two different,
It's
like three
their-
different tiers, right?
Thank you.
Based on economic.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Okay.
May I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
May I ask a question about the master level, or
Yes.
should I wait
No,
and
go
ask
ahead.
questions
Go ahead.
later?
Go ahead.
Do you know how many we have that were designated master by getting the national board certification? Because that's a rigorous test.
So all teachers who are national board certified, they can only receive the recognized level, and that's per the state.
Oh.
That's
So-
what I meant.
Yes, so
The
current-
recognized.
Currently, our district has 4 national board certified teachers.
Okay.
But the state, as of right now, only allows that automatic recognized for national board teachers.
It's an extremely rigorous.
It is.
And long process, and so that's why I was just curious. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, so now let's go ahead and look at what has the district learned over the journey for TIA. So most importantly, and this is the piece that teachers, money is life-changing for teachers, and yes, it is. Just like Dr. Medford shared, teachers, when they have to move, we even had one 2 years ago that had transferred in the summer. She realized how much her allotment was going to be because she met that standard, and she transferred back in the beginning of the school year to that campus, and she now has her designation, and she's still at the campus. So money, yes, definitely is life-changing. However, I want you all to understand that in order for a teacher to meet a designation, in order to earn one, they have to meet those statewide performance standards. And if you look on that chart, it's going to be that higher tier on T-test. So when they go through their observations, they get observed during the school year. Each teacher has a formal observation and 3 walkthroughs that administrators have to complete. When at the end of the school year they complete their end of the year summative, the T-test is averaged from domains 2 and from domains 3. That's how you get your final rating for your T-test rating. In order for a teacher to earn a designation, at minimum, their T-test rating has to be a 3.7. And at minimum, their student growth has to be a 55%. If a teacher does not meet those statewide performance standards, a teacher cannot earn a designation. And remember, the state put this program in place in order for the highest performing teachers to receive the funds.
Is that out of 5? 3.7 out of 5?
Out of 5, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So now I want to talk to you all about data validation. Data has to be validated in order to receive a payout. It's a 2-year process, so last year's data we're about to put forward for the fall. Those teachers will not find out until spring 2025. In order for the district to receive a successful validation, we have to meet correlations in all of our domains. If you look in your board packet, on slide 3, this is the data validation process. Step 1 is going to be the system review. It goes through TEA, and they're reviewing everything that has been submitted to the state. They want to make sure all of our eligible categories, all of our assignments, all of the T-tests and student growth measurements all match our system that was approved by the state. After we go through step 1, we then go through step 2, which is data review through Texas Tech University. There's 5 different domains that we have to earn points in order to pass, okay? So the first domain is going to be your correlation. That's the main piece. At minimum, you have to have a 0.24 correlation between t-test and student growth. So I want to share a story with you all. Our data capture year was 21-22. We submitted our data in fall 22. In spring 23, we waited for our approval from TEA. We received approval denial. We received an approval denial. We did not get validated. It's a holistic process. So when TEA goes through, they're not just looking at specific teachers and saying, you're going to get this designation, you're going to get this designation. We have to go through all 5 of those domains, those 13 total checks in order to get a score, and we did not pass. So what did we do? We got to work. We started looking at all of our evaluations. We started looking at all of our mock data. We started running mocks on all of those campuses. Dr. Knoll then started communication with the commissioner on behalf of all of our teachers, and TEA approved us for a provisional approval. A provisional approval is only good for 1 year. So we were still able to designate, and those teachers were able to earn. However, we knew going forward we had to learn from our mistakes. Mistakes are good because then you know what you do not need to do for the next time. So when we get ready to expand every single spring, we are very strategic in looking at our data and analyzing it before we submit it to the state, because we do not want to have another round of poor validation. And in order for us to have a successful validation, we have to have at minimum a 0.25. And we've been progressing each year, which is great. And we've increased and expanded each year. Spring 23, we expanded to those 10 additional TIA campuses. I will tell you, those TIA campuses we brought in only in category 2. Our application has 5 categories, but because category 2 is our starter star assessment, that was our greatest correlation, and we wanted to make sure when we brought those 10 campuses in that we were going to ensure that our t-test and student growth correlated. We were able to successfully get validated last school year, spring 24, which was excellent. So what we did by looking at data and bringing in expansions by phases has been working for us. We do want to be able to expand. We want more teachers in the program, but we know that we have to make sure that when we bring in these assignments and these campuses, that the student growth and t-test ratings are going to correlate so that we can have a successful data validation, because we understand how important money is life-changing to teachers.
So it truly is an all or none.
Yes.
It's an all or none. It's not one campus. It's
holistic.
So if we try to add districts, and when you say poor evaluation, you're saying if we add a school district trying to sneak one in to try to expand and get more teachers this allotment, the state can come back and say, no, because of that, nobody gets anything.
That's exactly how they validate. Okay. It's either an all or nothing.
Quick question. What kind of pressure does this put on our student body as well as our teachers?
So that's a great question. So teachers, the great thing about TIA program, teachers do not have to do anything extra than what they're already doing. They already have to give formal observations. They already have to do observations. There's nothing in addition that a teacher has to do. Communication, we send out notifications to them all throughout the school year. We have I meet with administrators and I go to campuses and do presentations for the teachers, so there's outlets for them to be able to ask questions and understand the validation process. There's nothing that needs to occur on a teacher. I will say that our administrators are having excellent conversations when giving feedback now to our teachers, because now they're getting reinforcements and refinements, because our teachers want to know, how can I move from this level to this level, because I want to score higher at the end of the school year. So I think it's been great, because when we grow our teachers, we in return, we grow our students and get success.
So I have another question for you on the funding and basically our budget. So we qualify and you get funding for it. Conroe ISD, we have a pay scale of what we pay teachers.
Right.
It is what it is, right? So administrators, teachers, and all that other stuff. But when this money comes in, it is part of our budget, but it's money in, money out. The money comes in, and then the money goes right to that. We don't really I mean, it's not like it's freeing up money somewhere else that we're paying in the district. We're not doing this on our own,
Right.
correct?
Correct. So we do have to front the money in the beginning to pay out. Once we pay out, then the September 1st, we get a September settle up, which reimburses us for that allotment.
Okay.
So this school year, our teachers received their payout in summer 2024, which was on their August 1st paycheck, and then we received that settle up September 1st.
Got it.
So the next fiscal year.
The next, yes.
Okay.
And one of the points I'd like to make, as I'm not sure if it's within the presentation, but you kind of mentioned it with that growth piece, is let's say last year I hit the recognized level, and I will be at recognized for 5 years. But I can still improve the following year. So just because I hit recognized last year, I can still work, and I can end up being masters. And we had some people, we did our second payout this past year. We had some people that did that, leveled up, and so that there's always that ability for them to level up. Because being a master's teacher, as you can see in the chart, that's at 5%. It's a very small number.
Are you saying they can do that quicker than the 5-year period?
Yes, they can. Yes, so they at any time they can level up the next year. It's possible for them.
And then that 5-year mark automatically restarts for them. So if they had recognized and then they hit exemplary, that 5-year mark is going to start all over for them again.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Do our curriculum coaches or assistants to our teachers, do they have any influence on their ability to
So yes,
improve and
absolutely.
improve their
So the
classroom?
coaching model that we have in the district, those coaches are able to go into those classrooms and they're able to coach the teachers, give them feedback, observe them so that they can increase in their classroom and their instructional strategies. Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Oldenweiler?
Oh, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And just to clarify, or just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, it's only the top 30% of your teachers on a campus, right?
So the state
Yes.
says top 33%
Right.
for each district. So
For each district.
district.
So it's not 33% per
It's
campus.
33%
just-
per the district.
So we can only enroll our district top 33%
Of our teachers.
of our teachers.
So there's
that-
a caveat.
Okay.
They don't max out how many teachers you can designate. So any district can designate as many teachers as they want. However, they put a tier in place where, because again, it's for the top performing teachers, that top 33% is what they feel the recognized teachers will get in the district. The top 20% is the amount that the exemplary teachers could get, and then that top 5% that Dr. Noel was referring to. So there's no cap. Teachers can earn as many designations in the district as long as they meet those statewide performance standards. We don't get rated lower for over designating, if that's what you're asking.
But we have to validate.
Yes.
If all of our data validates, then you could have more people in. The challenge with, and we have the different tiers of different subjects, where the challenge comes with the data validation is what are the instruments that we use to measure this, right? And that's why we found after year one, star to star was the best data validation. So you think about the subjects where we have year over year star, that's where we know we can validate. We've proven that. And we have a slide, the next slide here, I think, is to talk about looking to the future.
And if you all look at that second handout on the left-hand side, it's going to be orange and blue. It's going to give you all of our TIA campuses and the assignments that are eligible.
This one?
Right, yes.
So one of the challenges of growing, and like I said, we'll talk about it on the next slide, but one of the challenges of growing is we would need instruments that are valid, that would validate, right? So that's one of the pieces moving forward that we'd have to look at. If we want to expand it, I think we can, but we may have to invest in infrastructure, for lack of a better word, right? To purchase more instruments to help us do it, right? And then you run into specialty places like your band or fine arts, for example, that would need probably to be more like of a portfolio. So then it would require more on the teacher, and we would need more staff to help guide that. So there's, it's a growing process, and we look out across other districts to try to learn, like, what are they doing? How are they doing it? We're in the upper tier, near the top of all the districts that are doing it as far as payouts go, but I still think there's things that we can learn from other districts that would help us to expand it, right? That's
the way I understand it, Dr. Knoll, is the allotment, does it provide like a 10% to cover the cost of administrating?
Yes, so we can use 10%, and we do.
Yes.
And she's wonderful. But so if we increase our payouts, then yes, we would have more that we could
covered in
pull.
the allotment.
Yes, 10%. Now, 10%, it's delayed, but 10% won't cover costs. I mean, it'll help us, but it won't cover the true. Like, I'll just give an example of one of the school districts that we looked at uses a program that costs about $19 a kid. So for us, that's about $1.5 million, right? So, if are we willing to spend $1.5 million? Now, I believe, and that's we are piloting that program this year. Not to do a TIA, but we're just piloting the program to see it. It's map. It's a map testing. It's a type of testing. Bless you. I believe if we went down a road where we felt like it had great curricular benefits and it could help us with TIA, that's a worthy investment, right? But we're piloting it this year to make sure that how we like it on some campuses. But that may be something in the future that we would be coming in to say, hey, we like this for all classrooms. We don't think it's an added burden for teachers, but we will have to invest in more. Just another example is, we're going to be talking about budget cuts in December and January. One of the things that we absolutely have to protect is the number of administrators on a TIA campus, because they have to evaluate every teacher and they have to be perfect so that we don't miss. When you're not at a TIA, here's an example of why that's important. When you're not at a TIA campus, then teachers that are successful teachers can sign up for less than annual appraisal, meaning they go through a smaller portion of the appraisal process each year. To be part of TIA, every teacher has to be fully evaluated in T-tests every year. So you think about if you're at the Woodlands High School with 340 teachers, with less than annual, you may be only seeing 120 a year, where if they were to become a TIA campus, now they have to do 340. And so it's just that added. So it's just, there's a lot of different pieces that, but the most, bullet 2 here is the most important bullet. And it's probably only because we have lived the day that didn't work.
Yeah.
And I think y'all were all, I don't know if y'all were all on the board, but that was maybe right when y'all got on the board.
Yes,
that was
spring.
There's a lot of dark days, and we've had really sad things happen. But as far as just for teachers, that was the darkest day we have had. Because we had to notify the teachers, we're sorry, you're not getting your money, and it was awful.
And to tell you the truth, Dr. Knoll, I didn't understand what the problem, because we were new, we didn't have that background information, and it was new for y'all.
Yep.
And now I'm really glad that we understand exactly, because that was one of my questions. Why did we fail before? Why were we later in starting? Why were we,
The short answer to why we failed is we were trying to put more people in the system because we wanted to give it to more people. And our attempt to include more people in non-STAR tested subjects, particularly speaking, created our data problem. And it was all well-intentioned, and everybody on the committee only acted in the best of faith and only wanted to give it to more people, but that's what cost us, and that's why we had to take that step back and view it a little different. And that's why we have to be, moving forward, we just have to be very intentional about who and how we add people, because we can't miss, which we've learned a lot in the process, and I think we'll be okay. You know, but along these line of these next steps, you can see, I'll let Terrell, because she's worked hard on this. I don't want to steal your thunder. I'm sorry. And she knows it 1,000 times better than I do.
So our next steps, what are we making sure that we are going to continue doing? What is working? What do we need to refine? We're going to continue looking to add additional campuses and teacher assignments. Again, I can't stress that data validation successful piece enough. Once we receive our validation report in spring 2025, we will then have 2 years worth of data when we brought on those 10 additional TIA campuses, and we'll be able to see how successful we were in all 5 of our categories, which will allow us to be able to make decisions upon which campuses to add and which assignments to continue to add, because that is our goal. We want to be able to expand. We're going to continue monitoring all of our systems, and we're going to ensure the use of all of our additional instruments for student growth measurements. We're going to continue to implement new components without overburdening our teachers or our administrators. So that is our overall view on TIA. Do you all have any other questions?
Phenomenal. Thank you. I do have a couple quick
Yes,
questions.
ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Jackson. I appreciate this. I mean, with the basic allotment not changing since 2019, I was really just wanted to explore options to get more money into our teachers' pockets. I guess one of my main questions was, since SB 3, was it, this is, passed in 2019, why it took so long. So thank you for answering that. And then some other questions are, how can we help you? How can we help you? And I know you stated some things, but how can we support this to happen? It seems like, I think you quoted 30% of your teachers could essentially have this at some point. And if we have 10,000 employees, 5,000 teachers, 30% is about 1,500 teachers that are receiving this. And so there's a lot of room for more teachers to receive this. So how can we support you so that until we wait for, you know, the basic allotment to change, or whatever that may be?
So I would definitely say communication and transparency, just like we shared updates with you all today. Continue communicating and sharing that with teachers. I would definitely also say, as Dr. Knoll was saying, we are about to start piloting some of these student growth measurement assessments that have been a part of the commissioner's list. If there's any way we can find additional funds to be able to help assist with that, that would always be beneficial
In the form of
to the
grants?
program for student growth measurement, yes, and for those assessments. And we're just going to continue refining our program, continue getting feedback from our teachers and from our administrators, so that we can make sure that we continue the processes so that it continues to be successful, because it's life-changing.
Yeah,
These teachers,
sure.
when you talk to them, you see in their eyes how grateful they are and what they can do with the funds that they've received. And I'm happy to be a part of the community and this district to be able to reward our teachers in this manner.
So I want you to know that I actually talked with one of the master levels that it impacts her greatly. And I was impressed by just listening to her, how appreciative she was and what an impact it made for her. I would imagine she's probably one of the top earning ones in that category, in the entire TIA. But so I'm thankful for the work that you put forward, for what it does for her and for her family and for others. That being said, and back to what Trustee Nelson just said, I know that there are areas, I mean, I don't want you all to change what you're doing, because you're being very methodical and very strategic, and that's important for us to have the success so we don't have a failure. But in those areas that we don't have any good measurable, like we were talking about portfolios, like the fine arts, the whatever, those are people that also put in an awful lot of time that isn't, and they're going to be at the back of the line waiting until we can get to it. Is it a possibility that they could come together, maybe as a community, and maybe band and choir, or all of them, and generate a think tank or
Oh,
even on
that's-
that, on our, the media that, or the app that we have where they can do a think tank and they can share ideas. And it doesn't stop you guys where you are and what you're trying to do, but it starts a process.
Right.
I mean, it may take a while, but at least it starts a dialogue and a place to gather information and start talking about and maybe honing it, and maybe then we can start a pilot for that area.
And in our steering committee meetings, we have been discussing what you were just sharing, because we do want to be able to bring those fine arts and those electives on CTEs. Dr. Medford, we were just looking at our correlation for some of our categories for this school year and how we can make sure we expand those for next school year. So I think that's a wonderful idea. We can definitely do that, because when we brought on 2 of our other categories, we did the same thing. We did think tanks with the teachers.
And so one of the interesting conversations, and I think you can view it in a couple of different ways, right? But our committee, and I wasn't on the committee, so I have to speak. I think they did a wonderful job, but you can see that their focus matched what TEA, TEA's mission when they put this out was best teachers, highest poverty schools, right? And so that's, our structures were built that way because that's the way TEA guided us. As we look at it and we start thinking, do we expand? And it's a philosophical question, right? I just sent you a few weeks ago our retention rate information, and all of the schools that have the most problems are on the list, right? But Terrell, how are our retention rates for the teachers at these places that have received the funds?
So this year, our retention rate is we have 93% of our designated teachers to remain at Conroe ISD.
That's great.
Yes,
Yeah.
93% is excellent.
Yeah.
So one of the I guess concerns about hyper expansion, I guess, or expanding, let's say if we decided we were going to get to a point where we wanted to try to include all the schools. Right now, we have given these schools that have the hardest time hiring and keeping teachers an advantage. We have given them an advantage to try to grab a hold and get people. If we remove that advantage, then we understand what the negative impact it could have there. Now, you could also argue that if you were at a more affluent school and received a master's designation, and let's say you were going to receive $12,000, well, maybe if we sent you a little note that said, hey, just so you know, you're going to get $12,000 next year, but there's a vacancy at whatever school. If you went there, you'd get 30, just so you know. Now, their principal wouldn't appreciate if we did that at all.
Teachers do that.
At all. But
have asked.
that could also be an approach, right? So there's just 2 different ways to look at it, and you could argue like which is the better way. I don't know the answer to which is the better way, but we know that we have our schools, and some of it has to do with this. Our high economically disadvantaged schools are also in our most remote areas of the school district in which no teachers live nearby. So it's the furthest commute also. So it's not.
They're building houses everywhere.
They are, and that helps.
There's
I mean,
hope.
we're getting certainly more houses in East County, which is going to help us. But a lot of times, teachers are not making choices to leave a school or leave a group of students. They love their school. They love their students. They're making a decision for their family. If they live in the Woodlands or they live in Oak Ridge, and they're driving 40 minutes to a school, and the school around the corner has a vacancy, they're making that choice because it gives them 2 hours of their life back every day. And we respect that, Now, how much money would it cost? How much money does it take to convince somebody that the drive was worth it?
But it's
That's
different
the
for
experiment,
each person.
right? Yeah, exactly. And it depends on situation. For a lot of people, and what I would hope that they would pay really close attention to is if they're in their last 5 years, they really need to pay attention because this money counts for TRS. So, and you get it 5 years. So if you, whatever that big bump is, you get it for your last 5 years, then it pays you the rest of your life. You know, it changes that number forever, which is really huge.
And we've had some teachers, I've had teachers email me who were going to retire. They were like, whoa, I'm going to wait another year.
Well, we had a
I
couple
get
at the very first
designation.
payout day. I remember talking to a couple of teachers the first payout, and they told me, they said, you know, I was retiring. I said, and I'm not now because I'm coming back. And I said, well, good, like it worked. It was exactly. What
My
we
husband
wanted.
was like, I'm getting back into teaching.
Yeah,
I didn't know that
right.
This was an
Come on.
option.
And I'm glad to hear that y'all are educating the teacher
Yeah, for
population
sure.
about this so that they have it at their fingertips. if
Yeah,
they
we just want to
desire.
maximize it. Yeah.
I
for
do
sure.
have another question. Can you tell me how many recognized, how many exemplary, and how many mastery or masters do we have? I know that's not per campus because that would be way too many stats to give me.
Well,
but,
actually, I did print a handout for you.
but I just meant in general.
The payout by campus. So there, for master level, we have 55 in the district. For exemplary, there's 103. And then for recognized, there's 109. And that 109 includes the 4 national board certified teachers that we have in the district.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you all. Thank you for asking great
Super
questions.
helpful.
Yes.
That's this page,
Yes.
right? It's okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you for your
Jackson.
time.
One
Appreciate
sec,
it.
one sec. I just want to say, I had the pleasure of attending the award ceremony for the TIA recognized teachers, and it was, you are absolutely right when you said like money changes lives. The amount of joy and pride that was going on there, and they got to go in front of the photo booth with a big check. The Happy Gilmore check. Like they were just, everyone was so proud, and it was a great moment. There were so many certificates on that table, and I think it's important to acknowledge the work that you and your team do to make those things happen. When we talk about administrative, this is exactly what we're talking about.
Thank you.
So
thank you so much for what you do.
Yeah, we'll send that invite again this year. That is, you know, the challenge with that event is it happens on the day of a graduation typically because we can't do it till the very end because we don't know what the payouts are. But if you can come by, it is one of those. And our HR team does a fantastic job of making that a special day. So
Yes.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Jackson.
Yeah, well done. Okay, we have 2 items left before we go into an executive session. So item C, which is discuss and approve legislative priorities for the 89th Texas Legislative Session. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean,
Sure.
yeah, go ahead and
So,
open it up.
As you know, we talked about that last month, and so several of you provided, Ms. Chase provided her some legislative priorities that you all discussed briefly. Ms. Odenmuller provided some, Mr. Williams provided some, and we had some from the group. And what I did is I asked an attorney who had, her district had gone through this before when she was in House, and to help me compile your suggestions. And so that document is what you see. And then Mrs. Dungan had suggested it would be good to get input from the district level planning and decision making committee, which we did last Wednesday. And you, I think Dr. Null sent you that data of how their thoughts on each of those priorities. And so the list is, you know, refined more in the language of legislative priority statements that districts send out. It's the idea, right, is to communicate to, you know, in hopefully a one-pager, kind of what the most important things are to us. It doesn't usually contain great specifics, and some of the things that you all included aren't in this because they're in maybe larger concepts. For example, like, or things that we already know are happening at the legislature. For example, the rewrite of Chapter 37, right? That we think is going to happen. So discipline wasn't as important in this since we think that that's going to occur anyway. So now it's your opportunity to discuss and finalize this document, and then give us some direction about what you want us to do with it.
All right, thank you. I'll open it up for discussion.
I had a question for Dr. Knoll about universal pre-K and how would that affect us as a district? I mean,
Yeah, so that was one of the, you saw in the notes. That's why I went ahead and sent, originally we were going to compile the notes that each table had. And then once we saw them, I thought, well, it's just really more powerful to send you directly what they had written, because you could kind of see their thought. And that was, their biggest thing with that was we don't have anywhere to put them.
Right.
And that was absolutely, because, and they were worried that, we wouldn't be funded at a full level that would help us buy, all the supplies and equipment. So they had, the district level team had serious concerns about that. And I think it was one that was one of the lower percentages maybe that they had voted on, but it was primarily based on we don't have anywhere to put them. Right. And yeah, so it was one of the lower ones. Yeah, so
that was the only one that they voted
lower
against.
Yeah, so and it was really all based on they didn't see where we would put them and how we would manage it, and so it just wasn't high.
Well, that was a concern of mine, Dr. Knoll. Yeah. I zoned in on that immediately when Trustee Chase had that on her original list, because of the placement issues. We don't have room, number one, but there have been studies that have been done by the Head Start. It was the Head Start impact study. It was done back in the early 2000s, along with another study that was, these were funded by the Department of Health and Human Services, but they're, and I know it's been argued both ways, but the results of the benefits from universal or early pre-K education over the course of the first 5 K through 3rd year, they saw the benefits fade. So in addition to our issues with room for universal or for expanded pre-K, I want to take that into account, that it's not technically proven that the benefits from having pre-K education are truly beneficial moving into the first K through 3rd, 4th year.
Yeah, and I want to just be clear too. I want to share with y'all our process just to make sure you understand it. We presented these to the district level planning committee, very clearly stating that these were not, none of these had district goals. We did not speak to them in any way of trying to influence one another. We were there as a resource to try to explain when they had questions. Like there was a question about explain attendance-based versus enrollment-based. So we explained that, but we made it very clear that these are not staff goals. These are goals that came from the board. These will be board goals when they're done. So we removed ourselves completely from the conversation, just as I think it should be. It's not just like for tonight. It's just we're not going to give you. You ask our opinion, I guess we'll give it to you, but we're not. It's not our goal to influence your decisions. These are yours. The only other piece that I will share with you that just more holistic, that I don't know if it came through in their notes, that we heard from the district level committee, was they felt like that less could be more on this. That was one of their things that they just sort of talked about. Like, they voted on each item individually. We sent it out as a survey so they could vote each individually, but just kind of as their overall view, they said, listen, they felt like pick the main things that are super important, and in their mind those were financial things. That was their words, the financial things, but don't overstretch it. Try to keep it concise. That was their opinion. So I leave that with you all to do with as you.
So it's a draft. So I hear you. I think we could certainly take stuff out of this as well. And I hear everybody. I would be in support of removing the universal pre-K as well, based upon the studies you've given, and then just the information as well. Where are we gonna put them?
Well, I originally put that there, and I think there's plenty of data that show.
Well, she just cited some. That's all. And
learning,
then Dr. Knoll was
learning
saying we don't
have room.
I'm sorry.
I get the like practical implications of that for sure.
Yeah.
But the educational benefit of early childhood development and learning, I think these are pretty well understood. But I do less is more
That's what
sometimes.
that's
so
the
let's
other thing I was
really
thinking of too.
focus in on the things that are really gonna make a significant impact to us in the
Right,
short term.
and that was my other point as well, is
Yeah.
like you said, less is more, so.
Yeah.
That's my thought.
So then how do we go about this?
I mean, there's a couple of ways, I think.
May
as we
I
do
ask a
everything.
question
Yes,
also?
ma'am, please.
I do have one disagreement or one thing as far as the removal of discipline from our priority. Because even if there's a legislative rewrite in, like possibly or is in the works or coming down the pike, I know the value of us putting weight behind it, especially the size of our district. And I also know the importance of stating what our challenges are to the legislators directly and clearly, and standing behind them is important. And so, and that time when we're doing that shows them how important it is to us, and that's what moves the needle on getting things done. So I find that I really do believe that must be a priority for us.
Yeah.
It's important for our teachers, it's important for our students, it's important for parents to see it there, but most importantly, it is important for our legislators to know, we are standing on this, do not let this drop.
And I certainly didn't mean to imply that it was not important.
Oh, I know.
Just that if you all are going to slim this down.
Right.
If that's a, you know.
Yeah.
I did add to the legislative priorities, I did add classroom safety and discipline, but somehow it got removed, but I did have it on there. I was referencing a specific House bill or something, and then I realized we weren't doing specific bills, and we were just being more general, so that's the part I removed.
I think you sent me, there was a teacher's bill of rights.
Classroom safety, and then I put discipline after that.
But you all are, I mean, this
Yeah,
is your
yeah,
document.
yeah.
You can put whatever you want.
for
We
sure.
don't, we have no
that's
problem
okay.
with whatever
No,
you would
just-
like to include. It's your document.
Yeah,
so
for
feel-
sure.
Feel free.
I'm just a little unclear as to the action. I do agree that we should simplify the list. I think that's great, but what are we going to do with this list?
Yeah, so part of it would make, obviously put a list together and then send it to our legislators to let them know, our local legislators, what our priorities certainly are.
Carrie, did that attorney tell you what her previous districts had done? Just
They
once
did
again, we're
that.
trying to learn, right?
Sure, yeah, no, they
that's one of them.
sent it to all the elected officials, maybe with a cover letter from the president or the superintendent. They would take it if board members or administrators talked at Rotary clubs or Kiwanis clubs and have it as a handout. It's posted on the website. It's a kind of just available to educate people and to have, kind of like we send out our year in review about the district. It's just, this is what's important to our board and whoever you want to share that with.
So one item that I felt was really very important, especially after the last legislative session, is that our school funding and our teacher pay raises not be attached to any other legislation like they were attached to school vouchers. Because when one failed, it all failed. And so I think it's incredibly important that if we are going to look at school funding, that we look solely at school funding without attaching it to anything else.
Okay.
I mean, that's the thing with this legislation, is it just seems to be such a moving target, right? So much changes between now and then. To me, it's sort of difficult to, put all of our weight on, a list of 5 to 10 different things. It's just so much of it changes. I mean, last year in the very end, some things were combined with other things, and then those got killed, and it's just, I just feel like it's really soon to do this. But I'm happy to do what everybody wants to do, but.
Well, the school funding, I mean, I understand I believe I understand what you're saying, where when you're in the legislature, there are a lot of moving parts, but your priorities shouldn't change, right? So if funding schools is important, whatever they're doing, then that shouldn't change,
Right, but
right?
sometimes it gets attached to other things. Like, I think in the end, the school choice got attached to classroom safety, and so then both of them died. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah,
hard
so
to,
we're just-
like, I fully support classroom
I
safety.
don't remember school choice, I just remember school vouchers
Yes, it did.
and defunding public, schools.
Yeah, they got
Okay,
combined.
so back to the question that Trustee Wagaman was discussing regarding the local, not attaching it to other, the teachers' pay raises. I don't think there's anything wrong with trying that, but before, even my other thing is we really need to address the inflation rate for our basic allotment. We have approximately, well, and this isn't even a true number. If we have an EcoDIS situation in our district of 40%, let's say, I'm just rounding numbers, and we don't even take into account the allotments for school safety, bilingual education, allotments for what we do get right now for dyslexia and special education, et cetera. Let's just be really simple here. 60% of our students are basic allotment students, just rounding it.
Okay.
We don't get extra funding, which we keep being told, here's the extra funding over here for these other types of tiers of students. But our basic allotment for our students is still a basic allotment. And we've had inflation, and I think it is extremely important that we push that our basic allotment try to come in line better. I think that is a priority. As much of a priority as I think school safety is, I think that basic allotment must go up. Yes, education has had a 40%, and that's a rounding down, it's like 42, 43%, but 40% increase in allotments, but it's been on this side, not in the basic allotments.
Okay.
And that's where we're able in our M&O budget to use money to pay for the expenses that have gone up. All the other expenses, I mean, even our electricity, our insurance, all those things have gone up on us, but there's been no increase in that basic allotment. And those other tiers of allotments are not covered. We can't use money from those to help pay on the basic allotment.
But the golden penny yield has changed substantially.
It has.
What is it up, like 12 million? Where's Karen? It's like 12 million that has changed since 2019, correct?
Correct. Karen, can you come to the mic?
Thank you, sorry.
That increase happened in fiscal year 23-24.
Yes.
12 million.
Thank you.
Karen, do you know the number on if the basic allotment was adjusted for,
So every
for
$100,
inflation?
yes, every $100 of increase in the basic allotment generates about $9 million additional dollars for us in terms of funding.
And do you know if the basic allotment had kept up with inflation, what it would roughly
It should be about 7,500.
And it is what today?
6160.
60,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry, what was that? I know it's 6160 now, but I meant
7,500.
7,500.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so then
Okay.
I guess the first item we agree
So
on.
A is good, yeah, I think A is good. That's
Okay.
what I'm hearing you say. You're like
I'm
A.
just trying to move us
Yeah,
along.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then B, are we okay with increasing state funding for
Yep.
special ed?
As a priority?
Yes.
As a priority? I
Okay.
like that. Ms. Dungan, are you
Making
good with that as
progress.
well?
Mm-hmm.
All right. 3, teacher retirement and retention funding.
Recruitment and retention.
I'm
Oh, wait.
sorry,
On A, there were multiple pieces on A.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I just realized that he had already been
Yeah.
down, so I'm glad you got that too. I'm okay with the basic allotment account that we try to get that up. I'm not okay with bypassing the taxpayers on golden pennies.
You're talking about the tier
Give the-
2?
Under A for school finance, one of the things was that we give local elected school boards the discretion to access the golden pennies to meet the needs of the students. We have 5 golden pennies that we've exercised at this point, correct, Ms.
Yes.
Garza? 3 are left, but we would have to ask the voters for a Vader and a voter-approved tax rate increase. But if we were to push for giving school board the discretion to actually access those golden pennies, we would be saying that we're bypassing the taxpayer and not trying to do it. I mean, we'd be advocating for trying to do that.
Is that what this is stating?
Is that what that was intending?
Well, it's to give the board the board would still have that option. I mean, it doesn't mean that you would
Bring it to a
automatically
vote.
do
But we
it.
still
Yeah.
have that option. Why would we go to Austin to legislate for that?
No, you don't have the option today to access another golden penny.
Only if we go to a Vader.
Correct.
Yes.
But what that, I guess, is, the way I read that is that it would give the board the option to go for another golden penny, and I think then it would be
Without a Vader?
would be without a Vader.
Okay, that's
So
what
it
I
would be
just
the, it would
said.
be the board's decision, so you are the voice of the people, so
Yeah.
if that's not what you wanted to do, you just wouldn't do it. Right?
Yes, but
And
why
it
would we
takes a
take valuable
it takes a-
legislative time? Why would we take legislative time when we're trying to streamline this to fight for something that would be taking power away from our taxpayers?
This
Well,
wasn't in
that's
my
not-
original,
Oh, that's
so I
fine,
don't
I'm
know
just
who it comes
asking.
from.
Well, I'm fine with it. There was a time when we didn't have Vader, and the school
Yeah.
board, we did a great job of managing the money. This is what we did, and we were elected officials, and, you know, taxation with representation, we represent the taxpayers, and so that's what we did. So I'm fine with it. I'm fine with leaving it in, but once again, that's not my axe to grind. If we want to pull that out, I'm fine with pulling it
Yeah,
out.
I think the two biggest things we can
It
do
doesn't feel
is
transparent.
go to an enrollment-based funding calculation instead of average daily attendance, and increase the basic allotment to at least keep up with inflation. So I'm
Okay.
fine if that's
Yeah,
what
let's
we
take
keep
it out
there,
then.
then we go
that'd be
for
great.
it.
I do think that
Take it out.
one of the things to take into consideration, I'm also for an attendance base.
Enrollment.
Enrollment, I meant enrollment.
Yes.
But I can tell you from talking with people in legislature, they're not going to go with that just straight. So I would like for us to be mindful and putting our best foot forward and stating, let's do an enrollment, but give us a bonus for good attendance, like attendance records showing that we have. But if you go straight enrollment, they're gonna shoot it down.
That's fair, but at least we let them know what
Yeah,
our
let 'em
intentions
know.
were.
Let 'em do
That's the
we're
best
not
thing
guaranteed
for
to get anything.
our district, right? is
Don't
to
we
go
wanna try to
enrollment
get
based.
what we, I mean,
We will.
don't we wanna
Yeah.
legislate for what we
Yeah, we're not
hope
gonna
to get?
speculate and assume we're not
Well,
gonna
just
get
let
it. We're
'em-
gonna ask for what we
Yeah,
want.
let them work through that.
Not just us getting it, it would be everybody across the state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So golden pennies
But
out
yeah,
there
I mean, I
and
think it's
move
I think
on.
it's good, but I don't have any problem with what you're saying at all. I don't. We'll just hopefully, you know, they can figure those things out. We're just saying
They have
we would
to
like
figure
this
that
to have
out.
this. And if it turns into a bonus, I think we're still winners.
I think the specifics
I
of
think
it,
we're still
though,
good.
encourage them to do it
Yeah, let
that
them do
way.
it.
Yeah.
I agree. Okay.
Okay, so.
Okay, and then B, everybody said they were okay with
Yeah.
B.
Special ed, yeah.
Okay, and then I said teacher retirement. I meant recruitment and
Recruitment.
retention
That's
funding, established state funding especially targeted at improving teacher salary and benefits. Is
Yes.
everybody okay with
They,
that one?
they have to do something here.
We get
They,
you.
they have
We get
to.
you.
Okay, on the C, 1C.
Okay, thank you.
We're all in agreement with this?
Is that one okay?
We're good.
Okay. And then D, oppose legislation that diverts public education funds to private schools, homeschools, or other private entrepreneurs, enterprises through voucher programs. Are we okay with that?
Yes.
I still think we need to have some sort of statement saying we don't want any finance attached.
Ms. Blackman, is your microphone on? I'm sorry. I hate to
I'm
interrupt.
sorry, I thought it was on. I think it's important that we state somewhere within A through C that funding not be attached to vouchers. Like, they've already paid the big bucks to get everybody out to get vouchers passed, so that's neither here nor there. The fact of the matter is that we don't want our funding attached to
Correct.
passing vouchers.
Okay.
Okay, you can state that.
So I'm
Okay.
not sure where we want to put that.
I mean,
Well, in D, it states
E.
that.
I just think we need to be publicly stating that our public education institutions cannot be defunded. Period. They just can't. They are,
Yeah.
it-
We don't
the,
support defunding
we
public
don't
education.
support defunding public
Right.
education. It's
course.
it is our foundation for our community and our country. If we don't have strong public education, then we cannot sustain as a country.
Okay. I like it. So it sounds like we're in agreement with D.
No, well, no, I don't like the language of it. I just say that we are not in favor of defunding public education.
No,
Via
we're gonna
school
say we don't
voucher
want school
program.
vouchers. We're
I'm
gonna
not
stand
for
firm on
school
that.
vouchers,
Well,
but
we need to
I'm
stand
not
firm
going
on
to
it.
state
It is what it is. We're not
this.
gonna, I don't wanna sugarcoat and dance around
I
what's
just said
obvious.
what I said.
We need to say, we
Then
are against
no,
school
I
vouchers.
say no.
Reject it. So
But-
it's
but-
okay.
I was willing to try to work with it.
But
Yeah.
Trustee
Language-wise.
Odenweiler,
Good,
I mean,
good.
that is the big threat to
Yeah.
public education
No, it
funding.
isn't.
We
Dr.
can't
Noel,
pretend
defunding
it's
it.
not.
Dr. Knoll, I've asked you this before, publicly and privately. If ESAs or even vouchers that I don't even know what they were never even discussing vouchers in Austin. But if ESA accounts were put into place, let's just state, you told us or told me that it would not make a major impact on us in Conroe ISD.
I don't believe initially that we would have, but we would lose a lot of students. Now,
Initially.
here, I will tell you since you're asking.
Yes, sir.
Where we are more vulnerable in the short term is any legislation that treats us differently than any of our neighboring school districts. And in the last session, there were multiple bills that were out there that were hold harmless for this size of district, but not for that size of district, or this amount of money for teachers in this size district, but not that size district. The vouchers themselves, there's not schools out there, and I believe we compete very well. I don't think we would have an exodus in that way. My greatest concern would be, hold harmless or more teacher money for every school district with less than 20,000 kids, so that we look up and everybody around us is given a $10,000 raise and we get no additional of that money. That's where I'm most fearful.
Yeah.
So if they can do whatever they want. If they leave the playing field level for all school districts and they fund us to an appropriate level, I believe we would be able to compete very well. But that's
Dr. No, where does the money come from vouchers?
Well, I don't know. That's not my.
I mean,
I'm
it
not
comes
there,
from
so I
the
don't
same
know.
bucket of money.
Yeah, but the state
Okay,
has
now-
finite resources. If you take, it's fungible. You can move it from one to one. If you have money to give for private enterprises with public money, you should be diverting that money to public school systems. I think the issue becomes we want to play footsie with this because we got local legislators that are out there peddling, playing footsie with this whole voucher thing. All right, they're not coming out speaking against it. They need to take a hard stance against vouchers, and we need them to say exactly that. Not dance around the issue because they want to try to stand on the fence. But if you don't stand for something, you're going to fall for anything. We need to say we are against school vouchers.
I was told the funding comes from the foundation, the FSP or something. Is that true? So
The foundation school program is just what funds public schools.
But there's a different pot that this is coming from. I don't know. All I can
I have
tell
no
you is
idea.
I'm not for defunding public education.
We're against vouchers.
They stick their hand
that's
into
exactly
that
what
pot
that
and
does.
put it in another bucket
Yeah.
and say here.
Yeah.
But that means less
I mean,
than
I know this is going to hurt
Happily
some
sign
feelings of
something
some folks that are beholden to these local state legislators, but we need to just do that because
Well,
we're representing the best interest of public
relationships
schools.
are important
And
with
this
all legislators.
right here is what we're here signed up to do, and that's to prevent, right, the defunding of public education, public schools. We need to quit letting our legislators play footsie with this thing, holding educators, school systems, funding hostage because we won't give in a kowtow to their demands here.
I'm just going to state that, Trustee Williams, no, I kowtow to no one. You can raise your eyebrows all you want, sir, but I kowtow to no one, and I'm pretty sure that you would agree that I haven't done that here. So the bottom line is, I am all for not defunding public education. I will not state that I won't support something I haven't read. I haven't seen a voucher bill that I've been for, and I've seen ESAs that I thought could be possibilities, but they changed 5 times last session.
Right.
So I can't say I'm not going to go for this when what I feel that we can say and agree on is we do not want to defund public education.
Like I said before.
Otherwise, I just don't think we're going to come to a consensus.
You have to call a spade a spade. I mean, school
I'm
vouchers,
trying to.
school vouchers are where we are. As I mentioned before, I mean, I'm not, that is exactly what school vouchers do, defund
Well,
public
not even
education.
vouchers.
Then
So
we're
we
saying
need to just say what we say and just move
We're
on
saying
with
we're
it.
against
If,
defund. In
if
fact, when this
these
was put on
various
as a
folks get their
resolution-
feelings hurt, just tell them, call me, I'll call them.
I made that change,
I'll call
and
them.
you guys were willing to do that when we had the resolution on. I made that same exact change. We will not defund
What? I'm
public
sorry, I didn't-
education.
I didn't hear
There
you
was a,
say.
there was a resolution that someone had
Yeah,
put
we
on
couldn't
the-
agree on either.
No, I added that I would change it to say that I don't, I don't want to defund public education, and you said you would agree with that, but then everybody started arguing, and then we dismissed it.
No, I think
So I'm
vouchers is
happy to
hurting,
state
hurting
that.
some of your close allies' feelings, but that's what they are, they're vouchers.
Sounds more personal to you. I don't understand
I
why
don't
you
take
can't
anything.
compromise.
I mean, it's a little weird, right? That you're sitting on the
wait,
board
it's not
of
weird.
of a public school district, and you're
Dr. Null just
you
said
would
it wouldn't affect many students. It would only, he's only concerned about the funding. So if we're stating that we also share that concern about the funding, we don't support anything that defunds public education, what's the problem?
Well, here's my
He
question.
said initially.
Here's my
But he
question
was only
because I
referring
think
to
we're.
funding. He's
I'm
referring
trying
to
not
funding,
interrupt.
not
I'm trying to-
students.
Trying to move on. I got a question. So, just it reads opposed legislation that diverts public education funds. Everybody is good to that point, to private schools, homeschools, or other private enterprises through a voucher program. What part of that do you not agree with?
I haven't read any bill for any vouchers or ESA programs.
Okay, so but if
Currently.
but you said that you don't want to defund, and so if there was a voucher that said we're going to defund public education, would you still be against
Sure,
that?
but there's not.
Okay, so that's all this is saying.
So why not just state?
That's- Because, and I'll tell you why, I believe, because vouchers was a huge piece of the elections that just went through. It was. I mean, there was a lot of money that was dumped into it, and I do believe it's coming, and so I would just say, look, if the state is coming up with other money to fund these to give, and to do it, okay, but just don't take it from the public education. And I think that's what this is saying. Hey, don't fund vouchers with public education money. So how do you read it differently? And I'm being sincere. How do you read it differently?
Here's where you're missing the words matter.
Yeah, I
as
agree.
You've said
No, I'm
before.
trying to learn. I'm
I
being
know,
sincere
I know.
so tell me what's
and
up.
to use a term like vouchers, voucher is in the educational world. A voucher is one thing. An ESA, educational savings account, is another.
Okay.
And so for us to sit here and determine it as vouchers, as a word,
That's not even
it's not, the word voucher wasn't even used in any of the bills last year.
So you're
And
So then add
I
ESA.
just think that by
Let her
saying.
finish. I'm trying to figure this out.
What I was trying to clarify is, we all support, do not divert and defund public education.
So can we change the language to ESA instead? I don't
I don't
get the
think we
point.
should tie it to
Can
any
you,
one
can you just
particular
add a
thing.
sentence? Can you just? I know I said I wasn't, but I'm just
I got
watching
you.
the clock
All
here.
good ideas are welcome.
If there was a period after the word enterprises, I think that's what you're all saying.
It is. We're good
If the
to that point.
if the period appeared after enterprises, do we all agree with that statement?
Yes, sir.
And I understand that some people may want to make a further statement about
I got
vouchers
you.
or not. But if you just put a period after enterprises, do we agree with the sentence as it is?
And if you remove the bold reject school vouchers.
Where?
The beginning.
Well, that's
Look, just
Oh.
because, look.
Well, that's just a title. That's a title.
I'm not entertaining this right now, because what's happening here is, folks apparently have marching orders, right? By
I beg your
whomever,
pardon? We have
whomever these
marching
folks that are
orders?
pulling their strings is giving them marching orders not to say vouchers. I specifically want the verbiage to say, we are against vouchers,
Wow.
which defunds public education. I sit on a board that represents public education, public educators, and a public education system. Anything that's adverse to that, that's harmful to that, I want you to clearly understand that we are, as a board, should be against that.
You can't
Absolutely.
even define.
Right? And I'm not trying to
what you're-
sugarcoat the word and what it is, right? I don't answer to those folks.
Again, Dr. Knoll stated that he's concerned about the funding and not the students.
Okay.
Dr. Noel's concerns is his concerns. My concerns is where I sit
Well,
and represent the public school system.
Concerns.
And now, I clearly understand that, and I'm clearly understanding that your concerns or being represented by someone else that's pulling those
My
funds.
concerns are aligned with Dr.
Sir,
Knoll.
that is extremely disrespectful to every single person on this that is sitting up here, not just us. We have our own minds. I can assure you that when I sat down for 13 hours this weekend going through this board book, there was no one sitting there with me giving me marching orders, research, and documentation. I did all of this myself, and it is extremely disrespectful for you to sit there and tell me I am a puppet with strings to someone else. I have my own mind, my own thoughts. I have an educated mind, and I don't need you or anyone else to imply that I have strings attached to me like a puppet.
All right, fair enough. So I hear you? Here, everybody,
Truth
let's
hurts.
just, let me just reel this back in so we can move on, because, you know, it is starting to get late or early, however you want to say it.
Or we can state that we agree on the first three. That's very concise.
Well,
The first three are agreeable.
yeah, the first three.
I'm not saying we're not
no,
saying
there's an
vouchers
amendment
or
to it.
going
more
down and
funding.
looking at anything else, but if we're talking about the highest priority, it is funding.
Yeah, we're
And
asking for more
discipline.
funding in one section, but then we're also stating that we're against diverting diverting education funds. So it's all about funding. So just put all that in one funding compartment.
Well,
I say just go ABC.
yeah, I'm good with A, B, C, D as well.
No, we're gonna put D in there.
Because
Well-
my
I'm
my
not
thought is this,
capitulating to
just to be clear on the rejecting of school vouchers, that is what it was called, and I was, you know, asked many times about this, and I want to be clear that there is a difference between school choice, because that's what that's the buzzword. School choice is all these different options for parents to pick. Everybody's for kids, for parents picking how to best educate their kids, right? We're all for that. The voucher and the ESA is how to fund those choices. So I will never tell a parent how they should educate their kid, and nobody has a right to tell anybody how to educate their kid. But a voucher program and ESA is starting to take tax dollars for me to allow students to get into schools that my kids were rejected from because of their religious belief. I can't be for that. And so that's why I'm okay with the voucher program. Now, the cool thing is if the legislator calls it something else and they do something else, great. But I would love to state that I am not for a school voucher program that defunds public education.
How
That's my
about
Any program that
then you're
defunds.
for the choice of schools as long as it doesn't divert funds from public
Yes,
education?
ma'am.
Yeah, say that
Always
too.
have been.
Say both
No,
of
I'm
them.
just saying, why can't we say it that way?
Say
Well,
both.
because the other one is, we're saying that this is under funding. We don't want to defund public schools
How about we say
without
we're
that.
against school vouchers that defund public education?
No, say both.
Does that
Is
work?
that not the same thing?
No.
Say that
Fred.
one more time.
Being against school vouchers that defund public education.
I'll go with that.
That's cool.
That's defining the vouchers as defunding
Sure.
public education.
I'll go with that.
I'm down with that.
I'll go with
Does that
that.
work?
I'll agree with that.
Yeah. I'm good with
Does that
that.
work?
I agree with that.
But again, we need to make sure
No, I
that
agree
any
with
of
that.
this funding is not
Tied
tied
to
another.
to.
Okay.
I
that
would
type
prefer
of
it just
program.
say on all of a funding little letter compartment of A, that just say, we want more money for enrollment, we want to increase the basic allotment, and we oppose anything that diverts public education funds. I'd prefer to put it in a funding letter, or a funding little compartment of letter A, or whatever it may be.
Yeah, as long as you stick with that last
Yeah.
recommendation that
Yeah,
you made, I'm okay with it.
I think we're good. I think we're there. Is that fair? Okay, good deal. Okay, student outcomes. Do we want to talk about the universal pre-K?
I think we agreed on that.
No. Take it out, right?
Shelve it.
Okay, accountability and assessment reform?
I mean, that
That's
was
referring to
mine.
STAR, correct?
Yes.
Just gonna do them all.
I think we're
Yes.
okay, well, I think we're okay with, I'm okay with, yeah, we certainly need that to be a priority to redo the standardized testing.
Okay.
I
And
firmly
especially
believe in
if we're
that.
using our TIA as
Okay.
a starting
Are
point.
y'all okay with that?
I think we need an alternate. I too agree, we need an alternate other than
Awesome.
the STAR test.
Okay. Technology infrastructure and digital learning resources, are we okay with that?
I'm okay.
Yes.
Okay
That's been
there?
consistent.
Okay here? All right.
Oh, no.
And then safety and security, adequate funding for school safety measures?
Okay. Yay?
Yes.
Down here? Okay. And then expanding mental health services?
I think, one thing I think we should include in the adequate funding and maintaining.
Yeah.
We don't have, and so sorry, my mic's not on.
Yeah,
She was looking at me. We don't have a mechanism right now that with all of the new, which we're all in agreement on, all of our new safety and security measures are being put on us legislatively, and we have no problem with it. We're all for it, and we're getting grants on the front end that help really cover a good substantial amount of it. But we don't have anything funding-wise in place in those allotments that maintains it.
I agree.
And so I feel like that is something, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go back on one, but I didn't catch that until
That's
just
okay.
then. But I think we need to state, and that includes maintenance and maintaining it.
Sure, we can add that. But I mean, you mentioned grants, and I specifically call that out here, that we need to advocate for funding that is not tied to grants, but rather students, because it is a lot of hoops to jump through to get this grant that may or may not be guaranteed, and we all just kind of wait in limbo to see if we're going to get it, to see if we, get any money for maintaining. Like, it is madness.
That's why I said, I think under,
I agree.
I could flip to the spot where I've looked at all the different allotments. If we could state that in our allotments for school safety, because that is one of our allotments, our buckets, that we get increased amount of funding for the maintenance of all these new safety and security.
The funding to do it and the funding to maintain it would be absolutely common sense, wouldn't it be?
And the only thing I think that comes from grants, and I'm not exactly sure why they choose to go grant-wise versus the funding allotment on these things, is that it gives us a percentage increase for the size of our district by going grant-wise. And we can go and ask for more funds from that grant money. And some school districts don't actually ask for it. So if we can go and ask for more, why not go and ask for more?
Yeah, but honestly, okay, that also doesn't make me feel good, right? That there are some school districts not asking for the money they need to implement the safety measures they need to do. Like, yes, I'm sitting on this board representing 74,000 students and 10,000 employees, and making sure that they go home at the end of the day, and whatever we need to do to put the measures in place to ensure that. But it doesn't make me feel good that another district, by measures of not having the administration in place to go after grants and are not able to do these things. So I think these are a lot of our local problems, right, have state level solutions, not just for us, but other districts.
And that's how we end up getting more done, is when there's a consensus across the state on things that need to be done.
Very good.
Okay. All right. We did talk about extending mental health services. I think we're in agreement with that. And then enhanced digital safety and cybersecurity. I think they go hand in hand.
I agree with that.
Measures to improve and, like Ms. Odenweiler said,
Sustainable. Sustainable funding. Okay.
I still don't, do we put discipline anywhere?
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
Okay.
I'm in agreement that, like you said, even though they may be addressing it, we're saying that's important to our district as well. I'd be fine with putting in discipline.
I think it's twofold.
I agree.
Do you have suggested language?
I do not.
I did send some over. I'm happy to send some, and then we can send it back out to everyone, and as long as everyone agrees with it, we can put it out there.
Agreed.
Okay, so we could entertain a motion to accept this with the adjustments that we've made that Gladys has been writing down, along with the discipline addition.
I would like to, I'll accept it, but I still want to see it once it's completed, since we've added some things and all that.
Okay.
So I don't know.
I'd like to see it all mapped back
we
out
can,
again.
we can do it next week. We can do it next month.
Sure.
October, we can look at it.
Let's do that then. I'm suggesting we hold off on, write it up and then bring it to us.
Okay, so then we have the changes to the wording for two of them. We're dropping universal pre-K. We're adding something related to discipline. Is that what you have, Ms. Gladys?
And sustainable funding for the A and B.
Yeah,
under
the
3.
change in the language in the two
And we're going to go back and watch this on
Dropping golden
YouTube 10
pennies.
times to try to figure out exactly what y'all said.
Dropping
Just-
golden pennies.
I didn't know what you said about fully funding instruction materials.
On the first one, so we were taking out, give local school boards the
The golden
desertion.
penny.
So take
Yeah.
that out,
Yeah.
and everything else stays.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Very good.
So trustee Chase,
Uh-huh.
I told you that our lists were very similar. So I think we show right here that we could come to an agreement on these. So
yeah.
I think that's great because it's for the benefit of our families here in our community.
And
so
as you
it's great to
stated,
find a
across
pathway
this-
to agreement.
and
Hopefully we can
across
keep
the
it
state.
going for
Hey,
the
we
next
got one more.
item.
We're talking about books now, so let's keep this going.
can we take a potty break?
Can we get through this one and go to the executive session? Can we do it during executive session? Let's do that. All right. We're going to go through D, and then we have executive session. So D is consider revision of board policy EFA instructional resources, instructional material, and EFB instructional resources, library materials. I know we got the draft. Ms. Gladys, would you like to discuss that?
It's, the draft I sent you is based on input from trustees that submitted it to me. And as I indicated in the agenda item pertaining to specifically EFB, all of the highlighted text in yellow is
Yeah.
based on the new TSLAC standards that are
Okay.
required by House Bill 900. And so it's up for, I'll try to make edits.
All right.
If you want to talk about an EFA and then EFB or whatever order you want to talk about them in.
Can I just start?
Please, go ahead.
Since I'm Trustee Wagaman and I both brought this up, just to take us like a little bit back. So one thing that Carrie mentioned last time when we were agreed to go down this road to look at EFA and EFB was a reminder like of the intention behind local policies, right? To ensure that the district complies with laws, but to give the guidance on how to do that, right? So, helping us operationally, helping the district operationally comply with the legal policy, and to help us, achieve our long-term goals that we have of, student outcomes and stuff like that. Where we left off, right, is in November 2023, we adopted the new EFA and EFB policy. And I think we all saw that this had unintended consequences. I'll put it that way. We saw that, this policy left some gaps that allowed some exploitation. It, made us vulnerable to groups asking broad brush mass book removals. Most notably, we saw this in the pallets of books that were removed and all over social media that we removed from our classroom. And then I think we saw this specific impact in student outcomes when we talked about this in June, where we were asked to return 19 literary works, many of which were used in our AP English classes, used by students. We were asked to return those. And I think we all had a very, even though we didn't agree on the outcome there, I think we all saw that that was not the intention behind what we wanted to do. And so that's why we came back together to look at this, revising this policy to close those gaps, right? So they can't be exploited, so we don't get mass removals of books done via informal methods, that we don't have impacts to our students negatively affecting their chances of success. And I think we also see that, we're not guided by what's in the media, but we would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge that these types of actions that we had, they are stories in the press, and they, negative publicity does damage to our reputation. And it does damage to recruiting people to work in our district. It does damage to, our reputation, and also has long-term consequences for our community. So I think we can say that people can start with good intentions, but sometimes end up at the wrong decision. And I think that's where we got here. And in the spirit of having similar ideas and similar values and similar goals that we saw like in the last one, I'm hoping we can come together as a board and correct our policy to close the gaps that we saw.
Okay.
So, thank you.
All right. So everybody has a copy of their of the additions and subtractions.
Yes.
I was looking for a way to allow books that were pulled out an opportunity to come back in through some type of formal review. I understand that has been addressed. That was the thing that was important to me, was to not, obviously, I don't want to create an avenue where inappropriate books can come into our libraries, but for books to give the librarians some help, I wanted to give them a mechanism that if they had overreached just too much, that a parent has the ability to say, no, I want to question this book, and it goes through a formal review, just like if it's the opposite.
What I added, and I have to apologize because the language got in EFA, but not in EFB, and I meant the version that I sent you. There's a zillion versions you can imagine of this. Yep. The language is missing in EFB, but what I did, I thought, to achieve that goal was allow formal reconsideration requests to apply to removals, or to something that we didn't remove, and you could ask either way, but it was a formal process where a committee would be appointed, that included the one that you all had decided back in November, the 4 parents, a campus education, that same committee, and they would evaluate if someone wanted a book to return.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That was my thing.
My item that I was most concerned about was the ability for our students who are taking college level courses to be able to access anything that might be needed either in the library or the classroom collection for testing purposes. And so you changed or added on EFB on page 4 of 7 or 290, depending on how you printed it out on your board book. You added, the parent or guardian of a student in a college level course may give written permission to access a book not available in the school library or classroom collection. And so I'm satisfied with that. I think that meets the goal.
Could you touch again on the yellow? Because we were reading through that, because there were some substantial changes to that.
So part of House Bill 900 is the legislature required that the Texas School Library, or Texas State Library and Archives Commission establish public school collection standards, how libraries were to develop their collections. And then that districts were required to use those. And so they're incorporated now. So they gave them until January 1st of 2024 to come up with those standards, and I sent them to you as well. And they're excellent standards. And really not different probably than what we were doing before, but they're now incorporated in local policy as required by the law. And so whether they were in here or not, it makes us, we want to be compliant with the law.
Is that what removes sexually explicit material then?
So sexually explicit material and sexually relevant material are applied to vendor ratings, not to library ratings. And so because that's under, being litigated currently, I removed it, and there's a notation, I believe, in the legal policy that indicates that litigation's ongoing, and then the legal policy would be revised depending on the outcome of the litigation, to include those provisions, because it's really a law, not a local policy regarding
Right.
vendor ratings.
So why wouldn't we keep it until the lawsuit is
Because it's been,
finished?
an injunction's been stated against it, it can't be implemented.
But the law was only requiring the vendor to put ratings on it. It didn't have anything to do, HB 900 doesn't have any ongoing litigation based on content. So we're not being held by legal law standards right now to have or for the vendors to rate our books. But we are being held accountable by law for the content of those books, that they meet the state laws that were set forth.
I understand what you're saying, but there are no books that have those ratings.
I know,
so we can't be
So
held.
why remove
I'm
it
not
then?
saying they are. I'm saying that, but we're still responsible for having the language of the law included in how we judge our books.
It would be in the legal policy is where that would be, not the local policy.
In the legal policy, it
I
wasn't
understand the
removed.
differences.
No,
Yeah.
I'm asking.
Yeah.
And the legal policy has not been, it's still enforced. It's also a TA Chapter 35.
Correct.
So it's
correct.
still enforceable. We're not, by pulling that out, you're not creating an avenue, and we're not as a district saying, hey, we're okay with these books coming in.
100%.
Right.
Then why don't we just leave it in?
Well, because we just talked about.
You were talking about making it easier for librarians and teachers to understand what is required. I think there's no better way to let them understand something than by spelling it out.
Well,
Well, there's an
I mean,
injunction.
you're
You said there's
suggesting we
an-
just
But
quote
that's-
verbatim
that's-
out of
there
our
was
legal
no rating
policy,
for
which
Title
seems
IX
a little
if you change it.
redundant to me.
Exactly.
And the
why are we
reason
changing it?
why we would take it out is because exactly
Oh,
these
that's
unintended consequences we had.
So that
Okay.
they're understanding what's required, so they're actually having
So
to
we're not
remove
removing
them.
pallets of books.
Dr.
They're
Knoll, were
classic
those
literary
pictures
works.
on Facebook and social media and all of that, were those pictures of books on pallets in our district?
Yes.
But were
I
they
asked Dr. Knoll.
instructional?
Okay, were they instructional materials that were removed for not being used, space, whatever, predominantly, or were those pallets of books, the books that we removed primarily from libraries or classrooms?
I don't know the answer because I don't know the pictures
Can we get the
specifically.
answer?
Well, we
But I
just
don't know.
answered.
Yes,
I mean, I know that we had pictures of books in from our warehouse. Yes, absolutely we did. I don't know exactly. I can't speak to exactly what was on the pallet. So I don't know that. I don't know if
I think
anybody
it was
else.
a combination of books.
Okay.
But is it how many, I know the answer to this question, and not how many of them were like by number, but an overwhelming majority of the books on those pallets were textbooks and items removed due to space, not being used, out of date, and so on and so forth. An overwhelming number of them. There were far few books. There were more books removed as a 1 and a 2 because they were damaged. They weren't in condition for use. They were low reader. There were more of those than any other, as far as reading books that were removed, than any books that were
But you
not deemed.
acknowledge the books that shouldn't have been removed were removed.
No, I won't.
No age, our libraries and anything that we have in this school district should be age-appropriate learning materials.
Absolutely, you
100%
all
agree.
agree on that.
Yep, I
Well,
agree.
you don't
Okay.
if you're signing this.
Well,
What do you mean?
how do you,
I just said
So-
I
how do you figure that?
I agree with
Trustee
you.
Nelson, please
I agree with you.
eliminate
No.
us.
I don't think that our policy needed any changing, so I thought it was good the way it was.
But that didn't answer the questions.
That's okay. That's fine. I got no problem with you saying that.
You-
That's fine.
Well, but
I
again,
reached
I still
out.
think,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
go ahead,
I was just
Dr.
gonna say-
Trustee Wagaman.
No, I was just going to say, Ms. Nelson said she didn't believe anything needed to be changed, but I do believe our parents have the right, parental rights, to request a book if their child is in a higher learning, in an AP course or
That's
in
one
a
little
graduate
change.
course. I know, that's one little change, but you said
That's
no,
a lot more.
you didn't want
I
any
didn't say I
changes.
agree with that, but you're saying you want one little change.
I want one little change.
This is not one
I
little change.
realize that, but I
So-
want that one little change. I think it's imperative that our parents have that right to access that information for their child
Yeah.
who is doing higher learning.
And I'm willing to negotiate that if that's what it needed to be, but that's not one little change.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
like how
this
we're-
this is just on the EFB. All
Yeah.
this yellow.
You needed an overall.
Is, okay, so that's where we're getting.
That's what
I
we're
didn't,
about.
I didn't hear.
We needed
All
an
right.
overall.
The yellow was the updated though,
These were changes, yeah.
from TSLAC.
There's a lot of changes
I know,
throughout
that's-
in yellow, but I'm just saying, that was all I was saying.
Yeah,
but-
there's a lot of
We
changes.
we
but
need to
that's
get back to the
TSLAC stuff.
business of empowering our parents and our teachers and our librarians, centering student success, and eliminating the overreach from outside groups.
And
So-
board members.
Well, I just want to make sure
Hence,
that
these
the
changes.
changes are not, I just want it stated again from our legal counsel, the changes that are on here are not allowing sexually explicit, inappropriate, obscene books into our library. There's no back door here that's saying, oh, this is a change, so now all of a sudden we are allowing these books to come into our libraries or to be donated or curriculum, anything. Are we changing that to
No,
allow
that was
to
actually in
happen?
the TSLAC standards, which is on the very first page of EFB. You can see the language that I added directly from TSLAC. It says obscene material can't be in. That's
Okay,
in there.
well.
That
It doesn't say
harmful
sexually
materials.
explicit anymore, it just says obscene.
You deleted sexually explicit.
We used to have pervasively vulgar, harmful, and sexually explicit.
Plus, it was defined by the new state law what that was.
But that's still enforceable. I mean, if there's any district out there that doesn't have any of that language, they still have to follow TEA in Chapter 35.
What's the benefit of removing that language?
Well,
To
yeah, I don't
to
have an
get
answer
us
for you
back
on
on
that.
track where we're
What is
not
back on track?
so that we're not making it difficult and impossible for our students to
Bad books to be in our
achieve.
libraries?
Yes, like
For sexually explicit book, what is
there are
harmful
no
about spelling
drop
out?
it. Like seriously, cut it out. Y'all need to cut it out with
You need to
saying
cut it out.
with saying the
Stop,
sexually
stop.
explicit books because it's insulting to all of us up here. It's insulting to
Have you
our
read the
school
books?
librarians. It's really
Stacey, I'm
You
just
just gotta
trying
cut it
to
out.
understand.
It's enough.
I just had a
enough
comment.
with
I'm
it.
gonna comment. I'm gonna leave this alone because
May
you
I
guys know how
ask
I
a
feel about
question?
this.
It doesn't have,
book
it's
ban.
not sexually explicit.
So I'm gonna have some comments right
Here we
quick.
go.
I mentioned this the other day. I mean, we don't have a policy on removing broken chairs. Marshall Schroeder and his team, if a chair is broken, they remove it. We trust them to do that. Kids could get seriously hurt if the chairs are broken. But we trust them to be able to come in the classroom, sit in chairs, they work, that are appropriate for their size, etc. The people who Marshall Schroeder have on their team, I guarantee you, 90% of them don't have college degrees. However, we have professional librarians with master's degrees who we charge to put age-appropriate educational material on our shelves, but yet we're saying we trust these kids right out of high school to fix broken chairs, but we don't trust a master's degree librarian to protect our kids from explicit material.
Trustee
That's
Williams,
not age appropriate.
have you read the books?
I just think that's insulting.
Have you
I mean,
read the books?
that is what it is. It's just insulting. I've read quite a few.
No one is
of
saying
books.
that it's coming from the library.
But I'm not here. I'm not here to entertain that because I think everything you guys are throwing out this way is just to be argumentative.
That's not
and
a
you're
fair
totally
statement,
contrary.
though.
So my thing is, I'm gonna say what I want to say. and I'm gonna move on.
Okay.
Right.
You can keep
My thing
saying
is
it.
that we
Next time.
continue to say we trust our teachers and give this impression
That's
that
not what
hey,
we're saying.
we trust our
But
teachers,
keep
want to pay
talking.
them more. All that's a farce. You don't. You're concerned about personal agendas. If you trust the
sir.
teachers, you trust the teachers, you trust the librarians.
No, sir.
Let's do that and move forward. The problem
Not
is
what
y'all
we're
are
saying, so
seeing
please stop
this
putting words in my
as a
mouth.
popularity
Would you let him
contest.
speak?
You're seeing this as a
Alright,
popularity
He's
contest. We're dealing with
continuing to
people's
say lies
lives.
about
Let's-
me.
You're seeing this as a popularity
And he won't
contest, and
stop.
you are winning for the wrong reason.
All right, Mr. Williams.
I don't know, this
Mr.
isn't about
Williams,
win or
let's
lose.
stop.
This is only about the kids, the students in our district. For the record, nobody is saying that librarians are purposely putting these things on our shelves. Nobody's saying that. Okay,
So
are
what
we
are you
good?
saying?
Who's
Are we
this?
saying
Nobody's
then?
saying
Who's this
that.
thief in the middle of the night
Nobody's
that's throwing
saying
books
that.
on the shelves?
The publishers are
Who's
sending
this
boxes that include free gifts.
need to work
There's
on
all
security.
kinds of things that could
All right.
could or couldn't happen. Things are being donated. You clearly have not opened up the books that have been removed for those reasons, and I suggest you do that.
You clearly are oblivious to all
Stop.
things
You
public
are.
education.
This is enough. The pettiness
My
between
goodness.
us, we
Okay.
just need to be professional about what we're doing. Miss Holdenwiller.
So I reached out, when Trustee Chase is saying, I want to get us back on track, okay? I came last month or the month before, prepared to have a discussion about the books. So following last month, I reached out to a teacher that has shared her concerns numerous times with the EFA, EFB policy, and understandably, she was too busy to really help me with my research and everything, and I understood that completely, and I thanked her for her time. She did give me a website to look at, and I did look at it. Then I reached out to Dr. Knoll and asked him if he could put me in touch with the person that could help me best with the information that I wanted to know. And in doing so, everyone here was given the same information that I was. So looking at that, doing my research and looking at this information that was given to me, these are facts that cannot be disputed. Upon talking with Dr. Knoll and others, not one person has been able to state that learning outcomes have been impacted negatively and that the ability of our students to perform successfully on exams has been hindered. Number two, fact. When asked, Dr. Knoll confirmed that, which I already said in one. I combined them. Number three, there is no AP College Board reading list. However, there are a few frequently used websites to refer to, and I learned there have been 151 books listed on the AP English exams in the past. Of those books, of those all 151, 8 books, I repeat, 8 books have been removed from the classroom libraries. And only 2 of those 8, 2, are not available in our school libraries. Something I already knew about AP exams from my Rice University training is that questions on exams are given in an open question manner, and students are to choose a book from the list provided to answer the questions. It's multiple books. We are being asked to believe that the ability to perform well on an exam is solely based on the access of those 2 books.
That is not.
In our Conroe schools.
No,
I have the floor right now. I have the
Do
floor
not
right
have the
now.
ability to understand the discussion.
That's right. You
do
speak
not have the
and
ability.
pontificate out here all the time. It's my turn. So, what I was getting at there is, we are being asked to believe that the ability to perform well on an exam is solely based on the access of 2 books in our Conroe ISD high schools. The aspects of this are absurd and disingenuous. Highly qualified and impassioned AP teachers are more than capable of teaching and preparing our students for their exam and for their futures without using 8 books. And the students are more than capable of reading those 2 books if their parents so choose, as Teresa Wagaman stated, and they seek to do the learning in that area. It's quite clear that this isn't a desire to improve the educational outcomes, but it is a rewrite of a policy and for a progressive outcome.
Motion to approve the policy as revised.
Okay. We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. All right. Any more discussion about?
As presented.
That's as presented.
Yes, motion as presented. Once again, these changes get us in line with TSLAC. They don't allow the inappropriate books. It allows an avenue for books to be reconsidered through a formal consideration. Does it also add, it adds Ms. Wagaman's thing where a parent has control?
Yes.
So we're putting parental control back in here?
It does.
Okay.
And this,
Go ahead.
the committee that can reinstate the books, Do they fall under this policy that includes sexually explicit materials and age-appropriate learning materials?
So if a book is removed for appropriateness, then someone could file a formal reconsideration request of the decision to remove it for appropriateness. Yes.
Appropriateness?
Yes.
And
then
is that defined? How do you
It is in the
appropriateness?
It's not defined appropriateness because it is subjective and it is
Exactly.
in all of your selection criteria.
Okay, exactly.
But you're leaving it up to the committees to
Correct.
be able to determine.
Just like anything else.
If there's no criteria, if it's subjective, what do folks have to lay?
We
what
use
do
the
they
same
have to fall
criteria we
back
use on broken chairs.
No,
Is it in the legal?
It's in the local policy. You set out the
Broken chair
selection
policy.
criteria in your local
Yeah.
policy. And the
So it
legal
still has to be
policy
enforced to the
defines
local.
sexually relevant, sexually explicit material. It defines harmful material. It defines obscene material. All those definitions are in
We're
the
just
legal
removing
policy.
that language from the local.
Because it's in the legal. Right.
Because it's
But
in the
what-
legal.
What's the harm in?
The harm was,
We got it. We got
Okay.
it. Ready to vote. Ready to vote.
all right.
Can
All right, all
I just
those-
ask just a legal question? Can we vote on this policy? This is a first reading, is it
It's
not?
really a first reading.
Yeah.
So I don't believe that we can take a vote
You
today.
can take a vote
Just-
if it's on the agenda. Why you can't take a vote?
Well, but we have a two reading pot. Well, I don't need to be playing
No,
lawyer.
You're exactly
but-
right, Dr. Noel.
All right, well, good catch.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are done with that part. All right.
All right.
Okay, guess what? The board will go into closed session pursuant to section 551076, 551089, and the Texas Open Meeting Act. Any action, vote, or decision on the board of the board will,
Would you add 551074 as well, please?
board will go into closed session pursuant to section 551074,
074.
551076, 551089 of the Texas Open Meeting Act. Any action, vote, or decision of the board with regard to any matter discussed in closed session will be made when the board returns from session. The time is 11:28. I need to make a correction. The board will go into closed session pursuant to section 551074, 551071, 551076, and 551.089 of the Texas Open Meeting Act. Any action, vote, or decision of the board with regard to any matter discussed in closed session will be made when the board returns to open session. The time is 11:30. There we go. Okay. The board is now excuse me. The board is now in open session at 11:52. Our next item is action on executive session items, and we have none. So take requests from trustees regarding future board agenda items. Does anybody have anything they'd like to discuss? All right, seeing none, are we adjourned?
So moved. Second.
Second?
Sorry,
Yeah,
I
all right.
jumped up too soon.
We are adjourned. Thank you.